จงกลายเป็นจุดสนใจซะ
This your moment
Let Ego be the best of the best.
Dorong dirimu di setiap langkah.
Tunjukkan keberanian seorang pemimpin.
Chúng ta lại gặp nhau rồi. Cảm giác được mời thẳng vào mùa này với tư cách là nhà vô địch mùa trước chắc không phải ai cũng hiểu được. Vậy nên mục tiêu của chúng tôi thì cũng đơn giản thôi, bảo vệ chức vô địch.
เรื่องนั้นมันก็หลายเดือนมาแล้วนะ แต่ได้ข่าวว่าพวกนายเกือบไม่ได้แชมป์ในรายการเวียดนามทำคะแนนเท่ากับอันดับที่ 2 แล้วยังจะมีหน้ามาบอกว่าจะรักษาแชมป์เอาไว้เนี่ยนะ
Brother, I advise you all to be more realistic, set small goals like us, something like getting first place for 4 week straight.
Hai boy, kita ketemu lagi ternyata. Waktu liga kemarin kelihatannya gampang banget ya untuk menang. Sekarang kita ketemu di SEA, yuk pasti udah nggak hike lagi nih.
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะมาเพื่อล้างแค้นแต่ทีมของผมอ่ะมาเพื่อทวงคืนเกียรติยศต่างหาก
Korang tak payah beria lah. Si spring lepas pun saya tak nampak korang. Kali ni korang rasa korang boleh ke?
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะเข้ามาได้2 ครั้งอ่ะอย่าพูดมากเลยรอกินกระสุนของผมในสนามดีกว่า
Seingat gua di aturan nggak ada poin buat tali sejarah deh. Kalian percaya diri banget ya. Gua jadi nggak sabar lihat muka kalian waktu aku kalahin.
รอบนี้มีทีมไทยเข้าร่วมทั้ง 6 ทีม แค่นี้ก็ดูออกแล้วป่ะว่าภูมิภาคไหนแข็งแกร่งที่สุด
Mùa này có nhiều đội hơn thì đã sao? Mùa trước Thái Lan cũng 5 team nhưng nhà vô địch vẫn là DX đấy thôi.
Tapi peluang korang untuk kali ni nak juara 1/16 terlalu nipis lah.
This GIDS a bit overconfident, but no matter where you go, I will make sure you guys as the backdrop of Geek Fam.
ทุกคนน่ะคิดว่ายูไฮเป็นเด็กอัจฉริยะแต่พวกผมไม่คิดงั้นนะพวกผมเองอ่ะก็เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไปเจอในสนามดีกว่า
Don't stress so much. Losing to us is actually not that embarrassing.
Gue yang di akhir gue tutup ya. Kalian semua tim teratas dari setiap region. Kata-kata tauntingnya juga udah gue dengar semua. Gue tunggu kalian semua di PMGC.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up reservation chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Noosa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Noosa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zip line can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zip line halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, zip lines can be destroyed. Players can use the zip line to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged zip lines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Zip lines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious when the player is aiming down sights. The markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Noosa. Noosa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Noosa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Noosa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Noosa map is finally here. With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Noosa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Noosa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Noosa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
And here we go. This is the closing week, the Sunday show. And welcome to the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. Brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quanta Studios. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo Choo beside me. We also like to thank our official smartphone partner, Realme. With the GT Neo 3, it comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset. And we also like to thank our official livestream partner, TikTok. Hashtag #BeTheOne TikTok challenge and follow our official PUBG Mobile page, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And not to forget our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, with 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. And now, before we begin with our official match today as well, just like yesterday, we will have a preview of Noosa map again.
Yep, but this time it's going to be a different team entirely, which they're going to be a mix and match of, I think it's going to be the same region, but different team entirely. And well, I've heard there's a team called Nasi Lemak, they ice. There's also Merah and Putih, whatever. I mean, like, they're just gonna having fun for a bit in Nusa Mat. But before we getting into our final day here today, so far we're talking about the number one placement, which is gonna be FaZe taking over with almost over 50 points in the lead. If you compare with the others, there's just a huge gap in between. If they don't play today, I have a feeling they might still stand at number one spot.
Yeah, I mean, that gap is just that significant, right? They just need to like chill and just do like whatever, and they'll still be at number one spot, even if they do like bare minimum, in fact, right? And not only they'll be at the number one spot, I would expect that Tony K would still be somewhere in the running for the MVP spot.
They're gonna be number one.
Yeah, top eliminator, top damage, you will still see him somewhere, anywhere of those.
If it's not him, it's going to be, well, maybe Nuzi or Mela or squeezing in for the side of Infinity. But speaking of retired teams, the past few days, especially day number 1 and day number 2 and day number 3 has been quite a domination of the ties. But yesterday was a different story where we have a mix of everyone, especially Malaysian teams has been uprising yesterday's performance. Yoodo Alliance and also Geek Fam land themselves at 2nd and 4th game. But we do have Ego Esports finally land themselves a chicken. Just to say, and just to have a bit of preview what's going to happen the entire day, we're going to start off with Nusa map again, which is going to be just 5 minutes. As usual of the smallest map, 1 by 1 kilometers, and the fastest skin. Then we're going to hop into our official match of Sunhawk Mirama, Double Mirama, and Erangel, starting with Group E not playing for the first match official later.
Yeah, and of course that is plus 8 GMT, and just a little bit of an intro of the Nusa Mat in case you have not played it yet. Inside of Nusa, if you're eliminated within a certain time after starting the match, you automatically get to jump back into the battleground. So you will see a couple of times that some of these players will be repeating themselves, but this will be in a certain limit of time. And what's going to be interesting is that there are zip lines that can be used inside the Nusa map. And besides that as well, a new weapon will be introduced. It's going to be the NS2000 that fires 12 gauge shells during hip fire and switches to 12 gauge slugs while aiming down sights. And if in certain areas there will be this kind of huts that the tactical crossbow can be used on it to set fire upon. So that's going to be one of the new features being introduced. And as well, there will be a new vehicle, the quad, will be introduced inside of Nusa. So keep your eye on that. And these are your players.
Yep, Merah Putih is going to be coming up from Indonesia, well named based on their flag anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be Ronald Ray from Multi Ego, Boom, Yami, GIDS Allen, NFT for Fall. Then we have Putih, which is going to be Zaxi and Luxi, the twins. Both are going to be in the same team here with Evo's Micro Boy. It's been a while. And also GPX Rosemary joining in for Putih. But we have the Malaysian Nasi Lemak, Moscow Cute, Damrut, Mampa and Pemburu. For Te Ice, it's going to be Adik Luke, Yuhai, Mika, and Four Rivals Appy. Interesting mix and match here.
Yeah, pretty much most of the teams are like a mix of current teams and they're playing together. And of course, we have the invited Zaxi and Luxi, the legendary players. They are playing with BTR. They are playing the SEA Championship, but they are playing together with us in this show match today. And we have other sets of participating teams as well, because we have 8 teams inside the Nusa map. So we have Red Flag, we have Yellow Star, we have Deck Inu, and we have Pavin. I hope I didn't butcher the Thai's name.
I think we butchered it.
I think so. I think it sounds different.
We butchered it brutally. I have a feeling. Vin Pawin, I don't know.
Yeah.
Pewin Pawin.
Pewin Pawin.
It sounds more Thai that way, right? Pewin.
Yeah, Pewin sounds more Thai.
But I don't know how Deck
you.
I don't know,
oh
man.
My God. Can we have a call with Zephyr right now? He's casting. Can you tell us how to pronounce this?
But if you look at the lineup, definitely it's going to be really, how do I say, the distribution of the players. Mix and match here for all different teams and now forming into one compound, one team. Might be your dream team for some of us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just look at Pivin Pavin, Vin Torres, MR5, 2 legends together with Newsy Stone, the top eliminators in one team.
Oh, if only they put. I do want to see Newsy and Tony K in the scene.
Oh yeah. Newsy, Tony K, Mela, Stone. Like all 4 top eliminators.
Those 3 are those infinities. I mean, you have to mix and match.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
So it's
I mean,
like Newsy, Tony K.
okay.
Who else for Vietnam? Okay, we
I
do
put
have
Stone.
Vampire.
Oh, Vampire.
Who's Vampire? Where are
Stone.
we going to put him?
You put
Stone.
Stone.
Stone is again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
top eliminator.
And one more. Bacon Time.
Bacon Time. Who
I
would
think
you?
I put...
Shirty.
Is it Shirty or Amstar?
Yeah.
I think Shirty.
Yeah.
I think he'll be the best.
Yeah, just because he has like this hairstyle, the red color hair, with the grin. It goes well together with Newsy's eyeliner. They seem to have
Yeah.
like a lot of style.
Such an emo team.
Yeah, emo team. It's like the Black Parade all of a sudden.
But you know, is it your dream team or not for the teams out there when it comes to our second day of show match, which is going to be interesting. If only they actually have a sort of a fantasy league, right? That would be really cool for PUBG.
Oh yeah, the Fantasy League. Oh wow, then it's tough competition, right? It's tough competition. I mean, we have to consider as well, inside the Fantasy League, you need to choose a best support, so it cannot be one of your main fraggers. You have to be someone like maybe like Damroot, or I don't know, someone who likes to stay
But
behind.
what happened if you hide Damroot, put into the same team of Newsy and Tony K?
Wow, that will be amazing. Yeah, that will be amazing. You have Damroot as a superb support, and then you have 3 top fraggers. That's how many top they are. That's how top they are.
I want to see that happen.
Yeah, maybe one of the show match in the future.
I
Maybe in a new map or something like that.
Speaking of a show match, we're going to head into our new Sun map, which also the most beautiful yet smallest map that is. You can see the boxes, they're comprises of 5 boxes, big boxes, which breaking down to 10 small boxes, which mean it's 1 by 1 kilometers. 1 small box is equivalent to 100 meters. So both the squares is going to be by 1 kilometers, the smallest map there is. We saw a lot of fights yesterday on Science Center. I feel like today's going to be the same sort of a situation.
Yeah.
Maybe on top of Flame Village as well.
Yeah, I think so. Science Center again, a little bit in Flame Village, and a lot of fights around the area, like you know, those high grounds, Science Center. I remember it was like either one of the Thai teams or one of the Vietnamese teams, they like to just be on top of there and just try to get those elimination points. But what's going to be interesting is that whatever happens within a time limit, they can still revive. Check it out, Nusa.
Are you guys ready to rumble for a show match here today? And definitely, we saw yesterday, I think it was 2 minutes into the game, whoever kind of being eliminated early, they'll be revived with a chopper later on.
Yeah.
So after that, then we get to see a lot of teams start to falling off the chart here. Back towards the side of Science Center, we do have a bit of a cavalry arrive, DVD and the rest of them. This is going to be, which team is it again? And Nasi Lemak? Nasi Lemak versus Stay Eyes, which is better? There you go.
Okay, yeah. I need to like realign my head, like which is Nasi Lemak, which is Stay Eyes, and so on and so forth. But I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's a show match anyway. But these few first eliminations, again, it doesn't really matter because they'll be revived within a certain time limit. So we'll see them back in action very, very soon. Like Nine Noise is already jumping down, again, resetting himself. Mampang wished that he was eliminated because it's easier to just reset again. But Pemburu had to pick him up, and Pemburu goes down. So Pemburu's now... I think what's the strategy is they're looking at what the Infinity is doing, or... they're not eliminating like immediately. They just want to hold them there so that they don't get revived like right after.
But at the same time, everybody's like, you know, we want to revive as fast as possible. So if you want to die, die now. Like, die less than 2 minutes in. Like, you need to have another go.
Yeah.
You can test things out. At the same time, you're too late. And the moment you die is the right timing where you won't get revived. And that's where you're like, no, I'm a bit too late into the party again. Man, that's what a boomer.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, whether they want to get revived or not, it's like depends on the timer. They have to look at that. So it's going to be like this puzzle they need to play while thinking about their opponents around them. And their opponents as well, it's like, okay, I don't want to eliminate you until the certain timer mark. After that timer, then I will, bam, finish you off. Because if I finish you off before, I'm just going to fight you again.
Imagine they actually hide until the certain time where you can't respawn anymore and just start shooting.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just gonna happen right now because we're 2 minutes into the game. Infinity is slowly losing also members here. I'm not sure which team is this, and so hard to announce the name. But
Yeah.
it's gonna be coming up from the Thai teams. And they are fighting against the Malaysian. I think it's among themselves actually. I'm not sure which one winning. I think it's the P-Win. P-Win actually winning.
Yeah, this is P-Win. This is P-Win. So, looking at the current situation, I think the timer for them to revive is 3 minutes. So, we're about there. Right now, we can still see players being revived and revived and revived. So, that's kind of like, you know, part of the game. But we have BTR. Yes. Luxy and Zuxi playing together with Microboy. It's like a reunion here for Microboy. Rosemary
It's
just
actually a
had to
big
stay between.
reunion.
It is. They just need to have Ryzen in between. And if Ryzen is there, then it will be like, you know, this total reunion. But Luxy and Zuxi, oh, come on, guys. Why are you playing so passive? Why are you playing somewhere else? Just play inside a science center.
You know,
and that is where you can show your stuff.
speaking of the Bigatron reunion, right?
Uh-huh.
It feels like Rosemary a bit off there. Like,
Yeah.
you guys are having a great time. I'm like, I'm the new guy in here. Feels a bit awkward. And,
Yeah.
you know, a bit iffy in the state.
Yeah, it's like that team chat, they'll be like talking about things like, hey, how you been doing? Hey, I missed the cat at the gaming house. Oh, you do? Oh, me too, and all that. And Rosemary will be like, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but okay.
I can't relate.
Yeah, it's like being the third wheel, you know.
Yeah, that feels exactly it is. That's the funny part about it. You know, Microboy, imagine if the entirety of Bigatron Aliens is back. That's going to be big, especially Ryzen.
Yeah.
But for Ryzen, though, I mean, like, I don't know, I miss that guy.
Why?
But he's not playing anymore. He's playing to a more streaming site.
Yeah.
He's the one who always loved to do the third party. In this batch, recently, the meta, more towards being third party over. And if only he's playing, it's going to be perfect for him.
I thought your answer would be like, oh, I missed the guy because he used to buy me chocolate and, you know, send me flowers or something like that.
I wish.
Oh, you wish?
I wish.
But Ryzen is way, way younger, I think.
Yeah,
Maybe.
we're too young.
No? Yeah, too
He's
young.
like a baby brother for me. What do you mean he's buying me stuff? Like,
Yeah.
he's definitely...
He
you
can
know what?
afford to buy you stuff. Come on. he can afford to buy you, him, and a lot
you,
other people
you mean
stuff.
like, I thought you're saying that can afford to buy us as a person as well.
Wow.
That's just how big it is now. But
Yeah.
back to the side of the game, we do have one of the Indonesian squad here. Definitely feels like they are winning. We're down to only 4 teams. No more revolver here, Cloud.
Yeah, time's up. So we can clearly see that teams are being eliminated. But while the teams play, of course, what we want to enjoy is the view inside Nusa. So thank you to observers for giving us this footage. We can see that there are some of these hidden areas that we might not be too familiar yet inside Nusa because, of course, it's a new map for all of us. So thank you, observers, for just showing us, especially from an observer view, because from a player view and observer view, the graphics can be a little bit different. They can have maybe basically a different kind of graphics. So we get to enjoy like the observer view graphic for this. And now we're down to the last 3 teams.
Oh, look at this.
Yes, this
This
beautiful,
feels
right?
like a bit, you know, when you're at the beach, you sort of have this, like, bar going on in the nighttime.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it feels that way. It feels like a vacation sort of a mood, right?
By the beach.
Yeah, and then there's like loud music and people playing fire there.
Oh, yeah, the one
Yeah.
the one by the beach, right?
Yeah, what do you call that?
Pyro,
Pyromancer?
pyro something. Pyromancer?
Pyromancer.
Yeah, I think it sounds about right. Pyromancer.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
It feels very, very sort of Malaysian beach as well to actually have that. I think most of Southeast Asian beach do have that. Like even in Bali, they actually have it.
I mean, well, I was a little bit worried when you say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still not registered in my head.
I mean,
Well, there must be
it's
something double meaning here.
Malaysian beach, ladies and gentlemen. BEAC.
How else do I want to say it?
Beach. You gotta
Seaside.
emphasize on the
Seaside.
yeah, Malaysian seaside. Yeah, that can't go wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks.
I
guys.
worry if anyone like goes like, hey, what? Yeah, you know, never mind that.
Okay.
But what's happening here is, I think it's going to be the Indonesians winning again. Yesterday was the Indonesians.
Yeah, yesterday it was the Bigatron.
Yeah.
As a whole team.
Because they have nothing to lose with the rubber chicken. So that's why. And it could be the same now because Nuzi is the last man going up against 4 from Indonesia. And he's out. So now it's this first Indonesian team versus the... Oh! Versus Nasi Lemak.
Nasi Lemak. You know which one?
Yeah, this is Nasi Lemak. Or is it Teh Tarik? I'm doubting myself now.
There's no Teh Tarik. What do you mean there's Teh Ice?
Oh, Teh Ice, yeah. Okay, I'm doubting myself now. Which one is it?
Well, it's going to be the Indonesians versus Malaysia for the last 2 ones. And it's going to be a mix of GDJ, DSLT, Ego Boom, NFT as well. Versus the Nasi Lemak team, definitely true. Because UI is the one in Teh Ice. So that's kind of easy to segregate between those two, right?
Okay, yeah.
But for the start of GDG ideas, I mean, like, there's no Bigatron player this time on this side.
Yeah, this one is the one without the Bigatron player. So this is the first team. I think it's called Red again. Yeah, but anyway, they have the advantage and they seem to want that rubber chicken dinner. So let's go. A mix of Swabel, Renaure, Allen, Yummy. And it does look like they are going to get the chicken dinner based on this kind of position.
True. Well, we talked about Renaure is actually not too shabby. If you ask me, of all the players are down there, for sort of Indonesian, like if they are running for MVP, I think Renaure might be one of them. Close to getting one of them. Other than who? Octa, maybe, possibly.
Octa, just because he's like the
1v3 thing.
Yeah.
The Infinity Slayer.
Like, if we slice out his entire career to just that, like he'll be above Tony K. like if we just focus on that, right? Like don't look at anything else.
Okay.
But yeah, everyone's just chilling right now. I mean, they could have just like go in for flanks and do something more adventurous because it's a show match anyway. Doesn't matter, guys.
They don't know where they are for both teams. That's why they're being extra careful.
Okay, fair enough.
So they try to, maybe they want to peekaboo each other out, but the problem is both of them are a bit hesitant to make a move.
I know, right? Like, guys, it's a show match, guys. Like, come on. Okay, at least Alan is kind of doing something, but he's like going... This
is the longest Nusa map ever.
I know, right? It's longer
It's
than...
supposed to be 5 minutes.
And thanks to these guys.
My God. It's supposed to be 5-minute chicken dinner, guys. Why is this 10 minutes? It's 2 Nusa map instead of 1.
Yeah, guys. Okay, you can like, just go hunting. Or even like Mamparang and Damru could have just like, come out, show yourself. Come, let's fight like on the flat ground like a TDM instead of doing this. Come on, man.
No.
No.
It's not about the pride. Who
Yeah,
cares about
he's
the
like
pride?
doing the nope thing.
Who cares about the pride? It's all about the rubber chicken. The rubber chicken is so important here.
Oh, gosh.
Just wish they won't get jinxed with the rubber chicken though, because all the players playing right now,
I mean...
they are going to play in the official match later.
Yeah, the BTR team is out, so not a question
So
there.
basically, if one team get this rubber chicken, if it's really being jinxed or curse on, it's going to be an entire day. Either Indonesian or Malaysian team will not get any chicken at all.
Oh, yeah, right. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. That means it's going to be the Thai...
Thai and Vietnam all day.
Yeah, Titan, Vietnam again.
Vietnam and Thai is like, yeah, you guys keep it going. We don't care. Take the rubber.
Yeah, they'll be like, yeah, tap it. Okay, finally we've seen some action. Okay, so Damru tries and Damru goes down. Mamparang, the last man with 50% of health, and Mamparang is out. That means Indonesia gets the rubber chicken. Just saying.
I hope it's not the only chicken that they actually get to taste today.
Yeah.
And it's a squeaky one.
It's a squeaky one. It's in Malaysia we call there's this dish called ayam masak merah, translated as red cooked chicken. So
that's so wrong.
Yeah, so they happen to be like Team Merah, right? Like that means red color. So I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there that there's.
I
this
think it's
dish.
called sweet sour chicken, possibly. Like
Oh yeah, that sounds more like.
it's like sweet sour chicken.
Yeah.
But it's
spicy.
not really. But because we have ayam masak manis.
Oh
sweet
no.
sour, right?
Then what is masak merah?
This one is a bit more spicy.
Yeah, so spicy sweet sour chicken.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what they got in this round. Congratulations to them. I don't know should I be congratulating them or not because I worry that
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
wouldn't.
You'll bite them back later on.
I wouldn't, because right now in the Indonesian teams not having a great standings, we're talking about the past 3 days they haven't learned any chicken at all. If this happens again, you get to play in the rubber chicken today. Because it was what, NFT, Boom, Alter Ego, and who else the last one just now?
NFT.
GIDS.
Yeah, GIDS.
So
Like,
4 Indonesian teams are playing the same last team just now.
that's almost all of them. You might as well just say that, it's a rubber chicken that may be the curse of it.
Looks like it.
Yeah, and the Thai teams are the one that like really stay with the rubber chicken. Like second place is Malaysia. Oh, Vietnamese teams as well. They stood away from the rubber chicken. They're like non-existent.
That's what I mentioned.
Yeah.
You know what? The Thais and the Vietnam just feels like they're clapping at the sideline saying, yeah, you guys take the rubber chicken and we don't want to get jinxed later on. Definitely the one that have a shot at not getting chicken the entire day do have the high chance going to be the Indonesian team. Because they haven't learned anything the past 3 days. The past 3, like, day 2, 3, 4, empty without no one coming up from Indonesia getting chicken.
Yeah, the last one was like what, NFT?
Day 1.
Yeah.
And NFT and Alter Ego, that's it. And also Boom, they all had 3 chicken in a day. But then that's it. That's the only chicken they had.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Like, yeah, there was some nice moments like the Octa thingy, and a couple of others, but not really like that chicken dinner moment. I think the highlight of the chicken dinner was stolen by the Malaysian teams yesterday. Yoodo Alliance and then DBD at some point, and then yesterday was
Geek Fam.
Geek Fam.
Yeah.
With Yuhai being superb in that round. I saw a clip from Indonesian casters as well for that game where Geek Fam got chicken dinner, and they were like so stoked with Yuhai's performance. And I totally agree. I mean, Yuhai really was a monster in that round.
That's true. And also, speaking of the other teams that have a bit of a shot to get themselves a chicken today, I'm talking about Ego Esports yesterday performance, especially when it comes to Chua and also Namshin. They have been really good duo, or I mean, like since day 2 and then day 3, been quite consistent. But in case you guys just join us today for the entire week, it's okay. Still, you can catch up here for the last day of week number 1, where we're still gonna play 5 matches per day of our league here, which is gonna be the South Asia Championship Fall League. Wednesday to Sunday. Tomorrow we're gonna be today is gonna be the last day of week number 1, where we're gonna only have top 16 advance towards the grand finals, which is gonna be only 3 days, Friday to Sunday, starting on the 21st of October up to 23rd, with 6 matches per day, and only 5 slots will be reserved for the PMGC League in the future.
Well, PMGC League, when is it? Do keep an eye on PUBG Mobile social media. But this is the point system that we'll be playing, the regular point system for the PMPL. First place, winner chicken dinner will receive 15 points. Second place, 12 points. Third place, 10 points. Fourth place, 8 points. Fifth place, 6 points. Sixth place, 4 points. Seventh place, 2 points. 8 to 12 will receive 1 point. 13 to 16, no place, 1 point. 1 elimination equals to 1 point as per usual. But the moolah, $200,000 US on the line. There's a total prize pool, and of course that shiny trophy up for grabs.
And also, when it comes to the bonus point, we're gonna have to use the same of the country finals recent one, a season of 5 and season 6 system, which is gonna be the weekly bonus and the league bonus point, where the points awarded for each week for weekly rankings, which is gonna be today when it comes to our first week. But the league bonus awarded for overall league stage ranking by the end of it. But the total bonus point, which is going to be accumulation of both weekly bonus plus the league bonus point later on, going to be the initial dragging points into the championship finals, which is going to be equivalent to the total bonus point. When it comes to placement points, we're going to start off with 20 points down to the 20th place with only 1 point deduction of each point by each single tier of a placement.
Now introducing our teams in Group A, we have D Xavier, 4 rivals, Buriram United, TEM Entertainment. Group B, we have the Infinity, PN United, Outer Ego, Yoodo Alliance. Group C, we have Ego Esports, FaZe Clan, NFT Esports, 7-9. Group D will be GD, GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming, Vampire Esports. And Group E will have Geek Fam, Boom Esports, Bacon Time, and SLD.
Here comes our start of our final day here with weekly rankings at number 1 spot. Definitely the top 3 is going to be the ties coming up. FaZe, Vampire, Bacon Time respectively at 211, 173 and 155. 3 points difference is going to be following up by the Malaysian Yoodo Alliance 152 and 1 point difference of Ego Esport at 5th place for the Vietnam 151. Where the first page to catch up to the number 1 spot. It's almost 100-point difference to compare it this way from Alter Ego up towards the side of FaZe.
Yeah, but yesterday's highlight was Vampire and Geek Fam as well. They did fairly well with the chicken dinner in hand, and Yuha's performance was superb. Looking over at the highlights just to remind ourselves on how they played yesterday. Geek Fam, that nade from Snipes is just one of the examples of whatever happened. Vampire in the first game, they had a big advantage because they had this high ground. They had the high ground. They had the mountains of Camp Alpha in their hands. When the circle went to them, it was just their game all the way.
Kind of true. For Vampires also, we talked about Shrubs. And also, I think of all of them, yesterday, Flukas didn't play actually as much. I'm not sure if they actually swap in between. I'm not sure how their rotation is going to be today. But there's a lot of stops playing for yesterday's performance. That one of the main reason why they perform way better than before for Vampires. I feel like it might be it. I feel like they are rotating their plays. But aside of Geek Fam, yesterday Yuha finished off quite strong when it comes to game number 4. Really strong. He clutched so much for the entire team. Placed himself in a position where it's so hard to pinpoint him out. Taking Vampires one by one. If you look at the highlights, it's all going to be Yuha's moment here.
Yeah, I know, right? This was the moment where Geek Fam got the chicken dinner and Yuha was just a monster. But focusing on the Sandhawks, so we have our top 4 teams here, and just so happened, out of our 4 teams, 3 of them happen to be from Thailand. So we'll be focusing on to Vampire Esports, Yoodo Alliance from Malaysia, we have FaZe Clan from Thailand, the Infinity from Thailand as well. Again, the stats are scary, and it does lead towards another Thai team.
Well, so far, nobody else except for the Thai team is actually one of the Sunhawks. We talked about day 1, Infinity, Buriram on day 2, FaZe on day 3, and day 4 Vampires yesterday taking away Sunhawks. So far, nobody else except for the Thai. But for today, we're going to start off with A, B, C, D at first. Group E not playing, which is going to be Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon Time, and SLD. We're finally landing onto a TEM Entertainment, the first chicken or not, when it comes to Sunhawk. Since we mentioned about Sunhawk always taken by the Thai teams. Now, it's not the same Thai teams, by the way, for every single day of week number 1. So finally, can we, without Bacon Time playing, all that's left is going to be not repeating Sunhawk. The only team that not landing any Sunhawk is going to be TEM Entertainment here.
Yeah, if you want to give it to another Thai team, right, you might as well give it to TEM Entertainment for now. It's like, just take it. Just take it and be done with it, because today is the last day before we reset again next week. But just to reintroduce to you, in case you missed out on the show match, the new sub-map is currently available. You can try it out inside of your own game. And inside the new sub-map, there will be a new tactical crossbow that you can try out. You can use it to either burn down the house, or you can use it to fix a zip line that can bring you to strategic locations within the map. So get creative basically with the new tactical crossbow inside Nusa, and tell us what you think about it.
And also, speaking of the sets later, I think you guys kind of know the run by now. Like, after this, we're going to talk another ultimate set. But for now, it's going to be RPM 15, the Clairvoyant Fox set, and also the Midas Fortune set. So if you guys already bought yourself a Royal Pass, just 2 missions, you can easily unlock these sets as long as you play every single day. And definitely, it's going to be one of the sets that's going to finish off your collection of a, sort of a stage presence set.
Yeah, and of course, if you want to complete your collection, as what Choo said, you got to collect this as well. The Spectral Swan set, as well as the Cosmic Inquisitor set that's currently available now. And that's the first time we get a double ultimate set for your lucky spin. So do check it out as well and make it part of your collector's set, because you never know if it will ever come back again. If you want a sneak peek to know how it looks like in game, do check out the advertisement during the break time later on. And there will be later. Of course, we are coming down back to business. Sandhawk will tie the... Well, okay, if they get another chicken dinner in Sandhawk, it's going to be a perfect Sandhawk week for Thailand.
Yep. Well, out of 6, we do know they have 6 Thai teams down there. So out of 5 days, I mean, like, there's 6 teams. There's only 5 teams can actually win over Sandhawk every single day, a different one. And so far, the one that actually not winning any Sandhawk is going to be just Bacon Time and TEM Entertainment. But today, we don't have Bacon Time playing for Sandhawk. I do wish actually TEM Entertainment at least take 1 chicken, even though it's Sandhawk. It's still going to be 1 chicken anyway.
It's very, very likely looking at the statistics. But are we looking forward to, like, if any Thai team were to get a chicken dinner, let it just be TEM Entertainment for now. just give it to them.
But for the other teams, we talked about how the rubber chicken is one thing. It just shows I kind of worry for Indonesian team right now because of the jinx. But back to us to the other teams, including the Malaysian. Yesterday, it has been really good for them. Coming up from the second day, where only Yoodo Alliance got themselves first chicken, and then DBD got themselves a chicken on day number 3. And yesterday, they finally got 2 Malaysian chickens, even though it's 2 different teams. But at least it's already starting off, like they got themselves a bit of a rotation, having a sort of, reducing unnecessary clashes like they had in the week, day number 1.
Yeah.
It feels like they're having a better rotations if you compare with early half of the week until now. And I don't know if they're gonna get any more today, because I feel like also the Thais will try to close up with a very strong performance there.
Yeah, they definitely will be looking at placing as many Thailand flags on the first page. They already have all of them, but they want to place, like, I'm sure if possible, they want to place like number 1 to number 6 is all theirs. Right now, all they need to kind of remove or cut through is Ego Esports as well as Yoodo Alliance. But let's see what's our prediction for today. So looks like, are you going all TEM Entertainment again?
I'm not gonna spoil.
Okay, no spoilers. But okay, so disclaimer for my prediction today.
Yeah,
I
what
didn't
happened?
predict.
Why did you go for NFT?
So the disclaimer is that I didn't predict.
He didn't predict. I kind of get the idea it's going to be the production actually.
Exactly, you got
But
it
at the
right.
same time, if they can actually got this right, it means the rubber chicken effect of the curse is not going to happen anymore.
Yeah, so if production gets it right, that means the head producer needs to give all of them a raise. All of them a bonus. Do you agree, Mr. Producer?
Yes.
Yes, he said yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
An extra cookie in our meal.
So, Mr. Production Boss, so you heard it. If they got it, any of it right, then they're getting a bonus now. Okay, they're looking at us.
So far, the record's not great. So far, the record's not great coming up from production. It's like barely actually making any right prediction coming up from them. But hey, so far we got ourselves a good prediction. I mean, like you got ones, I got ones yesterday.
Yeah.
And also, when it comes to today, we have no clue. I do want to see if there's any chicken can be landed by the Indonesian team, honestly speaking.
Yeah, let's see if they can break the rubber chicken curse, right? That'll be something that we look forward to as well. So keep that in mind. If they do break that curse in any of the maps today, then that will be the moment that we will, remove the rubber chicken curse out of the show match. Ever, maybe.
Maybe even give sort of an extra point just coming out from the rubber chicken. Right?
Like who gets the rubber chicken will be like, okay, you're getting the chicken dinner today. Like we change it. We swap it over.
Or even give them like extra 5 points just for a rubber chicken.
Wow.
It's quite a generous offer.
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
I know, right?
But you need to get all the teams to play, just to be fair. But if you get like, okay, one team has like different players for different teams, how do you divide it? 1 point each? Not too bad actually. But let's check out Sandhawk. This is definitely not going to be too bad.
Let's start our final day of week 1 of Sandhawk. Are you guys ready as we look over the small islands scattered over all the places of Sunhawk. We definitely Camp Alpha. It's going to be one of the places under our radar because it's always the first few skirmishes on top of Camp Alpha. We do know FaZe always taking boot camp, and there's also around Paradise Resort. Always one of the first few. There's going to be a couple of teams trying to overtake that place there.
Yeah, looking at how strong FaZe Clan is in bootcamp and no team really challenged them, I don't expect to see action inside bootcamp. DBD looks like they're not going towards Paradise Resort, but Xavier as well, they are. At first they are heading there, but they switch over to the high grounds on the left side of Paradise Resort. And that happened to be where DBD is going. Keep your eye on that.
Oh man.
It does seem so, yeah.
At the same time, the circle feels like a bit of the yesterday circle, but more towards on the right, left side and downwards. But if it ended up on top of the three islands again, it's going to be really difficult. These Avias versus DBD, definitely true. They have a bit of a swap there. I'm not sure what really happened. Vampires taken down by the side of 7-9 Dap straight off the bat here, getting the first blood as well. Oh, that's really fast. A lot of teams kind of scattered when it comes to Sunhawk than their usual drop spot.
Yeah, these Xavier, they sort of change. Normally, they would drop inside of Paradise Resort itself. DBD sort of knew that. That's why they're like switching over to like the left side, where RSG would normally drop, that kind of common area. But with that sort of change, now looks like these Xavier, maybe when they're parachuting down, they notice that someone's like, oh, okay. They kind of change their direction, and they, instead of going inside Paradise Resort, they choose to take the risk of going to that area, the high ground just on the left side of Paradise Resort. And I can kind of understand why, because Xavier is also desperate for points. And they happen to be DBD that drops there. So it's going to be the perfect team for them to take out.
Funny enough, it's going to be 14, 15 players fighting each other at that point.
Yeah.
Both of them are struggling to actually keep their boat afloat. But I do want to see where Infinity is, because usually there's only one person, Logan, here. Usually they're going to be on the outskirts of a Paradise Resort coming out on the north, right? But this time they're scouted over to DBD, who's been fighting these Avias quite early on just now.
Oh,
The
no.
Logan and Miller is quite separated fire, Cloud.
Oh, no. But Logan has the preemptive information. So he sees Yen, okay. He's waiting for Ziggs to come out because he doesn't know where Ziggs' location is at. Yen seems to know that someone's at the hilltop. Okay, he's pulling out the nade. Logan's behind the stone. Oh, he's going in for Logan. Logan will be forced to move. 50% health left. Logan, 1v2, but backup coming from behind. Newsy is there. Wow.
Oh, wow. What a tag team.
What a tag team, exactly.
What a good play. I mean, like, where did Newsy coming up from? All of a sudden, he just see through everything. We thought Logan going to be like, he's so doomed right now.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, Newsy happens to be in the right perfect spot, can see through all the players of DBD. They ended up with only one player now.
Wow, their tactical is just next level. It's like Logan is like the bait, and Logan deliberately made a noise and took the attention of the opponent, and Newsy's waiting at the side. That was like, wow, that is like next level play. But now we move on to Capone from BN United, and Voki's getting closer and closer. Voki, oh, okay.
I think he knows there's someone there.
He's being very cautious. We can see.
He knows. There definitely will be someone here.
Okay,
there
we know.
you go. He's
Okay,
gonna
the
swap
nade.
over to nade. Just gonna quickly up.
Okay.
Oh, low toss and jumps over Capone.
Yeah.
He hasn't exploded yet.
No, but
Oh, Voki.
Kind of like the same tactical. Someone's waiting on the left side from BN United. Voki took the bait and he was knocked down. Bomburu as well. BN United, they're setting up a trap for four rivals.
This is a perfect setup coming from BN United, really. I'm surprised why Four Rivals didn't scout things out about the other members of BN United at first. But Appy, he's trying to build. It's down to one person, yeah. Four Rivals looking really grim right now. Who else left? I think there's only one person, but who was it? Or was it April?
Yeah.
I think it's April.
Yeah, it's April. Appy's out, Pomburu's out, Voki's out. So it's likely to be April. I don't see Jumper playing yet. So April could be the guy. But now Box Gaming, they have the high ground against GIDS. Daybond is below them. But seems to be a good distance, so that's kind of okay.
Box Gaming rotating to one compound to the other. Lucky enough, they got quite a number of vehicles here to work with, so they can easily transition to wherever they fancy. But the thing is, we haven't got a clue about the net circle within just 50 seconds to go. Then only we know for the second phase. But GDGIDS definitely heard the movement coming up from Box Gaming. But it's GDGIDS. There's not going to be... We do know that GDGIDS is barely going to be the team that actually forced the fight. Like the one that initiated. If you unless you compare with all the Thai teams, you know.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. They are the kind of team that likes to wait a little bit more and wait for teams to come to them basically and try to eat them from there. So that's how you don't see those big moves coming for GDGIDS. But speaking about big moves, I was kind of thinking about like the BN United, whatever they did against 4 Rivals. It's almost the same like what D Xavier or is doing, or the Infinity is doing to DBD, whereby they kind of like they use one person as a bait and they got each other's cover. I think that is like one of the moves that they're trying to switch up in order like to get their gameplay intact, because especially for BN United, it hasn't been working out for them. For the Infinity, they're okay, but because they are the Infinity, they expect to be higher. So because of that, they switch up a little bit of their playstyle. Instead of going for other teams, they set up a trap for other teams to come to them, and that's where they got those early points.
Feels like a lot of teams are playing and setting trap here.
Yeah.
More towards a hunter's mode. But I don't think Ego Esports can take up the bait here, even though Snizzle is just next to them, but they do know exactly where Alan is. So that's already given away the position of GDGIDS. But yes, the fact that Infinity, they have that statue to live up to. Definitely they have a lot of expectation coming out from all of us. Back towards the side of Buriram, Tiger, one of the MVP, actually on the run of the race here, start to cook up Nate. Feels like it's going to be exchange of Nate between Sowells and also Tiger.
Oh, wow.
But Tiger definitely got it first. This is going to be the entry point coming out from Buriram.
Okay, Tiger at the forefront, changes for DBS to an M4. Tries to finish up Soas, and Soas will be taken out by Tiger. 1 point towards Buriram United. They're trying to find the rest of Box Gaming, but to no avail just yet. But Box Gaming, they're not only being shot at by Buriram United, another team somewhere else shooting against Bensu.
True. Bensu even trying to swap over to hand grenade just now. I'm not sure what happened to Sky though. They lost Sky way too early for Buriram. Now left with 3, but hey, we do know the Thais, no matter how many people they have left on their side, feels like the entire squad for that one person. I'm talking about all Thai teams in general, by the way. While looking over the side of Alter Ego, Infinity actually taking out the blue zone for a bit, but Alter Ego, one of them Indonesian teams is kind of up there. The only Indonesian team that kind of closest towards the top 10 here, and in the highest achievement. It feels like I don't know. NFT lost their momentum. I think in starting off day number 3, if you compare all the Indonesian teams, right?
Yeah. They were like, what, at some point number 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, and now they're just sliding down. I wish it was just as cool as sliding into DMs, but they're just sliding down the charts. Now they are like above 10 spot and nowhere to be found. It's like people start to, or even we start to forget about NFT's presence.
It's not your prediction.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, yeah, it's not my prediction. So disclaimer.
So I can't point it out there. The fact that you said
yes,
you can't remember them and put your prediction. It's not applicable now.
Yeah, it's not.
Ego Esports spotted a GDIDS trap, and they will not take the bait here, as Alan still try to pin down F1. But the thing is, both teams not into the blue zone. We do know how this ends every single time, Cloud. It's never going to be a happy ending for both teams.
Yeah, I wish it was a fairy tale for the both of them, but unfortunately that won't be the case. Both of these teams will go down. But now F1 tries, and Tua must win this fight. But Tua loses to Alan with S12K, and Alan still has time to reset himself with the first 8. There's no way that Chua can be picked up at this moment, except maybe Tuanzi, but no, that's it. So Alan secures the elimination point, the Eagles. Tuanzi, now, just don't. Seriously, bro? You're in the lower ground.
But honestly, for Eagle Esports, I didn't expect them to be committed this much just to play inside the blue zone this long. They should have bailed this one and go for the safe zone instead of just overcommitting. But F1 still land a Kobe on top of Snizzle. That's a nice entry point. Definitely they want to go in for the finishing, but F1 gonna toss another one from this distance. Wow, that angle.
Okay, it didn't connect. The second molly, tossed out by F1. I'm a bit surprised by the Eagle's strategy, but before that, boom, gets a knockdown. Would there be enough time for him to reset? Yes, with a bandage, it should be okay for him. F1, on the other hand, only together with Tuanzi, the last two members of the Eagles. I don't know. The Eagles, they look like they're
overcommitted.
Yeah, overcommitted to this.
It's
A
not
little bit of a
worth it.
desperado move. Yeah, they don't need to. They're like number 4. They're doing fairly okay.
Now, honestly,
why do we need to do this?
I don't feel like they are desperate. It feels like more they're having fun here right now. 'Cause they feel like, you know what, we might not get into the circle anyways, might as well get a couple of wars going on. But Yoodo Alliance actually in the same boat here.
I mean, because of this, TEM Entertainment, Buriram United, even the Infinity that's not too far away in terms of points can catch up to the Eagles. We're still at 16 teams, and if they go out, like what, they only have like 1 elimination point. Yoodo Alliance will be happy to take those points away.
Also, another shot coming out from GIDS from afar. Well, Ego Esport left with only 1 man there, taking the blue zone quite a lot with no mat kits to play healing game even. This might just them giving away their position at 4th to the 5th place of TEM Entertainment. We might have a closure of today. It's going to be a straight off tie teams. I'm not surprised if that happens.
Yeah, considering that now the non-tie teams are fighting against each other inside of the blue. I'm not too sure about this. Alan finishes off Shamil, knocks down Shamil, so Yoodo Alliance may lose 2. Ripple Boy together with Olio, the last 2 standing. Ripple Boy only has 3 first aids and he's tanking out the blue at this moment. GIDS. Oh, wait a second, Alan? Really? How did you land those shots? Wow.
It's too far, by the way. They secured 5 elimination points for GIDS, taking the blue zone, the longest there is. We might actually have a new stat of the longest time in the blue zone for these 3 teams, by the way. If they happen to be in the top 4 later on. I'm not sure how they're going to get their entry into the safe zone. But Daybot tossing over to Ripple Boy, finish off with a Molotov possibly. It's a bit too short there. And Daybot just going to heal himself and put another hand grenade. Push it towards the side of Yoodo Alliance. But TEM Entertainment, now very close by to it's another team here, which is going to be BN United. Can they finally land their first ever chicken?
Oh, TEM Entertainment, come on. Against BN United. Now, BN United, they are as well playing like the wait for them to come game. But if TEM Entertainment knows exactly where BN United is at, if they can get 1 knockdown through that nade, they can have an entry point into the compound. Interestingly, TEM Entertainment, they have 1 player on the high ground towards the right side of Mormon that's not moving yet. Max is the one there. And the thing is that, I do understand. It's okay. So if Max makes the first move, yes, he might get a first knockdown, but everyone else will be firing against him. So that's why he's like waiting for the right moment. Maybe waiting for if TEM Entertainment moves down, then he can shoot from behind. That would be the perfect setup.
That's what's the plan here from the side of Max. So they need to wait for TEM to make initiation for this kind of formation. But the thing is, if TEM Entertainment not budging, it's going to be a bit problem for Max if he's been discovered by the side of TEM there. Really close enough, but really crucial for Max to hold his trigger discipline. But we do still have 3 islands comprises of all inside of a circle. I have a feeling we might ended up right on top of Painan here. There you go, with FaZe taking over it. And FT right on top of Painan with Box Gaming taking a bit of an airdrop. BN United and TEM Entertainment right on the northern side of Sami and the outskirts of Nakam. We do have a visitor later on, which could be coming up from Tambang Vampires. April, the last member of Forever, was kind of stuck in between everyone there.
Tonzi's taking out the blue as well, being the last member of the Eagles. The last we saw him, he has like, what, 9 first aids, so he should be okay for now, considering that it's only the 3rd place of the circle. And now Kenzo tries to take down Mela, who zooms in across, and Mela makes it onto Nuzi, but Kenzo is not done yet. The counterfire of the Kenzo, 50% health left, coming from the other side, and Nuzi is the one that gives a cover fire as well from the inside, but he needs to be careful. On his right side, there's another Buriram player coming in.
What a formidable player for Nuzi. I mean, like, every single time he knows how to set things up for the rest of the team here. Coming up from the blind spot entirely, now taking down on Buriram from afar. It takes a Thai team to take another Thai team down. You were right about that regarding yesterday. Still Buriram fighting over the side of Infinity here on the right side of a circle. Name. Ooh, really close just now.
In the face, that was super duper close. Now, at least most of the teams, or two of the teams that are playing by the edge of the circle, Buriram is in it. We have the Infinity as well, some of the representatives within the circle, so they'll be okay for now. But I think that their objective right now is that, because we're the third going into the fourth phase of the circle, they might need to eliminate their opponent. Because by the fourth phase of the circle, it will be so small, they will automatically be close, and you might as well try to take this fight while there's still a lot more space.
That's true. Space, time's ticking, space getting even smaller by time. Newsy being such a hindrance to the side of Buriram, but the other three of them, I love how they play the 1-3-4 side of Infinity. It just perfectly sync so well with them. Logan exchanging a bit of a nade with Kangzo here. But definitely both of them will evade that sort of explosion and still make their way into the safe zone. While Logan tossing another nade just to give a bit pressure on the side of Kangzo. Here comes the third or the fourth one. Definitely the blue zone will pressure them to move forward. Like it or not, they can't linger anymore. Logan still giving it off towards the side of Kangzo. Feels like a perfect one angle. Waiting for the explosion. Close enough.
Wow, nade after nade. It does connect, but not enough to take down Kingzo. Now the Molly will force Kingzo to move. Looks like now the Molly kind of missed. Now My Name P moves into the circle, but Kingzo is stuck on the outside. He has 5 first aids in hand at the same time. Looks like Yoodo Alliance will be the first team to be eliminated. Number 16 without an elimination point at all in this round. And now Logan moves in. It's still 1v1 between Logan and Kingzo. Kingzo shoots, Logan moves in 50% health, Logan with 70%, both of them take out the blue, and the moment is so close into the 5th circle. But before that, Kingzo being shot down from here again. It's Alan. Where did he come from?
GDGIDS. That mano to mano, that brawl just now being finished off by the third party. That was a cowboy moment between Kangzo and also the side of Newsy just now. Logan. Was it Logan? I think it was Logan. But GDJDS from afar, I mean, like, that's a long shot coming out from them.
Yeah, all the way from Camp Charlie. My goodness. And looks like Newsy, well, one nade isn't enough. He just had to dish out a couple of shots there to finish out Buriram United. So it's number 15, 1 elimination point for them. That gives 5 elimination points towards the Infinity. Alan. He's not the last man standing, but yet he's taking out the blue. He could be playing the healing game.
But GDGIDS still have 4 men well alive with 7 eliminations already in the bag. One of the highest when it comes to the board, across the board just now. Forever having 8 people left with DBD, Jimmy. Same goes for the side of DBD in the same boat. TEM Entertainment finally make a move against BN United, where they're going to be a bit of a cancer fire to flush them out. BN United. They tried to take away this compound for themselves, but TEM Entertainment will refuse to do so with Bavi. Still alive, playing Ring Around the Rosy.
To the left, to the right.
There. It's going to be the last member of BN United triumph over TEM Entertainment. Now that's going to be TEM Entertainment failed to secure a chicken.
NFT is still in this, just saying. Just saying. Production could be very
right
happy.
Today?
We're still at 13 teams, so we're holding our horses. But Vampire, they're definitely not holding their horses. They know exactly where BN United is at. Now they're going to take advantage of this. They want the points in the back. They're currently on the outside circle. Capone will be gunned down. Vampires, they just come in and bite BN United like there's some juicy apple or something.
Oh, BN United. The moment they won over the side of TEM Entertainment just now, they lost to Vampires. What a fish world out there. It's going to be a bit of a reset for Fluketh. He's playing today. It's not going to be stops. But on the side of Alter Ego, Potato really being fried off on the hands of April right now, who's playing the blue zone. Also, the last member of Four Rivals.
Yeah, his teammates all been taken out by BN United early on with a trap set up for him and his teammates. Jimmy is playing the healing game. April with only 1 first aid. He's not going to last that long in the blue. But speaking about in the blue, Jimmy has 2 first aids. But before he goes out, 2 knockdowns back to back. Jimmy still able to secure 1 elimination point. Potato could be taken out by Jimmy entirely. But Jimmy, the Alter Ego didn't expect that.
And Alter Ego quite too thin there. They're stretched amongst each other where they are fighting two teams at the same time. FaZe taking on the other end. Alter Ego left with only one member tanking the blue zone. One now, the next fight, FaZe bring it over towards the side of Empires. We have Shraps, Stone and Fluker fighting the whole team of full force FaZe here. I'm not sure how Tony K want to fare this one, but definitely they will gatekeep Empires from pushing forward, as they are the team that they have to take. Oh, wait, there's a Molotov tossed over to the side. Never mind.
Yeah, it was probably tossed out earlier by Ventores because he knows exactly where they are. But look at this, Choo. Look at this. It takes another Thai team to take out another Thai team. Shraps, he's not the last man standing. He still has Stone behind him, but Shraps will be nailed down by Tony K. Stone is playing the healing game. 20 first aids. There you go. He's not going to have any part of this. Just going to heal out, hopefully, until his second place finish.
As for Ventura, still waiting for a bit of a revival coming up from the team. The rest of FaZe have a bit of a regroup moment as they won themselves against Vampires just now. They can reassess the situation, but not for long. Infinity Mela is going to be their next contender right across them. Another Thai team fighting against each other. Mela and Logan just going to scout this out, spot it out, MR5.
Ooh,
but he can shoot, it's a straight line here.
That's one down. But Mela counterfires, Logan counterfire upon MR5. MR5 now super low. Tony K knocks down Logan. Newsy is still up. Newsy, the one-man army will be got down as well. FaZe Clan, they still maintain all 4. None of them knocked down. 5 elimination points down for FaZe Clan. And looks like the Infinity is down to the last man.
At the same time, FaZe Clan don't have enough time to just have the luxury to linger or lurking around anymore. NFT gatekeeping them and the Blue Zone pressuring them from the back. FaZe Clan, they have to move forward. Tony K might be the sacrificial lamb in this process, even though he just worked wonderful with that DBS just now. These Xaviers didn't realize they are on the lower ground trying to pick a fight against a FaZe who actually don't have enough time to reset themselves. But lucky for Lycan, he barely make it in, but the others still bleeding out in the blue zone. A lot of the players finish off by the play zone. At the same time, the circle, hard shift all the way up north. Ended up only a couple of teams up there.
Oh, this could be the Xavier's chicken dinner. They still have a full squad together with the circle, favoring them at this moment. NFT not too bad as well. They are currently at the high ground. Boss Gaming coming up from their compound. Who will make their first move? Alan waiting behind Boss Gaming. We have seen Alan time and time again how he shoots from behind. He could shoot Boss Gaming. Boss Gaming needs to be careful. Fnatic from Alter Ego succumbs himself to the zone.
Alter Ego eliminated next. Alan with GIDS. Playing such a wonderful run this time with 8 eliminations in their back. Looking at Alan getting on more. Out of 8 eliminations, half of it done by Alan only. It keeps racking up the volume of the eliminations for the side of the Indonesian team GIDS. They're going for more. Fighting their brother next one. It's going to be a civil war against NFT, but Box Gaming in between as well. GIDS, they have to pick their poison here. Whether to take the NFT first of Box Gaming, I have a feeling they have to force their fight into Box Gaming first.
Yeah, Boss Gaming needs to move. They need to force the fight. And that's what I mentioned about Alan. The moment Boss Gaming comes out, Alan will shoot in from behind. And Alan, he still 7 first ace. He's probably not done yet. Toss out nail to the side of Boss Gaming. It will not connect, but it will. A little bit onto Bensu. Bensu down to 60% health. Bensu, he doesn't know that Alan is behind him, focusing on the front. They need to find their way into the circle anyway because they only have like, what, 2 first aids. Break is in trouble. It's kind of stuck there. Dayball will be shot down. Ramones from NFT is still alive. The circle goes to no man's land.
At the same time, we're down to only 5. Empires finally out these Xaviers. Can we finally having... This is the first time we're having a non-Thai team! Lamborghini, a non-Thai Sunhawk for our first time ever.
For the first time. Yes, for the first time. Even the top 5, no Thai teams, but it's going to be Ramones. NFT is still in it, just say it. But these Xavier, they're still full squad, so keep an eye on them. GIDS, they're playing the healing game, and they have been eliminated. So it's either NFT or maybe Productions prediction, NFT. Xavier, 4 players still active, but they have the circle with them.
Yeah, that's true, because Blues are closing in on the side of NFT. First one down. Duke starting out with these Xaviers, having a good day here. Getting another one. Double down. NFT can make it. These Xaviers finally coming back with us on a final day, week 1. securing the Sunhawk chicken dinner. What an ending! But hey, it was a heck of a game. So many gunfights since the start till the end, non-stop.
Absolutely, absolutely. What a round this was. And our production almost got it right, just saying. Like, it was the first time they predict with us, and they almost got it right. I want to see what happens in the next round, who will they pick. But Xavier, finally that chicken dinner, finally we see them on this board. And Xavier, because of this, they will launch themselves up. They might still be in page 2, but at least they are like at the early part of page 2.
And also the circle was really hard to predict just now. He ended up in no man's land the last few circles. A lot of teams actually being finished off in the play zone instead of, being gunned down. But Alan has been one of the highest terminator in this round only. He got himself like 4 to 6 elimination just by himself of the overall. If you compare by individual, I think he got the highest by far. At the same time, a lot of the ties seems to be having a bit of a clash against each other, where Buriram fighting Vampires, TEM Entertainment, and then there's Infinity. But BN United, they won over the Vampires, but it just lasted only a couple of seconds because the next one they're being obliterated next. I mean, like, there's sort of a fight here where so many teams that, didn't have the time to reset and being ambushed by the third party.
You know what? Alan has to get the MVP. Has to.
I think he might have.
Yeah, he might.
He could have been.
It's likely. I think he dished out a decent amount of damage as well, and he got a decent amount of elimination points like what you mentioned. So all in all together, I think he will definitely be there. So keep an eye on the MVP. I really want Alan to get it because I think that his positioning was superb. The way he really shoots from behind, from afar, it's really, really nice. But before we get onto the MVP, we're going to recap a little bit. Xavier, NFT, GIDS, and Boss Gaming at the top 4. Look at the amount of time in blue for GIDS. That's the highest in the top 4 so far.
I mean, lucky we're not looking over sort of 7-9. Who was it again? They were having early skirmishes. GIDS is one of them, being the third party. And I think it wasn't Xavier, definitely, but it was Ego Esport. There you go.
Yeah.
Was fighting so long in the blue zone. I think it might have been almost the same time as GIDS if you compare that. I don't know what were they thinking, but GIDS fighting in the blue zone against Ego Esport early, and still managed to get himself on the top 4. It's quite a feat there. But for the sort of the Xaviers with 8 elimination points, one of the highest. But if you compare with Alan, out of that 10, I have to say 5 or 6 is just by Alan himself for GIDS.
Yeah, it's like Alan and the friends at some point.
Alan and friends.
Alan and friends, yeah. but I do agree, right? Like if we recap, like GIDS, they fought on the outside against Ego Esports, and at some point Yoodo Alliance as well. Both of those teams, they went out fairly early, but somehow GIDS, they managed to survive that long. Okay, thank you production. Thank you production for putting Alan on top. Right now, totally deserve it. We've talked about him, the way his gameplay, and it's not only about the stats. It's about his gameplay, his intuition, how he shoots from afar, how he takes advantage against others. This guy was phenomenal in Sandhawk.
I mean, like Alan, he never whiffed when he shoot just now. It was a perfect spray every single time. If he got himself the eyes of Newsy, there'll be another different level of play.
Yeah.
You saw how Newsy just tactic coming out from the flank as well. But when it comes to the point system, FaZe securing 2-2-0 to at number 1 spot. Nothing gonna budge when it comes to the first top 3 here, with Vampires and Bacon Time at the top 3. Ego Esport just a bit swapped with Yoodo Alliance. It's just between these two teams swapping around. Buriram and TEM Entertainment. Well, TEM having a tie at least with Buriram right now, even though no chicken, but still no problem. The only team that no chicken on first page is gonna be just TEM Entertainment.
Oh yeah! Oh my goodness. TEM Entertainment will be looking at this as overall and saying like, okay, we gotta fix that. But yeah, they'll take some effort there for them to do it. Now, what's stopping the Thai teams as well to join up is Ego Esports as well as Yoodo Alliance. But the points are not too far if we look at this. Even if we look at the Infinity, it's only like, 11 points difference with Yoodo Alliance and 12 points difference with the Eagles. It's still possible by the end of the day for them to push all of them down. And if we do get a number 1 to number 6 finish for the Thai teams, I'm going to have Tom Yum for supper.
When we look at the overall rankings, right? Definitely there's going to be important for us when it comes to weekly bonus point. So that's where they are fighting for when it comes to our last day, if there's any change when it comes to the middle bracket. The first two, I don't think they're going to change that much, the top two, and even the bottom four will not be changed as much as well. It's the middle bracket that's really having such a tight race there. We're talking about between the third place up to maybe the 13, it's still possible for them to have a swap there.
Yeah. The points are very, very close, so it's still a tight race. And every ranking matters because of the weekly bonus points, so they have to take every rank seriously, basically. So that's where I find it funny why the Eagles, they want to play it as what we saw earlier on, lock themselves out inside of the areas of dogs, fighting against GIDS, when they don't really need to. They're kind of up there. Yes, they are kind of okay, but the moment they make those kind of mistakes, like, any team could take over them in the overall chart, so it kind of baffles me what they did.
They're having too much fun, maybe. Just having a bit too much fun for the Eagles, but from where we're looking at this perspective, Infinity, they do have the high grounds, but the problem is those are actually high grounds don't have the advantage of a circle because it will force you to go downhill for a bit. But NFT came in very late if you compare with the others. FaZe was, I think, was playing a healing game just now. But the rest of these Xaviers, whoever takes the compound, definitely they will expose themselves when they step out. And lucky enough for some of these Xaviers, that's not where they're actually touching off Frankie and Ravis and Lamborghini here. Especially on Ravis and Lamborghini. The circle closes way later if you compare with NFT. NFT, they don't have the circle. That's one of the main reasons why they have to push forward first with the Blues clipping in from the back. And also the moment they step forward, it's going to be a bit of a flat plane just now. And the side of DCV can see them through a bit better, even though they... And plus, DCV got themselves the compound to have a bit of a cover, a bit longer.
Yeah, DCV, they had... I think that compound was the key to them winning, because they could still like have one person in the compound at least, and then you can send a few of them out there. That's totally fine. And when you have a few of them out there, then NFT gets distracted by, okay, who's ever at front, but they're not focusing on whoever's at the back, that's the compound. So that's where they can cover each other very, very nicely. So tactically as well, Xavier made the right choice of doing that kind of move. So that was kind of nice. The circle, of course, favored them, and it was all in all for Xavier, finally at least.
But here comes our most sad award, the most knockout, which will not secure the elimination still, just a knockout, a KO. It's going to be Alan, still at number 1. I feel like it's still going to be Alan with the most elimination later on. Tony K got himself 4 and Lamborghini got himself 3. But I think Lamborghini got himself quite a number of eliminations still just now.
I'm not sure. Okay, we'll find out now. Oh, we're not gonna. Okay,
No.
so we're gonna skip that graphic. But anyway, that's if we want to rewind and really see how many eliminations, well, you guys can do that on whichever channel that you're watching this right now. But teams to focus in Buriram next. So we have FaZe Clan, we have Buriram United, both of them from Thailand again. And we have the Eagles from Vietnam and SLD from Vietnam as well. So it looks like kind of like a 50-50 between Thailand and Vietnam for Miramar at least.
Yep, when it comes to overall, we did mention about mostly Thai is also kind of strong when it comes to Miramar map, but it's more towards a mix of everyone here. While we're looking over ABDE group will be playing for this round of first Miramar of the day, we definitely will not looking over to Ego Esports, FaZe NFT and 79. They'll be resting out for this round for now. But this is going to be a big advantage for the teams that actually want to take over FaZe from their throne. And one of them is actually the closest. Was it Vampires just now? Definitely a Thai team. Yeah, I think it's one of them. But definitely the number 1 spot, I don't think that it's going to budge that much, even though FaZe not playing anyway. But if for Ego Esports though, they might lost their ranking placement here, because of they're having another tie with another team. I feel like next to it was one more Thai teams. So he might be overtaken by the team just now. We have a big chance of having the top 6 teams all ended up with a tie here.
Yes. Okay. One reason, objectively, like what you mentioned, the Eagles, they are not playing in this round. And then the Thai team that's not playing this round is FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan is totally up there, so it doesn't really matter. But the rest of them, they are playing, so they can overtake the Eagles in this round to make that one-liner. But before that, let's remind all of you to keep checking your game within this month because the PUBG Mobile X Boy collaboration is happening exactly when it's already the 2nd of October. Exactly when we do not know. So it's going to be a surprise for both you and us. So keep your eyes on the game for when it's out. If you want a teaser, you can check out the social medias of PUBG Mobile to find out a little bit of a graphic, which I think it's a bag, and that's going to be one of the items for this PUBG Mobile X Boy collaboration. But don't take my answer for it. Do check it out and let me know what you think.
And also, second phase of Rabu had already begun. And you guys, how much you already gained yourself the point here, because it's going to be ending. The event will last till the 31st of October 2022, which is going to be a couple more days, less than a month actually. Don't forget to hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu and win yourself a classic coupon crate and maybe even more. Just make sure that you log in Wednesday. And speaking of the Bobo Boy, right? You will know the set if we get to see it in between the fillers of advertisement.
Yes.
That it means it's out.
Yes, that is one as well. So it may be next week because today is the last day for our show before we take a 2-day break. So it could be next week. We don't know, right? So yeah, it could be that. You can get a teaser through the ad, or you could find out in game, or maybe the social media will just announce it first. It depends when, right? If it's on Monday, Tuesday, then definitely those channels will be a little bit faster than the show itself. But if you want a preview before you actually purchase it yourself, of course, tuning into this kind of show helps as well. So the advertisement, I noticed that the advertisements are getting creative, getting fun, getting nicer.
Yeah.
So good job to production, and it's fun. In case you miss it during the advertisement period, don't. Yeah, at least you have to watch it like one round just to get to see it.
Yep, and I hope to see more sets. Like, I'm still waiting for the Dragon Ball one.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna be next year.
That's a very far teaser.
Very far teaser, which make us still wonder what is it gonna be for the set, or what is it gonna be for the cosmetics, or is it even cosmetics? What happened if it's a map?
Yeah, what if it's a map? Good question.
Because we're still lacking maps when it comes to the official match here. So if only there's a collaboration within the map, then that's gonna be really interesting.
What if it's a map? What if it's a game mode? It's a fighting game mode? It's a Dragon Ball fighting game mode?
That's a possibility, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just putting out ideas there. You know, if it really comes out, you know what I'm thinking right now. Maybe.
But I would love a map one.
Yeah, a map would be nice.
And for the Dragon Ball map, would be really cool.
You know what I'm thinking right now? Like they put out a teaser, and the teaser's actually to next year. They want us to say things, and
Yeah,
then they'll be
we're
like,
saying it.
"Oh yeah, we should do that." Yeah, and then it gets developed to this time, and then by the time next year, it's like, "Oh, we're ready." And it was the idea that we mentioned like right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if they are taking notes, I would definitely want to see a Dragon Ball map, because there's so many things you can actually put in the Dragon Ball map. There's also, like, if you actually follow up the anime and stuff, there's also the ring where you fight, right?
Yeah, I don't know the names, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so there's so many things that actually integrate. And also, if you guys have any extra ideas, also put in the comment section, because our team and also PUBG are also watching out for your creativity, and you might be joining the team as well if you want to. But now we're back to its business. Yeah, we're gonna walk into Buriram next. We did mention about FaZe not playing with Ego Esports, so definitely it's gonna be a big room for the teams that trying for the ties, to be specific, to push up. Because all the first page, the top 6 is gonna be them.
Yeah, the only team that's within that in the middle right that's playing is Yoodo Alliance in this round. So that it depends whatever happened to them, but that might change. But let's all remember they have a record inside of Buriram that's like 2 extremes. One is like the chicken dinner, and the second Buriram is a too soon, number 16 without anything. So it's very hard to tell like what kind of Yoodo Alliance will we see in this round. Plus, in the sign-out round, it wasn't good for them. They got number 16 without anything as well. It was a little bit questionable why they need to go to the docks. But yeah, I mean, maybe they had something in mind that we don't really know. But the point is that they can still fight for points to maintain, to be in between the Thai teams. But for Ego Esports, ouch, that's scary. That's scary for Ego Esports. They could be down. They could be below.
But at the same time, we're looking over the Vietnam team today has been performing and getting themselves a momentum, especially also GDG IDS, specifically GDG IDS. When it comes to Indonesia, only GDG IDS I'm looking over. And Alan is just on form today. And they still going to play for the next one. It just shows that while you're on form, you're going to get to play the next one. You just keep on rolling, and they actually might have a shot to get themselves a chicken today for the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, they see me rolling.
They hate
it. Yeah, right now Alan will be hated by a lot of teams after that kind of backstab, for sure. I mean, he will be on their wanted list right now to be like, okay, if there's any opportunity we get to fight with GTGIDS, I want to get Alan right now. How many teams did he backstab? There were plenty of them, like the Eagles, like Yoodo Alliance, and there were tons of them. Even like the Titans, Buriram United as well got backstabbed by Alan from afar, and he was
Infinity
like off
was
the
being
map.
backstabbed as well.
Yeah.
I think everyone get a bit of taste of Alan.
Box gaming as well. He was off the map when he backstabbed all those teams.
No, the thing is, the shot coming out was way too far. The Camp Charlie shot, that was almost...
Yeah,
Can you
that
see
one.
through that?
Yeah, that one
It was
is
Camp
insane.
Charlie out all the way, and it's like, he's too far. There's no way for you to spot Alan. I don't know what's happened to GDGIDS, but definitely they're having a good run today. But I'm also looking for the teams that's been quiet. And we're talking about Boom example, NFT even, and Alter Ego.
But
And-
NFT got second place, so that's okay. That's
not
okay.
shabby.
Yeah.
But NFT is
I'm
still like
backing
on
up
the first.
production here.
But it's still, they need to work a lot because we're looking at the Indonesia team. There's not much of them actually placing themselves in the top 5. None of them actually plays in the top 5. The highest, I think it was NFT at 7th, and that's it.
Yeah, Boom is somewhere at the bottom 4. Let's see, who else? GDGIDS is, well, depending on, it's like Alan and friends. So that's one. If anything happened to him earlier on, there would be like nothing else. And
Alter Ego.
Alter Ego is also, they have like that highlight moment, and then after that it's just like they go missing.
They just appeared on day number 1. Then when it comes to the entire week, they lost it. They just, just in slumber or something. But here comes our prediction of the day. But for me, it's gonna be 4 rivals this time. Buriram for you.
No, not for me. Yeah, let's correct it. Not for me, okay? It's production, okay? This
Hey,
had
Buriram actually scored 1 in day
Yeah.
number 3.
Actually,
with the
pretty-
most elimination too.
actually pretty solid choice. I'd
Yeah.
say. And plus, inside of Miramar, we know that Thailand is has a good record. So, okay, are we looking forward to see if this
This
hits it?
might
NFT
actually hit it.
was close.
For me, it's gonna be 4 rivals. One of the many reasons. 4 rivals, one of the team that still hasn't landed themselves chicken yet. So
Yeah.
for us, like we do want to see all the teams get themselves a chicken at least once in the entire week, right?
Oh yeah.
For the Malaysia team so far, we only have Yoodo Alliance, DBD, and also Geek Fam. But for 7-9 and 4 rivals, feels like they're really struggling here.
I honestly thought that you would choose TEM Entertainment.
Well, we gotta wait and see for the next few ones.
Okay, not feeling the mojo yet for TEM. Maybe 4 rivals has a little bit more mojo. That's
I don't
fine.
know. I feel just now. Yesterday we can feel that TEM was really desperate trying to get themselves a ticket
Yeah.
because of how they tried to maintain consistency.
Yeah.
Top 4 all the game, man.
Yeah, they
all
were like
game 4.
Yeah, they were like trying to meet my parents, that kind of desperado.
Wow.
Yeah.
At the same time, they were like, we tried to evade ourselves from any sort of conflict early on. But in the end, they still cannot close the game with the chicken.
I
And
know.
I feel like today they kind of gave up entirely when they quite early eliminated at the 13th place just now.
I know, right? It's kind of like a bummer for them.
We're
Like-
done. It's like, we're done
Yeah,
forever, man.
it's like, okay, TEM, we supported you all the way. We're done. I know you tried really hard, but we gotta move on, okay? This relationship ain't working out, alright? Wow. Okay, never mind that. But anyway, speaking about all these teams, whoever it is, let's just have fun inside of Miramar. See you guys there.
Are they really giving up for TEM Entertainment? That's a bigger question.
Are
I
we
feel like
giving
they're really giving up by now.
They're like, I'm done.
Whatever, man. It's like
man.
whatever points we get, that's it. Oh, but we got Northern Circle today quite early on. Yesterday only once. More to its South Flight Path.
We
Not
got
Circle.
like at least Northern circles. Remember the
not
Buriram?
circle, flight path.
Oh, flight path.
And yeah, yesterday only one north flight path for the last wrangle, but for this time we're starting north flight path, so it will be southern circle more.
You see something a little bit different, right? At least for a start. Like a little bit of a change.
Yeah.
But I'll be looking forward to, of course, the circle. Please don't give us a center circle anymore. Like, we're done with that. Northern circle also, we got, like, you know, a good number. Now give us a southern one, like Los Eagles, you know, the kind of
So
thing.
demanding.
I am.
Ordering PUBG to give you circles that you
Yes.
want. So this is gonna be fancy. I think this is one of their latest set.
I know they caught my eye
gliders.
as well.
Yeah, right? It looks so fancy.
Yeah, that one was fancier. Come on.
Yeah, that just now it was way more glitter on it. It looks more shiny. But for the side of a team, yeah, still waiting for the first circle to pop. Just dropping on top of Chumacera. I'm not playing anyways, which is gonna be Ego Esports. So nobody gonna drop there, depending on the circle. If the circle ended up on Chumacera, wow, we got ourselves Southern Circle.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take it. But you know, if the circle ends up inside or Lost Zones, I'm
It's
actually
not
not
so
a fan.
much fun, yeah.
Yeah, because everyone will be like in their own buildings, they'll be staring at the wall and things like that. So the gameplay will be kind of slow towards the final few circles. So I'm not really a fan of urban warfare.
But there are slight chance that not really ended up on top of Los Leones, but maybe on the south part of it.
I hope so.
Yeah, usually it's going to be ended up there, but it depends on how many teams manage to get there in the first place, especially when it comes to the Xaviers. Feels like they're sharing the compare with another team. I think it's going to be what, Yoodo Alliance, maybe?
That was BN United.
BN United.
Yeah.
There's two red teams.
Yeah.
Either Yoodo Alliance or BN United. And now, BN United also one of the teams that's really struggles here. I mean, like we saw them before. The Xaviers definitely made a comeback in the last day today. Finally, after staying at number 20 for such a long time.
Yeah.
Have a bit of improvement.
At least BN United, they managed to climb up on top of DBD. Now DBD is number 20. And remember what Boss Goku says, like...
the taste.
The taste, the feeling of being number 20. It's just awful.
The best.
Yeah, maybe if you want better food, you could just use GrabFood to order. That's easier that way.
And speaking of, don't forget to register yourself at PMCC 2022. You might actually have a shot at being the pro player and play better than these guys. You know what? Show us something. Show us something that we've never seen before. Like, do some sort of formation that nobody else actually done it before.
Yeah.
I do want to see, like, if they can be creative about it for the players, right? If they can stack, can they try to stack each other on top and try to toss the nade?
But, wow, okay. I mean, I'm not going to say no. You never know if that turns out and it works. Yeah, so maybe PMCC is the place where we'll see, well, they are new talent, right? Because they are supposed to be campus talents. Even like, okay, like, you remember what we saw, like the Infinity, like Newsy was waiting at the side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one was like mind-blowing. Like, if you guys as new talent out there or even online coaches, you guys can try out something like that, execute it, and make us all wow.
True. Because right now, there's so many ways to play it. There's no wrong way to play PUBG Mobile. That's the beauty of it. It's down to you whether you want to play for survival, whether you want to play for the eliminations. I think the best one is going to be still elimination. We have no clue, like, are we going to stay with the same format for the next season? We have no clue about that. Because even in PMCC in the future, there are chances that we might actually change the format, like every few seasons.
Yeah.
And it's best to actually really rely on your skills and your survivability based on your technique of shooting instead of, you know, hiding all the way.
Yeah, please don't, okay? For you guys who want to break into the pro scene, just look at these guys. Who hides all the way? Except for that show match. That was a special case. But who really hides all the way? No
Do
one.
we have any team that playing hide and seek all the way?
Not really, no. Even if they do that, it's because they want to set up a trap. Like, if you remember, like, BN United, they caught 4 rivals. It's because they were setting out a trap. Like, let's see, who was it? A Volky focused onto the sniper tower, and then someone else was shooting from the other side. So they're not really like, oh, we're going to camp here and not going to move. But they are setting up for if anyone comes by, one of them will become the bait, someone else can back up, and it's a perfect formation.
But imagine if somebody can actually be like the top team where they can hide so well.
Oh.
But at the same time, when it comes to the top 5 in the last minute, they just demolish everyone.
I remember who. Remember back then in one of the SEA Championships, there was this Thai team. What's it called again?
Which one?
The one that really plays super duper passive. It's like passive gameplay, but they got a second place.
Which season is this?
Okay, give me a minute.
So many seasons already. I'm like a cast of 4 years of PUBG Mobile.
Give me a minute.
You're really testing my memory to recall from the dawn of the tournament.
When I mention it, everyone will be like, yeah.
I'm still thinking about it.
Yeah.
But that's incredible if you can actually do that. That's really... People will hate you so much for it, but they cannot deny that you earn your place up there, you know?
Yeah,
if you played that way.
Yeah. Give me a minute.
You still trying to Google it up?
Yes, I need to. It's like in my head right now.
Well, that was interesting prospect. Like, there's many ways to actually play PUBG Mobile. It's all down to which you think is the best for you and your team. How you can work things out as a team here. Because in the end of the day, it's not going to be a solo game. It's still going to be a squad game.
Okay, I found it now.
Who was
it's
it?
Aerowolf.
Oh my god. It wasn't a Thai team. It was an Indonesian team.
Yeah. Did I say it Thai? Okay, it's Indonesian team. Aerowolf. Basically, Renare Potato.
It's the same alter ego.
Yeah, it's alter ego right now, but they only remain Renare and Potato. Before this was Hazelnut, Spov, Fabuna. They were like the super duper passive team. And by playing that, they almost got the #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the funny part, isn't it? Imagine if you're playing such a scaredy cat and you've been hiding all the time, but when it comes to the top 5, you happen to be there and you're just like, I'm going to snatch all the points right now.
Yeah.
And then the one that actually winning at #1 spot, you are the coward, actually got the #1 spot.
You know why?
How does it feel to be the other teams?
I know, right? You know, I remember that clearly. Because I had a friend that time when they did that meta. I have a friend who, when he plays very passively, and he calls it the camper meta, or camper unite, something like that. So when he saw that, it's like, yeah, camper, yeah, and he was like texting me about it. It's like, see, campers can go to PMGC. I was like, okay, calm down, bro, calm down. I know you're very happy to see your own kind. I know, calm. Yeah, your own kind of people.
Species.
Your own species. It's like camping all the way to PMGC. And I even remember I stayed that time.
I wouldn't mind that, really. A lot of people will hate you for it.
Exactly. Everyone would be like, what the? But I remember that time, it's like, I told myself, like, I even told some other people is, if they played that and they still got into the PMGC finals, because there's a league, right? I don't know what I did that time, but but they didn't. So they ended up at the league. But anyway, it was amazing for them to reach that stage just by playing camping.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to have another one in the future. I know you guys are going to cast me for this, but I wouldn't mind that.
One team does that. Just for the memes.
Buriram Exchanger fires with the side of GIDS. Alan's not knocked down. It's going to be Booms. Now, how can Alan try to save his mate? I don't think he can make it. Like, there's no time anymore. He's bleeding out. Couple of seconds takes and it's done for Booms. It's going to be a secure elimination for Tiger. Again, first blood.
Ow.
And also, speaking of which, I'm waiting for one team to actually execute sort of a different playstyle entirely. You know what?
Like how?
They have 4 players in a team, right?
Okay.
One player will take all just nades only. One player will take all just, weapons only. And one player taking, a mix of everything.
Okay, when you say nades only, means nothing else.
Nothing else.
Zero, zilch.
Yes. I'm talking about he's just going to toss nade by nade, Molotov and hand grenade. And not smoke, the explosive ones.
That means it's either nades or fists.
Yes,
that's all.
That's it.
Wow.
That's it. You live to fight like a man.
Wow. Wow. I like that. Fight like a man.
Just having one person in an entire team for that. I mean, it make wonderful support. And also maybe a game changer.
Wow. You know, that's an idea for PMCC players, Just saying, just putting it out there.
Please do.
Putting it out there. But I love this circle. At least it's not your typical Lost Donut circle. It goes towards Porto Prize. So that means it will challenge teams that likes to play on the high ground, on the outside of Porto Prize. So those will be the prime position in this kind of circle. That's why we can see that these teams, they're going towards that. Like SLD wants Buriram's compound, but Buriram happen to be there, and they'll be like, nope, we don't want any of that because they happen to be there first.
Oh, but wait, Vampire seems to be visiting Buriram as well. A lot of visitors for side of Buriram. Tiger still getting on one more, but it's going to be Sky taking on Goosey instead of the side of Buriram Tiger Axe. Feels like Vampires might actually take away these eliminations from afar if they want to, but no, they actually made a big U-turn listening to the fires against Buriram and SLD. I'm surprised Vampire not butting into the business here.
My brother Kenzo, Moody will not want to let you go. When you mentioned the name Moody, it reminds me of the Geek Fam coach back in the day. But Moody still following up for his teammate, and you know what? He'll be able to pick him up. Shouldn't be a problem for him. Plus, he can get cover fire from the other side as well. And SLD is pressured because one of their teammates is knocked down. So they're kind of like, you know, should we go pick up their teammate, focus on that or whatever? And that will give room for Kingzo to be picked up.
Now back to our strategy just now.
Okay.
One person take all the nades of explosion, right?
All right.
The other one is taking all the smoke because he's the one that actually going to revive everyone.
Okay, he's the doctor.
He's
right?
the doctor.
Right.
So he needs to take a lot of smokes. In this case, like, he cannot die. So his job is just to revive people.
Okay.
So the other two is like having a mix of everything.
Oh, okay. So the other two is like regular people.
Yeah, regular
Right.
player.
Right, regular player, right. Okay. Okay, I see that idea.
Yeah,
you know what? That could work.
That could work.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to play healing game, their doctor is going to outlive everyone else.
Yeah.
And in Sunhawk.
Yeah.
If you want an explosive, Nate's definitely will not running out at all.
Yeah.
But the other two just going to do what they do best, going to shoot for the side of silence.
He's going to be silenced.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it.
By Fnatic. So that's going to be a point. But Circle, I hope it doesn't go to Lost Learner. It's going to be such a cliche Circle, but I don't think so. I think it's going to go to the high grounds. And yes, the high grounds outside Porto Praiso, prime position. We can see teams trying to get it. We can see SLD trying to get one of those high grounds. But Buriram United happen to be there. Now, the southern teams will face the hardest part of coming into the circle because they need to face the high grounds that might be occupied.
Not just the high grounds is a problem. The uneven terrain is another one, as there are pits and valleys in between, making it so hard for them to actually land their shots and drop their nades down there. Even though they can see and getting themselves a high ground doesn't mean they can 100% see through everything. In this case, if Infinity couldn't spot out Rabies on the other end, we're sharing the same compound as SLD here, and a bit of a trading happened. So Chuan G, last member standing for the side of ShineLikeDiamond, SLD, in such a tough spot, but Kangso, what a perfect spray! But he whiffed it. It was a perfect line of sight.
I mean, to be fair, it's like super duper far. It's a 3x scope, so it's like, I'll give it to you, Kingzo. I'll give it to you. But anyway, if he gotten that, that would be, I think he's the last man. Yeah, he would have eliminated the entire SLD.
And also, they can reset for the entirety of Buriram, but right now they are resetting anyways. Finish off the rest of SLD being knocked down before. Now Chuang definitely will run. As SLD slowly being finished off by the side of Buriram, which dominating right now with a 6 elimination points total up. But Infinity now start to move. Happens to be right in the next door of Buriram player.
Okay, Rabbies. Oh no, what happened to Logan there? This could be an opportunity, but Duke will be gunned down. Who shot him? Frankie takes out Logan, taking advantage of that, and that's going to be a steal away towards the Xavier.
Now the Xaviers try to pop a couple of smokes, so Lamborghini can actually revive their mate. Hopefully, that they will not spot out by being in time. And one more team right across them, but eyes up on towards the side of the Xavier. Mela got caught by Boom Hexes from the back. It's going to be backstabbing. Boom is everywhere right now, scattered and about. As BN United take it on out Boom as well. We have two teams eyeing out Boom right now.
Oh, super duper close one. Boom right now, they're kind of separated. We can see that Hexas is at the lower ground. Bubuku at the higher ground. Has a buggy, probably going towards Hexas, but needs to be careful that the Infinity, they are in the compound. And not only that, Gatuni is on the high ground, so they're kind of nicely spread out. Like always, the Infinity, they know how to position themselves, that they're able to back up each other. But now move over to Alter Ego and the Xavier in front of them.
The Xavier's going for 1-3 formation as Alter Ego stepping up from the back line. Fnatic still touching the rim of a circle, eyeing out towards the side of Duke, who got his perspective angle work quite right for the rest of the team of the Xaviers guarding that side. But the circle will shift again. It's quite far off for the Xaviers and Alter Ego. While Yoodo Alliance got himself almost in the center, Vampires might get himself extra loot with that bonus drop. 4 rivals just next to them with GIDS. Allen again parked himself in a perfect spot. Look at the terrain. That's so crucial for GIDS stands there, not move too much.
Yeah, looking good for the teams that like to play the high ground or have already parked themselves at the high ground. So advantage again to Buriram United, this time to Yoodo Alliance and a couple of other teams there. Boom, not one of those teams. They are still on the lower ground in the city. And now they need to find their way up. But then again, the bad news is that the Infinity will be waiting for them. So looks like they're going to try to slip through the city, come out from the right side. That could be their best option. If not, they need to face up against the Infinity that has the advantage.
Now, so many teams outside of Circle, including the Xaviers, have to cut across 2 teams at a time. We're talking about TEM Entertainment already guarding this right from the start, and Bacon Time as well waiting at the other end. Infinity do have a better angle when it comes to compare with Bacon and also the side of the Xaviers. They're definitely in the innermost if you compare with all the other teams still out there. But the problem is they don't get themselves a high enough place like compound to actually see what's going on the other end.
The Xavier still needing to find their way through, but hey, Rabbis, who shoots in from behind? What's going to be Hexas from Boom? My goodness, Traps now needing down Trisman somewhere else, TEM Entertainment on the rim of the circle, but they're kind of busy with another team behind them. But speaking of teams close by, it's going to be Boom against the Xavier. They're going to fight at high ground.
Quite steep for the clear for the side of Boom. GIDS, Daybot start to move against the Xaviers, backstab them from slowly behind. And now climbing up and hiking up. Dirk is pretty low right now with Frankie trying to save on Raybase, but definitely didn't make it through and not enough time. Allen, on the other hand, taking it as Thanksgiving Day and just spray downwards, and then it's easy eliminations for him.
Oh, Daybot got down. Looks like GIDS has Allen. Allen, as usual, he likes to shoot from afar, and it's working out for him. He secures the elimination onto Lamborghini. The Xavier will lose another. The Xavier now down to the last man. Echo finishes up Pokey. And at the same time, Boo Boo Hoo tries to find his next target, and Frankie will be the one eliminated. That means the Xavier is out.
From really hot performance in the last match of Chicken, next one, the first one to be out. It's going to be really painful for the Xaviers to come back from the pits of the Dooms. We're talking about back towards the bottom of the overall leaderboard, I say, for the Xaviers performance. But back towards the circle and back to the other team. SLD also eliminated next. We're down to 13. Infinity News is everywhere. It's not with the team, but it's almost everywhere on the map. BN United try to just skirmish themselves towards in center, but they have to cut across 4 teams, including TEM Entertainment, Bacon Time, and also there's Alter Ego waiting at the other end. It feels like a tough challenge for BN United to get themselves a place here.
Oh, Zunos on this left. Looks like a little bit too late. Zunos will be taken down by Bevy from TEM Entertainment. Ravenclaw now has a high ground advantage against the Infinity. The Infinity play as a trio. Capone at the lower ground. He'll be pressured by the blue. Capone, what kind of room does he has to play with? And now looks like Circle famous Yoodo Alliance.
The only team that already got themselves inside of the compound, with Yoodo Alliance, Ripple Boy closely followed behind by the side of Geek Fam. But right now, it's going to be even higher placement or even higher positions. They need to hike up those teams. They didn't get themselves on where the circle is at right now. They're still fighting for their life just to get into the higher elevations of the ground, which is almost impossible because of the terrain. Look at this. It's always a gatekeeper in every single corner.
Yeah, there are so many teams close by each other. They were someone managed to slip in, but he's still on the outside of the circle, 299 meters away. Dave only has one first aid. Repo Boy will be shot down by Yohai. Yohai will be counterfired upon by Oleo and Geek Fam. Going against Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance winning the fight. Repo Boy can be picked up.
Oleo got only 4 seconds left here to reset himself, but really close by to the side of Geek Fam. Damn Rip bleeding out. Snipes trying to just find around the corner. Found it on Moody of Buriram. Definitely being shot, but he whiffed it so much. He didn't connect any of those. giving away his position to the side of Buriram. Geek Fam, they are also closing into the blue zone, which is not a great prospect coming from Snipes.
Oh, Newsy will be finished off by Onzen. Looks like the Infinity, they're not having a good time. Geek Fam needs to pick up Damroot, but Damroot, he's outside of the zone. He'll be taken about by the blue anytime soon. Buriram United putting pressure onto DVD. DVD still full score, but doesn't have the circle. The zone will start to put pressure onto them. Sky Only will start to move further forward to pick up his teammate. But can Sky Only pick up in time? That will be the question mark. DVD starting to move as well.
With a minivan, not the fastest, but yet the tankers of them all coming up from this vehicle. Boom, take it down on Vampires, who's quite in the open. Yoodo Alliance take it on Infinity, while DBD try to reposition themselves quite closer to the circle. But the problem is, it's quite a flat plane here when it comes to what's in front of them. Buriram can just stop them from moving forward. DBD just almost impossible to advance, while Vampire slowly closing in by Boom. A bit of a trade between these two teams. Bacon time eliminated next, while we're looking at Boom finish off by Vampires. Vampires placing at #1 spot when it comes to the top 16 in this chart.
And Stone was the one who eliminated Boom. And looks like the Vampires, they still maintain full squad. They just need to reset. Should be enough time for them. And now at the same time, we can see that Palmed gets 1 point set. That means TEM Entertainment is out at #8. 3 elimination 4 shots will be taken up by the blue. Break tries to get one on the moving vehicle that DVD is at. The shot starts connect, but not enough to take anyone down just yet. Break, second time around. Break now preparing a nade. Break by tossing out to the other side. DBD, they are stuck within the trench. Benzu at the forefront. Benzu will go at the close quarters combat against DBD. And Benzu gun down.
Oh, 1-8 to rule them all. Banter going to trade a bit more, but coming up from Soat, tossing out the Molotov, and with the UMP in the hand, also M416 break. Managed to get one on DBD. DBD kind of cornered now, left, right, center. Eliminated next, we're down to only 4. DBD caught himself in a pit of fire. That's going to be the pit of death for them.
Oh, we can see that Yoodo Alliance, they have a little bit of a compound there. At the same time, we can see that DBD eliminated #5, 3 elimination points. Alter Ego still in full squad. Yoodo Alliance trio, Buriram United trio, Box Gaming duo. Who will get the chicken dinner? Buriram United still needs to move into the circle. Some of them currently playing by the rim of it. They need to follow through.
This is a rare sight, having all different flags waving at the top 4 this time. Each region have their own representative this time as well. Sky was shredded almost his vast. Tried to spot out on Box Gaming. From afar they saw Alter Ego. Alter Ego, who quite spread it out thin here, have a different angle entirely for each of the players. Quite a dominant over the side of this circle. But the problem is Renare, the only one who's left behind. Have to cut across Yoodo Alliance from the back line. Pombit spot out Yoodo Alliance as well. They can outmaneuver Yoodo Alliance if they just pop their heads in the right timing. But Yoodo Alliance just focused on Buriram right now. We're down to 3, but definitely Alter Ego is the one backstabbing from behind.
Oh, Adilu notices Alter Ego. That's why he moved down to the lower tier of this rooftop. And now we can see that Adilu puts focus on the Alter Ego. At the same time, we can see that Shamil knocks down Sky Only from Buriram. Buriram, they could still be able to pick out Sky Only. Sky Only playing by the rim of it. Should be okay for them to reset.
Buriram still got a couple of structures in between. They managed to cover themselves a bit more. The terrain uneven right now. This side, Buriram hardly spotting the Yoodo Alliance, who got himself the only compound to work with in this corner. While Alter Ego spread it out again, tried to out-corner all the teams from afar. But Yoodo Alliance spot out Alter Ego at first, and they are closing towards the start of Yoodo Alliance to take up the challenge. Yoodo Alliance have to focus on 2 fights at the same time, while Alter Ego also being bombarded by Buriram from afar here. But definitely Alter Ego is kind of a tough catch. Because Buriram, they're going to have to challenge Yoodo Alliance, like it or not.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance don't need to move because they're still on the outside of the circle. While Alter Ego, they're all in there. Shamir right in front of Renare, but Renare doesn't know that Shamir is there. Just on the right side, Shamir is on low 50% health, but Renare is still letting it go. Potato seems to know where exactly Shamir is at. That means that Renare is taking care on the other side. Kingzo with low range on the Ripple Boy. Ripple Boy goes down, and now Kingzo with the rest of Buriram, they can get into the circle.
But here comes Potato, cook up a perfect nade. Jamil, can he actually evade that one explosion? Clipped quite a bit on Potato as well. With a micro Uzi, trying to find a different angle to work with. But BRU Moody spotted out on Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance losing down to only 1 man left.
Potato!
Spotted out by Moody. And there's going to be one more fight. Alter Ego being bombarded by Buriram from afar. Buriram just didn't whiff. They got every single objective that they need.
They have everything on point at this moment, but can they get the timing on point? 5 more seconds on the clock takes over. We got the fire point down to Temple Hell. Fnatic tries to take down members of Buriram United. They're currently controlling the situation, but the circle goes to no man's land. 15 seconds on the clock. Fnatic not letting Buriram United go. Yoodo Alliance still has Shamil.
Fnatic trying to find on Sky. Spot him out. But the shot is just too risky here. He don't want to jeopardize his own position. The moment he fires, it's going to giving away his position. Shamil on the other end trying to stay low as possible, trying to buy more time, hoping that one of these teams will go down first. While Renora and the rest of Alter Ego start to advance forward, they're going to force the fight. They're going to bring the fight to the side of Buriram right in the face here.
Renari takes on Shamil. Yoodo Alliance number 3, 6 elimination points. That's in the Buriram or Alter Ego. And now they're fighting for the chicken dinner. 10 elimination points for Alter Ego.
Finally, the Indonesians back into the match here with Alter Ego taking that chicken dinner away while they finally break the curse of the rubber chicken.
Wow, yeah. I know, right? I mean, okay, so after this, I'm going to say that, okay, if you want to get the chicken dinner today, you need to win the show match.
Maybe.
Is that the new motivation now?
Maybe we're going to have the entirety of it, 4 games after this all Indonesian teams. If this is the start. Because Alter Ego just now, they secured quite a number of eliminations still against Buriram, who forced the fight into them. Like they are the one who started the fight and drive towards the side. But it was really a close match between the 3. I mean, like Buriram still one of the team that's really consistent when it comes to Miramar though.
Yeah. Still at the top 3 or top 3, we still see a Thai team there.
Yep.
Yeah, so again, it takes another Thai team to take out another Thai team. I think that's like a theme right now.
At least for the Miramar today, we have all 4 different flags for the last ending.
Finally, something different.
Yeah, we have coming up from, I think, it was Box Gaming for Vietnam. It was also for Alter Ego Indonesia. There's also Yoodo Alliance for Malaysia. There's also Buriram for Thais. So that's a very equal of mix when it comes to the last few minutes. But the circle itself, I mean, like the terrain was really tricky to play with. It was so uneven. It's just so hard to land any shots, even though you got yourself high ground.
Yeah, it is. Because of this kind of terrain, the toughness of it is, it's not like it's elevation, but it's because of like what you said, how uneven the terrain is. Even if you bring a buggy or whatever vehicle, it's hard to play here because you will end up just flipping. That's why, when you can see, what we can see is that towards the final phase of the circle, there are very few vehicles. Like everyone just abandons them at some point and just goes on foot because it's easier that way at that kind of moment.
And also DBD, there's no other way except for them getting the elevation, and they got caught themselves in a sort of a pit there because they drove right into it and they're just digging their own grave. The moment you are stuck in a pit where you're driving, that's where, like you mentioned before, a lot of the teams abandon their vehicles for these many reasons. Because of this terrain, it's just not drivable. If you try to drive yourself, you might flip. And also, you got caught in a pit and there's no way out of there. And one nade just pretty much can obliterate the entire team within just seconds.
Yeah, and it really, if you use it during the early stage to get to a checkpoint, that's okay. Because they still have a lot of room to play. But towards like maybe the 4th, 5th circle, that's where it gets really iffy. Because like, it's just not vehicle friendly. But Alter Ego, just look at the travel distance, the longest of all. They're almost like what, 3 times Yoodo Alliance, like almost 2 times-ish Buriram, double Boss Gaming. For them to get the chicken dinner, they worked so hard for it.
But here comes Alter Ego with 13 elimination points, quite a number. With Buriram got themselves 11 here, securing 28 and 23 points respectively. But there's so many teams still not getting, 2 teams specifically, SLD and 4 Rivals, didn't manage to secure any points at all.
Yeah, no points for SLD and 4 Rivals. A little bit tough here for both teams, but for at least we have 2 teams with double-digit elimination. It happened to be another Thai team. Buriram had to be up there as well, not letting any of those stats go.
That's true. And speaking of which, yeah, we did mention about FaZe and also Ego Esports not playing well. That's sort of a statue, or that the overall ranking will not change that much when it comes to number 1 spot. We do know that for a fact. But the 2nd place and 3rd place, though, how much of a difference they will have for the gap? Well, we're going to hover around our MVP of the day. It's going to be Fnatic with 800 over damage. It's going to be the average one with 5.0 of MVP points and 5 eliminations. I have to say, there's a lot of the players just now. I mean, like that's like just now. There's not much of a flashy plays, anyways.
It's not. It's pretty straightforward in this round. It's like, okay, you just get on foot, you just finish off your opponents that's closest to you, and you wrap up the game. What's interesting to me about the stat is that if we look at the player data, longest elimination distance against the average data, it's really big for Fnatic, and well, it's Miramar, so I kind of get it. If any long range eliminations, it had to come from this map.
But for the overall rankings, like we mentioned, FaZe and Vampire still stay where they are, but the gap is even closer, where Buriram start to catch up with only 19 points of difference between the third and second place, while the third and fourth is a bit of a gap still, but it's going to be just 2 points in between. Bacon Time is going to be 10 points different towards the fourth, and also Ego Esports climbing down because they're not playing just now.
Yeah, so they will have opportunities to regain those points, and let's see what happens, because it's only about 4 points difference with Bacon Time, so it's very doable. In fact, it's also doable towards Yoodo Alliance depending on how they perform. Only like a 15 points difference. One chicken dinner with an average amount of eliminations, they'll be able to overtake Yoodo Alliance as well. So it's still pretty much open for the Eagles. It's not ended yet because they just didn't play. But I think by the end of the day, it still looks like there will be that little bit of a gap between the Thai teams. We won't see like one straight down tie. Yoodo Alliance will still be out there looking at how they perform in Miramar.
Yep, but that's it. I mean, like, we're gonna hop on to the next Miramar map again, but for now, I think we're gonna head to break after this. So definitely we want to thank our sponsors none other than Realme GT Neo 3 with the latest MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. Definitely one of the best phones you can actually use. But just to recap what really happened of a match game just now, also one of the most tight games of all.
Yeah, so we have the flight path here. As usual, it's a beautiful flight path, right? But we've seen this throughout, so beautiful from the production team. But anyway, so look at where Alter Ego positions themselves. La Cabrera is their common drop spot. They travel slow. That's why they take out the blue. That's why they have a big number when it comes to time spent within the blue, because this is their playstyle. They don't mind tanking out the blue, coming in a little bit later. It's almost like the Arrow Wolf, but not that extreme. Like Arrow Wolf is like super extreme. Like they tank out the blue, that's one. In the circle, they still can. But for Alter Ego, they're kind of like the spiritual successor to Arrow Wolf, right? So they kind of like they still have 50% of that, but when they get into the circle, that's where they start to really fight, and they can take those fights. That's why they're the only one of the two teams that got double-digit eliminations in this round. So that was, I mean, they found a balance. And looking at how the meta has shifted for the game itself, you cannot be absolutely passive anymore. Back then, it was just a miracle run for them, in my opinion, and I think it was just a one-hit wonder. After that, the following season it didn't really work out for Arrowwolf, so yeah, it was what it was. But now we can see clearly that the meta is you have to play a little bit more aggressive, hence for them, Alter Ego, the spiritual successor to Arrowwolf, they play it with a balance. They still maintain whatever gave them success at that time, and they still have that fight, and they've grown in terms of firepower. But just look at the map currently. The teams that try to get the high ground has that little bit of advantage, but because circles ship away, Yoodo Alliance had to fight with either side, and they are kind of sandwiched between Alter Ego and Buriram United.
But at the same time, if you look at the last few circles, right? I mean, like, Yoodo Alliance was, even though being decimated at third place, but they still got the high ground. Whoever got the higher ground here in quite early on, except for Alter Ego, they're playing around the slope of a hill. You can't be on top or you can't be at the bottom. You have to be in between the last minute because you want to abuse the terrain where you can actually see through. Whoever is actually on top just now was a flat plane. It's actually easy for them to actually drop the grenades and everything else. But again, we want to thank none other than Realme GT Neo 3, the latest chipset or Dimensity 8100 5G. Definitely your phone to be awakened in PUBG Mobile. Also, thank you so much for our official live stream partner, which is going to be TikTok. Hashtag be the one for a TikTok challenge, and follow all our official PUBG Mobile pages, which is going to be PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esport.sg, and also PUBG Mobile Official PH. And also, since we're going to head into our dinner break, don't forget to try your code for our featured food delivery partner, which is going to be Grab, with 50% off Grab food. So you have to order it right now with PUBGM as your code. PUBGM. It's going to be all capitals and only for new users. So terms and conditions apply.
Terms and conditions apply. There must be a way to say it, right? But anyway, as mentioned by Juju, we're going to take a break here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to grab your meals. We'll be seeing you after this break.
Chúng ta lại gặp nhau rồi. Cảm giác được mời thẳng vào mùa này với tư cách là nhà vô địch mùa trước chắc không phải ai cũng hiểu được. Vậy nên mục tiêu của chúng tôi thì cũng đơn giản thôi, bảo vệ chức vô địch.
เรื่องนั้นมันก็หลายเดือนมาแล้วนะ แต่ได้ข่าวว่าพวกนายเกือบไม่ได้แชมป์ในรายการเวียดนามทำคะแนนเท่ากับอันดับที่ 2 แล้วยังจะมีหน้ามาบอกว่าจะรักษาแชมป์เอาไว้เนี่ยนะ
Brother, I advise you all to be more realistic, set small goals like us, something like getting first place for 4 weeks straight.
Hai boy, kita ketemu lagi ternyata. Waktu liga kemarin kelihatannya gampang banget ya untuk menang. Sekarang kita ketemu di SEA, yuk pasti udah nggak high lagi nih.
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะมาเพื่อล้างแค้นแต่ทีมของผมอ่ะมาเพื่อทวงคืนเกียรติอยู่ต่างหาก
Korang tak payah beria lah. Si spring lepas pun saya tak nampak korang. Kali ni korang rasa korang boleh ke?
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะเข้าไปได้2 ครั้งอ่ะอย่าพูดมากเลยรอกินกระสุนของผมในสนามดีกว่า
Seingat gua di aturan nggak ada poin buat tali sejarah deh. Kalian percaya diri banget ya. Gua jadi nggak sabar lihat muka kalian waktu aku kalahin.
รอบนี้มีทีมไทยเข้าร่วมทั้ง 6 ทีม แค่นี้ก็ดูออกแล้วป่ะว่าภูมิภาคไหนแข็งแกร่งที่สุด
Mùa này có nhiều đội hơn thì đã sao? Mùa trước Thái Lan cũng 5 team nhưng nhà vô địch vẫn là DX đấy thôi.
Tapi peluang korang untuk kali ni nak juara 1/16 terlalu nipis lah.
This GIDS are a bit overconfident, but no matter where you go, I will make sure you guys as the backdrop of Geek Fam.
ทุกคนน่ะคิดว่ายูไฮเป็นเด็กอัจฉริยะแต่พวกผมไม่คิดงั้นนะพวกผมเองอ่ะก็เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไปเจอในสนามดีกว่า
Don't stress so much. Losing to us is actually not that embarrassing.
Gue yang di akhir gue tutup ya. Kalian semua tim teratas dari setiap region. Kata-kata tauntingnya juga udah gue dengar semua. Gue tunggu kalian semua di PMGC.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Noosa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Noosa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Ziplines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the first floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
We're back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. My name is Circla, together with the amazing Choo Choo right beside me. And what else is amazing is our official smartphone partner, that is Realme. As you can see here, this is the GT Neo 3 that comes together with the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset. And also official livestream partner TikTok, hashtag be the one TikTok challenge, and follow our official PUBG Mobile page, that is PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. Don't forget our official food delivery partner, that is GrabFood, and with 50% off GrabFood promo code PUBGM only for new users, up for grabs. Terms and conditions apply. And now we will be heading into our next game, but before that, a little bit of a recap.
As usual, definitely we want to recap what really happened on that Mirama just now. We have been taking a lot of, like, for the entire week number 1, a lot of, like, 90% of the circle has been the circle that we've never seen before. Like, there are some, like, power grid, definitely, like, when it comes to Wrangle, but these days it has been so hard to predict the circle. Even just now, it's down towards Puerto Paraíso, making it so unpredictable. But Alter Ego, they just got themselves that chicken just now, and Buriram definitely still one of the most consistent team throughout the entire week, starting off day number 3 and day number 2 here, down to even last day. Buriram still managed to squeeze in for the team to focus on. But for Alter Ego, they will not be playing for the next round, which is going to be a bit of a bummer because they just managed to secure themselves a chicken for Indonesian team, which has been quite the longest time that we've seen Indonesia get themselves that chicken here.
Yeah, so, well, looks like the rubber chicken curse is off now that they got the chicken dinner, and Fnatic was the star man for Alter Ego earlier on. 827 damage dished out. Second place was Moody for Buriram United. We haven't seen much of him before this. It was other players, but he was amazing. So coming in at third place was Adit Luke for Yoodo Alliance. And now, that's that from the previous round. Now we look forward to the next match. A, C, D, and E will be playing. That means Group B will be taking a break. Group B consists of The Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego, which has got the Sunset Chicken Dinner, and Yoodo Alliance will be sitting this out. And we'll be watching the rest of the teams playing, which also means that the Eagles, they are back to take that spot away from Yoodo Alliance.
And when we speak of Eagles, means they are the same group as the FaZe Clan, which going to be a will FaZe, just going to stretch even further when it comes to the gap. NFT and Same Now, who happens to be in the same of Group C right now, NFT do actually have fair better when it compared to Sem9. Is it one of the many reasons why Sem9 is not performing? Is they are in the same group of FaZe and Eagles. No matter how they want to part ways, it's almost impossible. And also it's going to be like Chumacera quite occupied, and a lot of a southern team also when it comes to a Group C playing. But also we want to just remind you guys that Nusa, you watched over for the show match earlier today.
Yeah, this is the Nusa map that comes together with a new tactical crossbow. So do try it out. In case you want a preview of how the Nusa map looks like, you can watch back the show match earlier on. That was quite interesting. Observers gave us a decent amount of graphics to view and to preview the Nusa map itself. If not, during the advertisement, you would have seen how it's used. The tactical crossbow can be used tactically or as a weapon itself.
Well, we're done with the panoramic view for Nusa. Now we're jumping back to our cosmetics here, which is going to be Clairvoyant Fox set. And the Midas Fortune set, if you get yourself the RPM 15, the latest Royal Pass, which is available right now for you guys to purchase. And also, just rank up your mission and get yourself all the Battle Pass rewards. It's going to be an easy task for most of us. As long as you play PUBG Mobile every day, it's going to be always something new for you. And speaking of set, definitely we have another double set, which is going to be the ultimate set next, Cloud.
Yeah, the ultimate set that is currently available, as you can see on screen, is the Spectral Swan set, as well as the Cosmic Inquisitor set. And this is going to be the first time as well that we have a double set as part of the Lucky Spin. So don't forget to try it out. Make this as part of your collection. If you prefer to play the male version, you can go for the Cosmic Inquisitor set. If you prefer the female version, you can go for the Spectral Swan set. Whatever it is, do collect it together with the Royal Pass as well. So that is it for the new sets that's currently in game. Now, speaking about in-game, we're going into Miramar again. Round 2 Miramar.
Yeah, but it's a dot. Like today, we've seen a lot of Northern Flight Path, Southern Circle. Is the contradiction between those two? So I'm not sure if it's gonna be the same when it comes to the next circle. Because just now we ended up onto a Puerto Puerto, which is so rare. We don't really have that kind of circle back in the days. Maybe we're gonna get a Los Seagulls finally, based on today's circle's rotation, if that happens again. But you know, back to as a topic. It actually was some of you guys listening to us right now regarding, you know, we talked about the difference of PUBG Mobile playstyle for certain teams, and the one that actually take a grenade for the entire team and so wherever, and like do something new, right? And one question popped in the comment section.
Okay.
What happens if those actually with the most utilities dies? That's the thing. Don't die.
Wow.
That's a challenge for you.
Wow, that is a very interesting challenge.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't die.
What if I die? Or what if he dies? It's like, just don't die.
Yeah, just don't die.
Oh.
Don't die. And that's not going to be the case for the teams that's not making up when it comes to the ranking points as well for today.
Oh.
We're talking about the second page. Don't die.
It's like, what if I don't get a chicken dinner? Don't die.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you don't die, then you get a chicken.
Yeah. Big brain moment, right? My goodness. But what else is big brain? It's our prediction. Oh, you're back to TEM.
I mean, like, come on, give it a shot, right?
Okay.
Come on, you can do it.
Yeah, TEM didn't play in the previous round, right?
Yeah.
So that's why you switched. And I think you got TEM.
And they played. What do you mean they didn't play? They didn't.
They did, right?
They didn't play.
Oh, they played.
I just want to have them a bit of a, you know, give them another chance to try. Secure just one time. The only team in the first page, no chicken, is going to be TEM Entertainment.
Okay, don't
They're
ask
not
me
just
why
the-
SEM9. It wasn't my choice.
I mean, like, hey, for me, I would have voted for SEM9 because they are one of a Malay team that don't have any chicken yet as well.
And them and 4 rivals, right?
Yeah,
But
just
they are
two of
pushing it. Like yesterday, they had like yesterday or the day before, they had like, you know, that sort
Close
of like
enough.
close enough sort of game that they almost got it. Just that it wasn't their time yet. So yeah, okay. I mean, if production thinks so, let's give it a go. I'm still waiting for production to get it right, and if they do, they're all getting bonuses, right?
What
So,
bonuses are we talking?
head producer is going to give them like a big bonus or something.
Oh,
like
maybe
a big
a cookie.
raise if
A
they can
cookie.
get it right.
I mean, like, a cookie would be great.
I'll
We,
take a
we
cookie.
could use a cookie right now.
Yeah, I don't mind a cookie though.
Yep.
Something nice and sweet.
Yeah, something sort of sweet and warm.
Double chocolate. Oh my goodness. Okay, they're hearing this. They're hearing this. So you know, next break, we might have a double chocolate cookie waiting for us. I don't know. I wouldn't mind.
I wish we can, you know, wrap things up fast so the shop's not closed yet.
So we can go get the double chocolate
Yes.
cookies.
Yes, I like the white chocolate macadamia cookies.
Oh yeah.
This one is better.
They're all good. Whatever that's chocolate based and cookies, it's always nice.
Whatever
it
that,
hardly
it's
goes
not
wrong.
just cookies. Whatever chocolate base is just good.
Yeah. Just you know, like sometimes it's just like you have like a bowl of chocolate and you just dip it and you eat it. Just
Chocolate,
like that.
chocolate literally is everything.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's just like what's going to be everything in our next round. Miramar is going to be on the line. It's also happened to be a chocolate map. Let's go.
It's not the sandy dunes anymore. It's going to be a very chocolate map, as mentioned by Sir Cloud. So it's going to be a really tough chocolatey moment for some of the teams. Now, I really want to get some chocolate myself. You mentioned just now. I hope you guys get a really good grab a promo just for your dinner before heading into the break just now. And definitely now I want to feel like eating something with different chocolate. I'm like strawberries, marshmallows.
Marshmallow. Yeah.
Marshmallows.
I'll take that over strawberry.
s'mores. Or making it a bit of s'mores and dip into chocolate after that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as long as it's chocolate, I'm fine.
Even chocolate waffles taste good right now.
Oh my goodness, you just
I
have
think everybody's like, even the production crew, our
Everyone's
sound
like, no.
guy. Our sound guy's like just licking his lips. Yeah, that sounds tasty, yeah. Yeah. With peanut butter, chocolate.
No! You know our sound guy cannot mute us, you know. He has to listen to
But
everything we
it's good,
say.
right? You have to admit it's good. It's
Yeah, he's giving the thumbs up, right? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, there you go. He loves the chocolate waffle with
Everybody
peanut
loves
butter on
chocolate.
it.
If you don't like chocolate waffle, something is wrong
Yeah,
with you.
you have an issue. Like, you have a problem, go seek therapy.
Chocolate is therapy. But flight path again on the northern side, more towards than the southern. So, but this time, wow. Interesting circle on top of Al-Azhar.
Okay.
And on top of the flight path as well. Whoever actually dropped way far, like I'm talking about Boom here, Ego Esports Boom, they can take their own sweet time. It's not that too far still, but they are the furthest away from the safe zone. So we do know when it comes to the terrain, especially when it comes to Miramar these days, you cannot get late into the party because why? The circle is unpredictable. The circle ends up in a terrain that's such a tight spot to squeeze yourself into in the last minute.
I want to say unless you're Alter Ego, but Alter Ego isn't playing, so that's fine. So that's okay for them. But I like this kind of circle. It's fresh, it's new, it's not something we get all the time. It's like on the top right. So normally, like, if the closest to this kind of circle is like, oh, we get a typical middle circle or maybe in a hacienda and that's about it. But this time it's like, oh, you get the top right. Oh, okay, that's pretty nice. So
as long as don't shift to left side.
Oh yeah, please don't. Please don't.
Too
I'll
early
roll
for
my
us to be
eyes.
thankful for it.
Yeah, the door is that way, you know. If that happens.
But it's kind of rare sight these days to get a generous circle. For the teams, even though the circle was a bit wonky and a bit too much on the right side as initial one, but they still managed to secure themselves a couple of loot and a couple of compounds to work with, not clashing with other teams. No early skirmishes. I'm not sure about around Picardo. Is there any contest coming up on that side? It seems like very quiet so far. So I guess there's nothing happening still. For FaZe, especially.
Yeah, so the last we saw, like, when they were in the process of landing, like, Picardo was kind of like, okay. So it seems that it's uncontested. I mean, come on. Frankly speaking, would you really want to contest FaZe Clan for it? That's number one, it's FaZe Clan. Number two, is it really that worth it? We can see that a lot of teams, like, they start to not really care about dropping in the middle. They drop wherever they like.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like, even by the sides, it's not that bad because you don't need to worry about your behind. You just need to worry about your front, that sort of thing.
Kind of true.
So, yeah.
You mentioned about worrying what's in front more. In this case, I want to highlight about these Avies. They're always focused on tunnel vision on what's in front only. It's so hard for us to see them playing on the flank.
Yeah, very.
Like, it is just so hard to survive here if you don't be creative in your formation for the teams. We saw how Infinity played that before, right? And we saw Alter Ego did that with the spread coming out on every angle. Almost all the team that managed to secure themselves in the top spot and also getting themselves that chicken, all of them are so creative towards getting into the fight. It's not straightforward, just march and tunnel vision on what's in front. You have to think about the other angles, the other perspective that you're not looking into. In this case, these saviors really have to work things quite a lot.
Yeah, we saw, like, the last couple of days, like, whenever they lose fights, it's like, oh, they're so focused on teams right in front of them, like they forgot that it's another team. Like, they didn't scout the area, instead they scout that particular compound, for example, so they know that, okay, someone's there. But because they don't know the area, the surrounding, that there's someone else, they got caught. Like, for example, that fight inside of Erangel, like, they were trying to get the compound where 4 Rivals is at, but behind them there's Yoodo Alliance shooting from behind. So it just shows that the level of tunnel vision is just extreme. And there were a couple of other similar incidents as well, but today so far, because they got the chicken dinner, that was kind of nice, that was kind of okay. The previous time we didn't really see anything significant for the Xavier. So let's see after a few rounds how comfortable they are with their current so-called new found setup.
Hopefully fast enough. Now, they got themselves the first chicken of the day. The next one, they just really went cold. I'm talking about the first one to be out. It just really feels like the Xaviers are not prepared to be in the PMPL South Asia yet. We're talking about the team, it's still the first week or whatever, it's like still the first day. That's not the excuse anymore. You have the entire week, 5 days to warm up. And today is already the last day of week number 1. We're going to close things up and give the bonus point later on. And if these guys still didn't realize how dire they need of a point right now, I don't have anything else to say, because it's just still a gap. I mean, all the teams up there already got themselves a triple digit. This is just a gap between them. Like, the least you can do is try to close off the gap. Even though you got yourself a 16 point, at least it's not that big of a of the gap in between. Like, not until 20 points and above.
Yeah, at the end of the day, for the Xavier and all the other teams, except if you're FaZe Clan, every step matters, every placement matters, because yeah, we are still counting the points towards the league bonus points and so on and so forth. So even if the Xavier, like, look at their current, like, if we just take on the right side that chart as an example, even if they can overtake 4 rivals, even if it's Geek Fam, even if it's like 1 or 2 by the end of the day, it means a lot, or it means something, because you never know what will happen next week. You don't want to be like, oh, just because of that 1 point, they got themselves at number 16 and then or number 17, and then they're not able to go on to the grand final. So that's something that you need to manage from the start. There's no point of like, okay, hoping for it to fall to you by week 3 when sometimes it's just too late, because we've seen that kind of punishment in other in the countries before. If they perform during the final week but not every other week, there's not much of a point.
That's the usual case for BN United mostly. Almost every tournament we talk about a PMRC right before PMPL South Asia. I'm surprised that BN United didn't actually change much based on the PMRC performance. In the final day, they actually really did quite well. Now BN United is not playing this round. Okay, even if they play, they're gonna be in the top 20. So it's not really that much of a difference anyway. But what I'm surprised is gonna be the Xaviers and also.
Ooh.
Never mind, the Xaviers actually tried to make a comeback here. Definitely will try to prove us wrong. Try and take out NFT Batman, secured Lamborghini with 1 point. Now Drone being knocked down, so Duke on the other end. Now feels like the Xaviers have a better grasp about what's happening.
Yeah, it seems more like it. We can see the spread really confident, and they seem to have done their homework to be like, okay, no other teams nearby. So they took advantage over NFT with 2 of them currently down, so they have the manpower advantage as well. We do know that Sorvel is in the compound, but not too sure about his other teammate. Maybe he built it for placement points instead. But what's going to be important, of course, is going to be the next phase of the circle. You can see that a lot of teams go straight in to somewhere in the middle because where the circle is at. But of course, before they know that, a lot of the popular checkpoints are in the middle of the circle. I mean, there are just too many for me to name. But in general, wherever you see that they're at, without a vehicle not moving right now, that's where some of the key checkpoints are.
Oh, Rafael just gave away his position with that premature shot. It's definitely going to be down and finished off. Last member for NFT. Where is the last player of NFT?
Yeah, nowhere to be found.
Ramones.
Yeah, Ramones.
Wait, how far did they separated themselves there?
I think this is like somewhere on the left. I'm not too sure. It feels like it's really, really far, but I guess at this point it doesn't really matter since he's the last man standing. But the Vampires going up against Box Gaming into the compound. But oh, another fight here. It takes another Thai team to take out another Thai team. It's going to be TEM Entertainment against FaZe Clan.
TEM Entertainment spot out Lycan, spray it over. Feels like a perfect spray, but it's just going to explode the vehicle instead of the person itself. Lycan still can barricade himself with that cascade of the vehicle, but Anza finish off Lycan straight away from the back line where they push. Tony K on the other hand tried to take the compound for himself by forcing a nade towards Mormon. While Pavi gonna give an extra hand. Onzen being taken down by the side of Venturis. Now the one actually losing this is gonna be TEM Entertainment so far.
Yeah, TEM Entertainment looks like they're in the tough spot. Of course, they're going up against the top team, FaZe Clan for now. Nade on Tony K does connect, but now Tony K couldn't switch to his weapon. Unfortunately, he'll be taken out by Mormon. And TEM Entertainment may just win this fight without Tony K on FaZe Clan's side.
It's really a big win if they can actually take this through. But Vampires putting their nose into this business as well. They get MR5 trying to build this one, but almost exploded a minivan. MR5 last tick of health, tried to reset himself with the first 8. While Shrap's just going to let that one go with a mini 14. Spot it out on TEM Entertainment for the next few circles. Definitely the 3 Thai teams are fighting each other out. We're talking about TEM Entertainment still haven't landed himself any chicken, but they are one of them up there on the top 6 there.
Oh no, MR5 now headshot onto him, down to 20% of health. It's gonna be tough for MR5 now. He's caught out in the open. His vehicle, not too sure what the status is like, but it doesn't look good for MR5. The Vampires, they'll be happy to take that point away, but MR5 still survives as Mika will be finished off by Gosu.
Box Gaming slowly close from behind. Geek Fam is fighting at SLD at the same time. MR5 still couldn't budge. He got himself a couple of smokes. He opened up the smoke bridge here, trying to get himself back towards into the smoke, but the smoke will dissipate anytime soon. He's running low in resources. At the same time, not much of that box for him to reloot himself, to replenish his resources that already gone down the drain by now. GIDS Nissel still got... I'm not sure is he giving away his first aids, but he's not healing up either.
Yeah, it's taking up his time now. But he's quite far from the circle though. 1,700 meters. 16 bandages. It should be fairly okay. Still
Why is he not healing up?
Why is he not healing up?
Snizzle, yeah, he actually got a lot of band-aids, a lot of first aid.
I think it's timing it. Because he wants to maximize the usage. Like if he heals up too early, then it's like, you know, you don't get the maximum efficiency out of your healing items. Yeah, that's the logical sense, I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of true because we saw just now he reset himself in the last minute again. So I think GIDS is coming in very late, but they're going to be okay. But outside of 4 rivals, there's going to be a bit of a spread between them. And so far, things didn't work out well at all for 4 rivals. Now, we haven't seen Jumper play yet. I'm not sure if he's going to hop into the second week or third, but for the side of FaZe, MR5 finally been discovered by Vampires, start to scout things out. And also TEM Entertainment closing into the side of MR5. Now, it's been caught into 2 ways here. MR5 stuck where he couldn't get out anymore.
Traps with a high ground. There are 2 teams in front of him, and both happen to be Thai teams. Now it feels like again we're watching like the PMPL Thailand, but then again Baby gets the first knockdown to MR5. MR5 finished off by Baby. TEM Entertainment is in the house.
That leaves 1 more player for the side of FaZe. I'm not sure who left because we did actually witness Tony K finish off early on. But TEM Entertainment, the moment they finish off the side of MR5, that gives away their position to the side of Vampires. But Vampires don't want to leave their elevations yet. They're going to stay there for a bit more. I think that's left with only Victorious, possibly, for the side of FaZe, right? Tony K and Like can be finished off. And just now MR5, yep, there's going to be Victorious left. That's it. I'm not sure where he's at.
Yeah, he seems to have built this and focus on positioning points, considering he's the last man standing. Now, okay, so one thing to consider as well. Now the gap between FaZe Clan and Vampires is 20. It's actually 31. Yeah, 31 points. So very, very likely whatever happens as well in this round, looking at how the average points the teams collected, FaZe Clan will still be on top. But if one more round they do a boo-boo, Vampire could overtake them.
That's true. Now Vampire is also on fire right now. Where Chua taking on GIDS, they bot on the ground. Oh, Chua, what a valiant effort. Fighting 2v1. And Snizzle, the last one of all, coming in for GIDS with a nice jump shot. Twanty tried to actually do a bit of damage control, helping Chua from afar. Hopefully he made it on time. I'm sure he had got himself any couple of grenades to toss around. But Namchin got caught. Same goes Alan. Where is Alan? Alan again did so much play here. Even though he got chucked down by the blue zone.
Okay.
No, he can actually shoot from that far.
Very interesting strategy from Alan, but this time it doesn't seem to be working for GIDS. His shot's not connecting. He has a vehicle. He needs to move right now. 3rd to 4th phase of circle. He only has 1 first aid out in the open. Big shot at Alan is in trouble, but Alan seems to be able to get away a second time around. Namshin tries, but Alan is still alive after all that. He only has 1 first aid. Managed to get not only into someone safer, but to his teammate even.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully he can actually pick up one of his teammates here right now with a couple of smokes. He got himself 5 grenades to work with and double smokes still in his stash. But for 4 rivals, Spotted out Moody, Buriram, is this the last player? No, not really. There are still 3 players in there. And 4 rivals taking a bit things slower, waiting for the blue zone to shrink, then only they move. But on the side of GIDS just now, they're really close of losing the entirety of GIDS. Lucky enough, he got himself that vehicle to run away in the last minute.
Yeah, that was so close for Alan earlier on. He could have either been taken out on the outside of the blue, or maybe whatever happened, or maybe his teammate was kind of like a bait and he went towards him and that'll be it for him. But, well, he managed to survive, so that's what matters. But Twanzi on the other end, unfortunately not that lucky. F1 is the closest one to Twanzi. The only guy who could pick him up at this moment, down to 50% health. The nade from D Xavier, super duper annoying. He's going to focus on trying to pick up his teammate, but looks like not. Twanzi goes down to the zone. Duke tries to get more for himself, but not able to do so because of the terrain.
I feel like we might end up having a warfare on top of the urban warfare of El Azhar, based on where the circle's at right now, and even the blue zone just not covers Chris DeVille. It means that it's not going to be ended up on Tierra Bronca. So we might end up on Altar. Back to the side of Boom. Yummy. Toss out a nade that's fully cooked. A bit lopsided, which is going to be not a clipping on Dammer and Geek Fam. Take it on Octa. It's going to be 1-2-1 trade. Snipes trying to play around the corner, play on the back line. And Snipes closing in and finish off one of the Boom players. Secures elimination. Translated. But Hexa's taken down by Yuhan from back. But they just out-cornered each one of them. Boo-boo-hoo. Oh man, Geek Fam eliminated, but it's not done and dusted because Vampire now taking the fight here.
Ooh, we're not done yet with this fight, yeah? So now we have Vampires against Boom. NFT as well. Number 15, 0 elimination points. Boo Boo seems to be in trouble, but we're switching over to the Eagles. Immediately eliminated. FaZe Clan, same as well, but very likely they'll still be on top after this. Pretty much after whatever happens, considering the average elimination points. Vampire might still be number 2, but they definitely can close up the gap.
Yep, for maybe by end of today, we have finally FaZe be taken out the throne. Unless if they go really a monster run again when it comes to the last minute. Lamborghini is not happy, but he's definitely going to shoot down. What a nice spray coming out from the side of Lamborghini, taking on 2 members of 7-9 without any whiffing. So efficient, but at the same time, don't have enough first aid to sustain himself outside of the blue zone, and Happy just going to make it sure 4 rivals will gatekeep these Davids from crossing over.
Now we do see that the circle doesn't favor Lamborghini. How many first aid does he has? I'm curious right now because we're moving to the 5th stage. Only one?
This is going to be the last one, and he's the last member for these Davids as well.
Alright, it's going to be tough because he has to deal with Happy, but the counterfight from the other side, he doesn't have any more first aids. He's done for. He doesn't have any bandages. He has probably like 2 bandages. It's not going to be significant enough. And there you go. D Xavier is out.
Well, at least he get to deny his own points there.
True.
Not giving away to a 7-9 or 4 rivals, who's actually taking the northern side. Well, Bacon Time Buriram having a go in the center. That's more interesting to see because it's actually in an open road. Buriram and Bacon Time is always the time fighting against each other. Same goes for the Malaysians there. 4 rivals try to butt into Bacon's time lair. But at the same time, they have to be extra careful because 7-9 start to sniff their positions on the right side.
Ooh, 7-9 playing by the edges. But now we have 4 rivals as well. Also, just behind the blue, they need to move 5 seconds on the clock. They are still outside of it. But there's another team waiting for the Bacon Times waiting on the lower ground. But where would they go? If they go towards Bacon Time, obviously they need to win the fight.
Now I'm waiting for the Thai teams. Feeling like a bit lackluster for them when it comes to performance of final day here. But definitely, the only Thai team that's really going all in aggressive today is going to be Vampires. We saw how aggressive they are. And they're still going for their hunting trip towards all the other teams out there. Smap taken down. SLD coming up from Box Gaming afar. It's going to be across all the way from the high grounds, elevations. And Box Gaming spotted out on the side of SLD, but I have to be extra careful because Vampires start to close into the side of Box there.
Box Gaming have the high ground, but then again, they do not have the circle. They need to fight against SLD. Both from the same region. Break will be counterfired for 10% of health left. Bensu together with Trisme. They need to back up his teammate. Looks like one of them will be gunned down. Smap will be taken out by Soa as a counterfire. But 7-9 sees all the action. 7-9 just needs to be careful that 4 rivals is coming closer and closer. They are all still on the outside of the zone.
Dip spotted out and Happy. The 4 rivals at the same time, they're taking a fight against Bacon Time. They already start to push in, but they're split into 2-2 here because another one at the back line. Happy still just too focused on towards the 7-9, but Juan managed to secure on one spray on towards a Box Gaming, but SLD and Box, they're just in the center of attention of everyone else. And it's just really tough to watch them go down one by one here.
Ooh, a spray from Trongsin immediately deleted Box Gaming with one elimination, number 9. Beautiful coming in indeed. Harm now has the high ground. Then he's in the circle, but then again the bad news is that he is the only player left for 7-9. If he gets shots down, immediately deleted. Oh, he's in trouble now. Goes to almost getting it, but Harm gets away, but the zone will take down Harm.
And it's also, it's still there. Harm is actually saved by the zone because Ghost are being clipped off by the blue zone at the same time. Now this gives opportunity for Harm to actually push forward. But Vampire spotted out unhappy. Vampire is just gatekeeping every single team try to push because they got their elevations, they got themselves the view, they got themselves the prime spot. And also, whoever tried to pass over this street is going to be really going for death sentence there. And Harm is just in the middle of all the titans that are out in the open.
Oh, Buriram United. Sky only is on the other side, but now the focus is between DVD and TEM Entertainment. Voki gun down Jimmy from afar. Moment together with Bevy at the forefront. They want to secure those elimination points. Echo will be taken out by Moment, but Bevy will be counter fire point, taken out by Yen. Yen is still active on the other side. Moment will pick up his teammate. At the same time, we can see that DVD is out at number 8 without any elimination points. But now the long reach from Stone. Knockdown one out of TEM Entertainment.
The Vampire's gone really well, same goes for SLD with 9 eliminations. Well, also for the Vampire, they try to secure for more. A lot of knockdowns coming out from them, but it's just sealing the deal is a bit hard for them in this state. Shrap still taking on Voki with 4 rivals, 1 knockdown again. But I'm not sure if they can translate into 1 point here. Fluke with a mini 40, spot out 4 rivals climbing down the hill. Definitely 4 rivals digging their own grave. Harm finally finished off there. But Vampire has been visited by Tam straight in the face.
Oh, Stone! Will be taken out by Momon instead to take out Stone. And now we have Momon able to pick up his teammate Onzes. SOZ will need to buy time for his teammates. Looks like it's going to be dominating here for 4 rivals, but unfortunately they'll be eliminated. And it's going to be 5 elimination points for Bacon Time right now. Shirley gets one to Onzen. 5 elimination points for Vampires as well. If SLD goes out, we could see an all-Thailand finale again.
3 Thai teams making up to the top 4 with SLD, the last remaining of Vietnam. The only one waving a different flag here. Again, Vampires taking the reign on the high grounds as TEM Entertainment losing Mania. Again, they failed to... Their attempt to get the chicken for TEM Entertainment feels like they're going down the drain here.
Oh, Shirley, now 10% of health should be able to pick up himself with a med kit. SOZip is still alive. Ravenclaw spots out on Star will be taken down by Ravenclaw. And now Vampires is starting to go in. They spot out SOZip. SOZip is out. And looks like TEM Entertainment. No chicken dinner for them in this round.
Again. Well, for the side of Vampires.
Shirley.
They've been spotted out by Bacon Time. Shirty getting on 1, getting on 2, double down and Vampires obliterated in the hands of Bacon Time with 10 eliminations now. Down towards SLD. 2v3. The Bacon's got the high ground. They got the circle. All they need is just the site here. 40 out of 1 player, which is going to be Gosu, which is leaving out only Trong. In a tough spot, that's it. This is going to be GG chicken dinner for the side of Bacon Time. There's no way they whiffed this. There's no way they dropped the ball here.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Gosu 1v3. With a smoke in front to buy time for himself. He has a nade being tossed out randomly. We got 2 nades for the side of Bacon Time being tossed out to the side of Gosu. There's nowhere that Gosu can go. He's been pinned down behind. Now they're at the forefront. Shirley super low. Shirley got up by Gosu, but there's 2 more left. Could it be a comeback here? Gosu, he has a S12K. He could clutch this. This could be the moment for Gosu, but the nade on the Gosu. That is it. No Cinderella story. Thailand is back in Buriram.
Well. We're talking about the Thais back with Bacon Time secure another chicken dinner for the day here. Every single day starting from day 3, there always 1 chicken for the side of Bacon Time, including day 3, 4 and 5. And today when it comes to day 5 game number 3, make sure they are nowhere near down there. For the Bacon, I'm not sure if they can push up towards a top 2 later on, but definitely Vampires are catching up the points towards the FaZe Clan.
Yeah, because Vampires, they had a third place finish, so they're not too shabby. Third place or fourth place finish, so they're not too shabby as well, with a good number of elimination points. So
Tem got fourth again.
Okay. Oh yeah, Tem got fourth
I'm so
again.
sad for Tem Entertainment
My
right
goodness,
now.
I'm giving up on Tem now. But I believe that FaZe Clan will still be number one despite them going out early because of the point gap. But just one more round. If one more round they do a boo-boo and Vampire does decent, they'll be overtaken.
I agree. FaZe, they cannot afford to have too much fun when it comes to the next match. At the moment they being eliminated early on, they definitely will be overtaken by the side of Vampires, who've been quite consistent the entire day. They've been hunting a lot of eliminations there. But so far we're talking about, when it comes to overall rank, because I have a feeling we're looking at a lot of tied teams when it comes to the top 6 here.
Oh, this is a beautiful spray there by SLD. But TEM Entertainment, ah man, every time I see that highlight again, I'm reminded by like, oh, TEM Entertainment, number 4 again. What did they do wrong? I mean, they're coming, they have the high
right
ground.
by the book.
They just lost the gunfight with Bacon Time, I would say. Pretty much they have the high ground, but somehow Bacon Time managed to knock them down. So I guess it's just like purely gunfight when it comes to that.
Or maybe also because Vampires also focusing on them. I'm like, this. The problem with TEM Entertainment is so always they got caught in a three-way war fight. It's always more than one. It's always more than one. So they always, if it's only a one-team thing that they fought and they lost against, usually the case is where they didn't expect there's going to be a or the last player coming up from backline to just give them a bit of a backstab. That's always the case for side of TEM Entertainment. They hardly make any mistake. It's just they got caught in the crossfire.
Right. If that's the case, then okay, it's maybe it's not their fault. But by the end of the day, they still got a good, decent amount of points. 15 points. Only 1 point difference between TEM Entertainment and Vampire, so that's not too shabby, I would say. Anyway, Bacon Time, 27 total points. SLD, 22 points. Not bad as well, coming in for the Vietnamese teams. 4 rivals, 11 points, and the rest of them is 1 digit. FaZe Clan, surprisingly, you don't get to see this all the time. You better screenshot this, because you don't know when will be the next time. FaZe Clan, 0 points. Totally unusual.
For the first time.
For the first time.
For the first time. Usually the least they get usually a couple of points because of eliminations. But this time they don't even manage to secure any. It just shows how much they're being ambushed. But Bacon Time Shirty, we did mention before, if there's Newsy for that lineup, there's Shirty, we put Damroot and Yuhai. What a remarkable team.
Oh yeah.
And this is like one of the best players out there as well. 7 eliminations for 5 MVP points. He can just play whatever he needs to support or to be the front line, to be the fragger, you name it. But when it comes to the points there, it really closes up quite a number of gap. Vampires just only 15 points difference.
Yeah, 15 points, considering that the average, if you get a chicken dinner, it's going to be like, what, 20-ish, 29 maybe points thereabouts. That means that Vampires could overtake FaZe Clan if FaZe Clan goes out early and Vampire gets a chicken dinner, or even close to getting a chicken dinner. That's that close. If not that one round, maybe the following round. But the following round, let's see, B, C, D, E. Okay, Vampire is still playing, so both teams still playing. Just to note, TEM Entertainment will not be playing the last game, meaning that
they need to go
game,
all out.
Yes, the next game will be their only chance of getting the chicken dinner this week.
Please do. I'm waiting. The only team on, not just the only Thai team that didn't secure any chicken, the only team on the first page, they don't have a chicken. There's a big fat 0 there for TEM Entertainment. And also for the next match, we do have A, B, C, E for a Wrangle map, which shows that Group D not playing. GD, GIDS, DBD, Box Game, and Vampire. Now, this is definitely the time where FaZe want to push really hard, though not to be catch up by the side of Vampires.
Yeah.
Because they're really close of getting on close one when it comes to the last few games. But at the same time, I'm talking about all top 4 teams are the ties right now. There's only like Infinity is not being as aggressive as noisy as they used to.
Yeah, they used to be like the team that we always talk about till be like, oh, okay, I don't know what else to talk about this team. But yeah, you're right. Ever since like that first day whereby they had their first chicken dinner in Sandhawk, I still remember it was a crazy game. But after that, it's like, oh, okay, they seem to be AWOL. It's like, where are the Infinity? Yeah, they're still there. Yes, they they still have some moments, but I think the key word is that the X Factor is gone for the Infinity.
What was the X Factor?
The X Factor, whatever they
Stamina?
did in round 1, in the first ever round, or even in PMRC, like that kind of X Factor is just missing.
Are they running out of stamina already?
Probably because it's elite.
Yeah, and also it's already the entire week they've been playing 5 days straight. If you include PMRC in the fray as well, it's quite a number of days there. But when it comes to a recap of the match, definitely whoever got the high grounds, Vampires, having such a great day because they got such a, how do I say, crucial point of position. Whoever land themselves in the street here definitely will be the victim of this story. I'm like, there's no way you can actually shoot up, and not just that, to toss something utility downward up is just really almost impossible to reach. It's just going to fall flat back into your face, like you spit back your face, you know.
Well, I wouldn't want to imagine that.
Never
Not that
tried
I've
it.
done it before.
Really?
No. Of course. Who actually spit on their own face before?
If you want to
Intentionally?
see if gravity actually exists.
There are many other ways to try that. You can also refer to Newton's gravity theory as well.
But if you have nothing else to work with, you have your saliva.
Oh,
right?
I got too much to work with. Don't worry. I got a lot more to work with. The team that has a lot to work with as well is like BN United.
Yeah, true. But you know what, BN United, I'm like, I rest my case for them for this week. I'm looking for next week. Yeah.
Like just reset next week.
Yeah, just they need to have a overhaul when it comes to next week. I mean, like BN United, whatever they trying to work for week number 1, nothing seems to be working at all. Same goes for the Xaviers. Yes, they're up and down. They got themselves chicken, but it's just too cold after that. Cold to the grave. I'm talking about the Xaviers. They got chicken. The next one, the first one to be out with zero eliminations.
Yeah, with zero elimination.
Zero.
Yeah.
I'm to that. I'm like, sorry, I got my sinusitis. I can't say certain words today, okay? But for TEM Entertainment, last shot, chicken, please.
Yeah, if they don't do it, then the last game they're not playing. So, yeah, basically it's their final chance.
The final.
Is Erangel the right map for them? I would say yes as well. I mean, pretty much any map is good for an entire team in general. Just saying. But if they get another 4th place finish again, I don't know. But let's see what the predictions are like. I think I already know yours. Oh no, that's not going to happen first. But let's check out the head-to-head. Bowman. Okay. Definitely one of the standout players for TEM Entertainment.
Yeah.
Not too much of a surprise that he's up there.
I think goes for Shirty there. But I think when it comes to head-to-head, this is one of the closest. I'm like, all the head-to-heads, I have to say right now, it's going to be all from the Thai teams.
Oh yeah.
I'm not surprised if we're having a head-to-head between the Vampires with a sort of FaZe here, especially when I think it was Shrek getting a lot of eliminations as well. Shirty and Mormon, I think this is the best player coming up from each of the team.
Even after this, if you see the next stats, you definitely have a Thai team involved. You definitely, whatever it is, top elimination, MVP and all that, you definitely have one. Even in the teams to focus. This proves my point. Why TEM Entertainment, if they were to get the chicken dinner, this is the bad map. Because statistic-wise, they perform the best inside of Erangel. It's just that they haven't got a chicken dinner, that's all.
I agree. The closest they got themselves like 2nd and 3rd place. And yesterday, the whole day over 4th place for them. I feel bad for TEM Entertainment. The reason why, whenever they try to get a chicken, there's going to be another Thai team that deny that for them. Every single time. But for Group D, will not be playing next one. GIDS, DVD Boxing and Vampires. Vampire will have to face how much they can actually gain and garner their points for this round. It's going to be a first wrangle of the day. But for the side of TEM Entertainment, it's always the case, you have to agree. The one that are always taking them down or the one that's stealing away their chicken is going to be another Thai teams.
It doesn't help that they have Buriram United in the same group as them.
That's true.
So, yeah, so it's double down for them basically. But yeah, I mean the trend has always been like throughout, as we see, it takes another Thai team to take out a Thai team at the end of the day. So, you know, it happened to always be another Thai team against TEM Entertainment, and they're not entertained with that for sure. We might be, but they're not.
they're that strong that only within themselves they can actually take each other out. But for side of TEM Entertainment, I really feel sad for them because every single time that I notice, it's either Buriram or Vampire or FaZe who will try to stop them from getting that chicken dinner. But nothing stopping you guys from waiting for our new collaboration, which is going to be Bobo Boy.
Yeah, Bobo Boy happening somewhere this month. We don't know exactly when yet. So keep an eye on either your in-game or either in PUBG Mobile social medias or even on the PMPL. Maybe the advertisement will be out first before the actual thingy that's going to happen, whatever it is. Of course, there's a teaser inside of the social media, so PUBG Mobile, you can check that out there too.
And also don't forget Rabu Party, which is going to be next 3 days. Today is Sunday. Definitely log into your PUBG Mobile to get yourself a double point day. To get yourself more weekly prizes with the phase 2 of Rabu Padu, which is going to be specifically designed only during Wednesdays. If you missed this one, you only have a couple of more Wednesdays left because it's going to be by end of 31st October, then we're done. But next one, we're almost done with 2 more rounds to go to finish off our week 1 here. But do you think in the last minute, FaZe still can be pushed down by Vampires? In the last
Ooh, that is a golden ticket question. Okay, I think the short answer right now will be, I'm going to put a yes, just for the dramatic effect.
For
yes.
me, I don't think so, because Vampires,
Okay.
if Vampires playing this round as well, there might be a shot at it. But because Vampires sitting out, I feel like FaZe, I don't think they're, you know what, FaZe is, that's like a 1 in a million time thing that they actually go out quite early with 0 eliminations.
So I said yes,
I
you
said
said no.
But ham, chicken, I think it's a no again.
I haven't got to the point yet, you know.
Yeah.
I say yes, you say no, we should make it a challenge.
What challenge? The one will today challenge.
Of course it will not be done today, it has to be kept for the next week.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So what will the challenge be?
Oh no.
Makeup. Again, round 2.
Oh,
I'm ready for my
no.
revenge, you know.
Oh no.
How's that sound? Makeup round 2. I'm ready for my revenge.
I don't know what the makeup challenge supposed to be done like. I mean, like, is it during, like, do we come here already done with our makeup, or we make up during our cast?
Makeup during the broadcast. Come on, what are you talking about?
Can we actually do that? We try to confirm later with them after.
Okay, we will set it first. We'll
Yeah.
confirm later.
Okay.
Okay, on. That's it.
Okay.
So, if Vampire overtakes FaZe Clan by the end of today, you will receive the makeup. And it will be the opposite, then I will receive the makeup.
Yeah,
On
sure.
broadcast.
Why not?
Yes. Let's
I
go.
wouldn't mind chocolate cookies again.
You want my chocolate cookies on your face? Like,
No,
ooh.
I'm like, I do want chocolate cookies now.
Yeah. Okay, but then anyway, it is on. Whether we are granted the segment or not, that's a separate story.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a separate
We have
story.
to reconfirm with the production crew.
That
first.
is a separate story. The viewers don't need to know that. That is a separate story.
We need to let them know.
No.
But at the same
As long
time,
as they know that the thing is on. That is the first thing.
I'm thinking they're listening about it at the same time. Well, we're gonna head over to our first arena. You mentioned before, TEM Entertainment. This is their best shot at finally securing that chicken there. I don't know. It feels like they were being cursed to not getting chicken at all the entire week.
Yeah, if I were to have that challenge for whether TEM Entertainment is gonna get it or not, I'll be like,
You don't want to put yourself in there, right? Because
yeah, I'll be like looking at how things are, you know. But statistic-wise, it says yes. But my short answer, I think, will be no.
feels like what's lacking for TEM Entertainment is going to be their closure of certain stuff here, because they always got, like we mentioned, they always got caught in a three-way war or sort of a crossfire war zone in the middle, or sometimes they just happen to be clustered themselves in a compound or in a space where there's so many teams in the same, like especially in the top 5 teams, in the last 5 teams, they kind of cluster themselves in a certain corner. I wish that I could have spread even more to actually have a bit more, you know, angles to work with.
Well, I guess it's sometimes confidence level, right? Like, okay, if you're if you're trying so hard but you don't really get it, and then you start to like clump up each other because of confidence level. Unless if you're like, oh, okay, we're super confident, just like the Infinity. They're like confident anytime. They can open up in such a big space and still be able to counter against anyone who's trying to take them over. So maybe that takes that plays a part. Because you know what, they be trying like, okay, but it's always like number 4. They're probably done for the week.
I mean, I hope they don't give up. We saw how demotivated they were at the start of today just now. They're like, we just gave up. You know what, whatever. You guys want to eliminate us quite early, just take it away. We don't care. But the moment, like in the middle of the day here again today, feels like they have a bit of a drive to get themselves finally that chicken. Because I think everybody can actually notice that they're the only team without any chicken, and they still maintain it top 6. Was it top 6 or top 8 just now? Still without any chicken. But here comes our prediction of the day. I don't remember what I predicted, but yeah, there you go.
It's so hard to remember your prediction.
Yeah, very hard.
Yeah, it's not hard. Come on, to remember your prediction. But okay, again, this is not my prediction.
Okay.
All right.
It hasn't hit anything yet today.
No.
Yeah.
He got a second place.
Almost.
Yeah, so it was close, but close means didn't hit.
Mhm.
You know, that's a simple answer. Even in this one, like, okay, it so happened that because I said that, okay, FaZe Clan is not going to be like number 1 by the end of the day, right? This one's not going to hit. No.
I mean, possibility of that is still it's still possible for FaZe, as long as, you know, they're not being eliminated early like just now. But today has not been their FaZe this day. I mean, like, entirely we start off with them at 2-1 something. They just gone at like a couple of points almost the entire day here today. There's not too much. They don't gain more than 20 points for the entire day.
You just answered both answers in one sentence.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I try to recall what was their point when it start of the day. For the entire FaZe has not been performing at all. So maybe, you know, because of their slump, it shows that, you know what, they feel like, okay, we'll finish off the day with a bang.
It's nice that I didn't need to answer it, since you answered both of them in one sentence. So thank you very much. But anyway, so it's going to be the first Erangel. But against the statistic-wise, let's remember, statistic-wise, TEM Entertainment has the upper hand. So despite them not getting the chicken dinner yet, so I'm kind of, I mean, I would like to see them, but in reality, it's like, I mean, statistic-wise, they get that, you know, that number 1 spot. It's because like they are consistent enough. I mean, they're like consistent is number 4, but just not that chicken dinner. But I definitely would like to see that personally. Whether they get it or not, let's see as we head on to Erangel. Erangel. That's a different introduction. Yeah, right. As I said the other day, it's like, okay, trying out different introductions. Gotta switch it up a little bit, man. We've been doing the Erangel like for the longest time, like for how many seasons now? I'm starting to lose count already. So at least like kind of switch it up. But anyway, what's not really switching up is the fly proud. Now, a little bit nice in the middle. Everyone gets to go to their own sweet spot. But we know that there's some nomad. So Geek Fam's kind of like a nomad, but they're going back onto Fairpier/Primos. But they gotta be careful that NFT might join them in that area, especially with Yuhai going towards that side as well. There's something to be aware of. But it seems like they're breaking up, so that's okay. I mean, breaking up is, you know,
is it
not
really
good.
okay?
Well, it depends. If you break up with someone who's not supposed to be, then that's fine.
Feels like it's gonna be a very generalized circle here.
Yeah, I'll hold you to that.
Feels like it
Hang
usually is very generous when it comes to this sort of like path. Well, we do have the usual drop spot like you mentioned before, but for the others, oh, there you go, got caught. I think like we see this one coming. Now, we sort of can read the pattern these days. I think we can actually might be a pro player one day.
I'm gonna go get a snooze.
Maybe we
That's
should
gonna
get a
be the same map.
PMCC. Maybe we should register PMCC, you know.
Not that young anymore. But well, technically I'm a student, so
I'm not-
I could.
It's as long as you're 16 years old. There's no age limit to it, right?
Yeah, there's no age limit, but you need to be a student. Yeah, technically I can.
If you're a master or PhD student, you still can do it, right?
Well, I don't think they say like what level. They just say that student.
Yeah.
So technically I can.
So anybody can.
As long as you're a student.
It's true. If you have any institution to represent of.
Alright. Anyone wants to form a team, do hit me up. Just saying. Putting it out there for you guys.
But you need to be a student.
I am.
Like, no, not you, for the others.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, for the others.
Yeah, my teammates need to be a student. So I'll be the by default oldest person in
wow.
the team. Yeah, that's the new update there, by the way. Just saying.
I love that animation, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's look pretty nice, but you don't get that all the time.
True. You know, looking at the museum, always, I kind of remind myself what I really want is, you know, to have a table that actually have the 3D version of the map itself.
Of which map?
Can we have all formats? It's a bit too much, is it?
Um,
I do prefer Wrangle over the others, I guess, because it got balance off, you know, when it comes to the terrain, it just have a lot of elements into it, and not just sandy dunes. If you want all chocolate, you can go for Rama. I mean, like, but for me, I do prefer, even Living, I wouldn't mind, though. Yeah, because it got a lot of seasons in it.
Okay.
So it looks really pretty on a 3D, what do you call it? 3D sculpture table?
Okay.
Is that what it called?
I was thinking like maybe just a picture on it, but I think I get what you mean. It's like on the table, it's like there's like, I don't know what you call it, but
what's it
called? Yeah, but it's like it looks like 3D-ish, but it's like flat.
No, it's not flat. It's sculpture, like it's really sculptured, as in like the real map thing, but it's just on the table with all the valleys and the hills and the high and the lows.
That's a very sophisticated table.
Yeah, I know, right? It'd be imagine if you actually have a team, you talk. I mean, it feels like you're really having a war there. Feels like you're having ancient war, like, oh, we're gonna park outside there. You got yourself a flag, you put it on the table, you talk about it. It feels so freaking cool, man.
Okay, so which table will it be? Will it be the dining table, the coffee table, or what table? Or the side table?
It's a war table.
Oh, a war table.
Where you have discussions of a war.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You know, like the ancient battle when you actually watch the movies, they have this sort of, you know,
you have
discussion
like
of
chess pieces.
Yeah, the chess pieces thing.
Then you push it.
Yeah.
I wonder what you're gonna do with that.
I mean, like, if okay, this is one of the things you can feel motivated to be a player. Like when the players these days really like, if you want to talk about tactical with them, they feel a bit bored because it's like you just babble and mumbling about, you know, what to do and what not to do. Like if you have that table and you push your chess piece, show them where you're gonna land here. You feel like you're going into real war there. It feels so good to be like, yeah, I'm one of PUBG Mobile players. You know, we have this discussion of tactical, of having a 3D sculpture of the table of a map, just to discuss where to go next.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you noticed just now, there was a period where I was talking alone. It's because Choo Choo went out. I'm wondering if I'm talking to the same Choo Choo right now. Did anyone adopt you when you're out there? Like, would you like probed and then when you come back in, you're a different person?
Maybe.
I feel that. I feel so. It's like,
But I really want that kind of table.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right.
Oh my God, I'm so obsessed with the table right now.
Calm down, people. Calm down.
I would do that sculpture. Would you guys buy my table?
Wow.
I'm trying to make business now.
And now I see where it went. It's like selling someone a scheme. now I see where it's going to. At the end of the day, it's not for you. It's for someone else. Okay.
It's for me.
Oh,
but I
wow.
can't be a pro player. I'm just too bad at it.
And then you'll be selling it.
Yes, SLD.
How is that not a scam?
How is it a scam? I'm giving you a very high quality of a table. You don't get that kind of table. All the tables out there are flat. This one is not.
Hello? Someone call the police, please. Choo Choo is missing. But same goes for Smap. Smap will be missing as well. It's going to be Frankie taking him out. Duke goes on behind. Gosu with the DBS. Gosu, he is in trouble. Looks like SLD breaking apart. Frankie, first blood. Gosu alone. Jump shot coming in. But oh, the DBS of Gosu. Ouchies.
A bit late response coming out from the back line of the Xaviers here to just help what's in front. Seems like Duke start to lose. Arabia's also on the ground. Left with only last player, Lamborghini.
Is he not done yet? Wait, what?
The Xaviers lost that.
Huh?
They should have had the upper hand.
What?
It's just really not in sync for the Xaviers. I don't know why it took them so long to respond when one of their teammates been knocked down in the front and the others is waiting for SLD push in and wait in the corner.
Huh? I mean, Gosu was like, okay, he's like super low. It's like, come on, everyone's onto him.
They
It's a bit like,
they didn't
just
get
finish the
him.
job. Like, Gosu's like super low. Like, even if you spray, you should be able to get it. How? Why?
I don't know. It's just the Xaviers not themselves. I saw her just now.
You mean just like, it's like Choo Choo went out and come back and she's not herself, so same goes like Xavier, it's the same thing? Okay, then I can relate, yeah.
I feel like the Xaviers like this for the entire week though.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah, Choo Choo is just like 5 minutes ago. But this is like, oh my goodness.
That wasn't supposed to lose for the Xaviers.
That wasn't.
They were winning at first. I'm surprised how they were just waited and not gonna go for the flanks to close up towards SLD.
I hate it. I cannot, this one.
I don't know what happened.
Like SLD is like super low. I hate it, I cannot.
I wish they're really gonna come back really strong next week. For the last match, they will still be playing. No, they're not playing. This is the last match.
It is. Yeah.
And they ended up not even hitting the 100 marks down there.
Yeah. A team like the Xavier, oh my goodness, I'm like,
They
I'm
need the
baffled.
table for week 2.
I mean, if anyone were to ask me, it's like, okay, so what could have been done better in that fight? I was like, just fight.
I mean, like the response.
Duh.
The response.
Yeah, I mean, like, these opponents, Gosu was like super low. All they need to do is just land a single shot, spray,
Well, just
something
land
like
a
that.
single bullet.
Yeah, and they can't even do that. Then I'll be questioning, like, what's happening?
Okay, it's fine to be whiffing or, missing bullets. But for me, I saw they were waiting. They did not move. They waited for the SLD with a low HP come in front of them. Well, they can actually just push it down. The response was way too late there. But back to the side of Gatka. Well, we have Gatka. Hey, welcome back to Gatka.
Back to Gatka again. Because we've seen this like yesterday, right? So it's going to be like similar hot checkpoints as we mentioned. So some hills just on the right side of Quarry or Quarry itself could be one of them. And then from that hill on the right side of Quarry, there's a house just down below. That house is not that popular, but it can be a next checkpoint in case the circle moves up if they are currently on the hill. So that's the hill that I mentioned as well. Alter Ego seems to be having it for now. That means that if any other team were to pick a checkpoint, it probably needs to be somewhere a little bit up north or even on the left side of Quarry.
Yep. But at the same time, are we heading over to Quarry or Ferry Pier for the last few circles? Still a question mark here. As the third circle commences with 2 more minutes to shrink the further of the blue zone. We're looking over Infinity spotted on 7-9 while they are on the run. We're talking about them trying to pin down, well, not just one team. Geek Fam is there as well versus TEM Entertainment again. FaZe Venturis.
Oh,
What?
close. Close. Oh, got it.
Why?
Momo got it, but nice counterfire to Momo. And SO Zip takes home Venturis. Momo can be picked up, not an issue. I don't see Geek Fam actually crashing in. Onzen will be able to pick up his teammate, not a problem.
Why is FaZe putting a Venturis solo driving and drifting in front of 2 teams just now? I'm kind of questioning where are the rest of FaZe? I think Venturis was on a solo mission just now.
I think I was doing a scouting work.
It's too far from the rest of the team.
Well, it's either he is scouting or he is, well, the one behind. But looking at that kind of position, it's likely that he's the one scouting. So the moment that he notices that, okay, something's wrong, it's like his teammates just doesn't follow. he just tries to survive. But unfortunately, that happened to be the case. He still got shot down anyway.
Like FaZe not doing anything as usual, or feels like they're a bit off for today for FaZe. But for Buriram side, it has been really great, and same goes for Vampires, who's not playing right now. They're going to play the last one. We're still going on with our challenge between them and FaZe, whether they will be eliminated from the first place and go push down to second or not.
Of course.
But for now, still on the high grounds and also having a high spot of number 1. As long as they're not eliminated too early as the entire team is going to be okay still for me. But Tiger X got himself a the upgrade of loot with level 3 of everything. But here comes the judgment call. Fair well, didn't mention about Fair. This is what I worry for most of the teams.
Yeah, okay, so because of this Fair kind of circle, if, like, okay, Geek Fam's position, TEM Entertainment, Alter Ego, perfect for this kind of circle. Even BN United at this moment, 7-9 cutting through in the middle. The good news is that there's no one exactly there except for Geek Fam passing by. But then again, I can see that why Alter Ego is going down to the compound just on the starter side, because that's a really hard spot. We can see that 7-9's interested as well.
Oh, it's going to be a crash here for 7-9. Lot harm on the ground. It's going to be 1-1 trade as 7-9 finish off Palm Bit as well. It's going to be down to 2v2. Never mind, it's going to be Renal Ray taking on Push Rush to the way. Renal Ray tried to just revive them, but PN United Capone. There's also one more team coming out from the north side. It's going to be a purple team here. Feels like this going down the drain. Is it going to be FaZe Clan coming in? No, it's Buriram also closing in as well. 7-9 finished off Alter Ego. At the same time, I don't think they have time to reset. TEM Entertainment parking themselves in the corner. There's Ego Esports eyeing out. There's also Buriram. Good luck defending this.
Yeah, it's tough. The moment this circle shifts in that manner, this compound immediately becomes a super duper hard spot. I can understand why like a lot of teams want to go there, because if you get that circle, you can last very long. And defending it, if you have control over it, is fairly okay. Yes, some of them can slip in, but you know those kind of blind spots. Because the blind spots, there are not that many. But now putting focus on the 4 rivals, looks like Volky is going to be at the forefront. The jump shot coming in for Volky. Tries to take out his opponent, but looks like Appy will be the one to do the job onto 7-9.
4 rivals managed to hold their ground, so defend this as long as they need. The same goes for Buriram, but they're going to have a pick to a side of 4 rivals, taking 2 buildings for themselves. Buriram right now be surrounded by 2 teams in a row, make it 4. Actually, coming up from the back line, coming up from every single corner. We do have TEM Entertainment eyeing out this one as well, and also Yoodo Alliance on the other end. I think is that Yoodo Alliance or Geek Fam? Either one, but on the other side, we do have Yoodo Alliance actually taking the blues, and so it's not them. The one actually shooting over this is going to be also SLD, squeezed into on the right side of the circle. So everybody wants the same place at the same time. It's PN United, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone wants that, because if you don't have that, and if the circle happened to be like really at the compound, the only place to play with is like this kind of open area by the seaside. So this is very tough to play, obviously, especially if you don't have a vehicle. So that's why just do not think about like, okay, whether you have a vehicle, how you're going to position yourself inside at the open area. It's just to get this compound. There are 2 parts to it. One part is the 4 rivals that they currently managed to secure this right side. On the left side, there's another compound. So pretty much those are the 2 key compounds. Other than that, it's going to be somewhat in the open.
Unless if you want to land yourself on top of the bridges of Fair Pier or the small islands, which is going to be more tough to work with, as you might be spotted out of those actually parking themselves at the shorelines. Coming in very like Yoodo Alliance now from the blue zone, now have to face the gatekeepers of the Geek Fam, FaZe Clan as well, trying to cut across towards Geek Fam, while Yuhai taking a back line, fighting against Infinity, picking a fight over the ties. We have Boom coming up from the right side, quite vacant on the right side for Infinity to fight against. The one in the center now, there's not going to be many teams left by the time we shift to another circle in the center.
Lycan starts to move because 10 seconds on the clock. So FaZe Clan, they're not going to go crash in straight into the compound, because now the compound is locked in and there'll be a lot of players there. So it looks like they're going to take that right side rotation where Yoodo Alliance is doing the same as well. So FaZe Clan tailing behind Yoodo Alliance. Looking at the current scenario, they may go all the way right and go straight into the circle from there, which is an okay entry point. Even better as compared to the right side.
That's true, but right now Infinity is gatekeeping this one. Look at how they spread out. FaZe, Tony K shooting a Yoodo Alliance from behind. From the front is going to be also Infinity, but from the back of FaZe it's going to be Geek Fam, making sure they can't move. Damroot take it out on Tony K. Bleeding out, definitely can secure by the side of Yoodo Alliance, try to steal it away. Adik Luke making sure he tried to secure that one, translate into 1 point. Quite in the open of Haystacks, only to take himself covers. Damroot managed to take down on Lycan. But Lycan and the rest of FaZe slowly losing men here. All that's left, I think, standing is going to be Tony K or MR5 at the back line. Tony K finished off by the side of Yoodo Alliance. I feel like my future will be really grim in the future broadcast.
Okay, I'm just I'm still chilling. I mean, don't count your chickens before they hatch, they say. But Mika shoots on the other side. Geek Fam getting into the circle. Oleo been finished off by Yuhai. Geek Fam gets their first elimination. And they managed to find their entry into the circle.
Geek Fam, Mika and Yuhai will rotate around the side of Yoodo Alliance. So Yuhai still wants to commit this fight against the FaZe and also spot out the last member. It's going to be, no, finish off like it's going to be MR5, the last member of FaZe right now. Bacon Time also have 1 man knocked down by the side of Buriram. While this side was still looking at the Malaysians, Geek Fam and Yoodo Alliance having a go to stop each other from entering into the circle. Yuhai spraying over to Rebel Boy. Left neck. What a nice, beautiful spray by Yuhai just now.
Very, very cool. Very, very nicely did from Yuhai. But Bacon Time, one of them being knocked down, but the counter fire from Bacon Time takes 2 out of Buriram United. Looks like they're going to go in for the compound fight. And Bacon Time eliminated. FaZe Clan still at #1 unless Buriram overtakes them with a superb round. And they are still in this. They still have a chance.
True. But for side of Fairy here, let's go string even further. Going on the left side entirely. 4 rivals taking almost the center with SLD on the other end. Buriram squeezing on the right side. Infinity and Geek Fam will fight each other out. Also, Yoodo Alliance on the northern side. The one that actually coming up from the south is way too crowded. Infinity taking on Yoodo Alliance 1 by 1, plucking off like flies. There, 1 nade. Finish it off straight away from Tony. And Newsy, what a nice ending there. Coming up for Infinity to wrap things up against Yoodo Alliance.
Ooh, the Infinity, they do not have the circle, 15 seconds on the clock. They need to bulldoze another team in. But speaking about the team going in, Geek Fam playing by the rim of the circle, still on the other side of the circle. Not the popular side, but not the popular side has the Infinity that they need to deal with. The Infinity getting closer and closer. Smoke has been used by Geek Fam to give them cover. NFT as well doing the same, but NFT, the bad news is that they are still on the outside of it.
Snipe, spot out NFT, drone, and the rest of them in a straight line of sight. But having a bit of a trigger discipline not to exploit his own position yet. While TEM Entertainment try tapped out what's over in front of them right now. With only iron sight, Snipes try to spot and pin down on an NFT. Here comes a random spray of Mika, not even think twice. NFT gonna crash into the jack of SLD. This is a perfect time to steal it away. Geek Fam taking the steals from afar while close to that nade taking on an SLD, yeah.
Okay.
NFT taking SLD, but 4 rivals want a bit of that steal as well. So many eyes watching on this small shack right now.
Yeah, everyone wants a piece of SLD at this moment. NFT as well. Drawn seems to be the last man. Yuhai tapping on to Batman, and Batman taken out by Yuhai with winning 14 from afar. But Drawn is still alive.
Yuhai still trying to steal every last elimination as he can. Infinity on the other hand, run and gun they go. Really taking it, the last member of FaZe, MR5. Close to getting done. Close to being done here, finished off. We got 1-3 to take himself as barricade. Infinity keep on pushing forward, advancing to the side of Damroot and Yuhai. Geek Fam didn't see this one coming. MR5 barely make it in. He's still squeezing, but Mela parked himself right in front. Make sure to keep MR5 from moving forward.
Ooh, TEM Entertainment just got 2 eliminations back-to-back. The Infinity managed to find their way into the circle, but they need to fight their way through. Geek Fam, likely for the next phase of the circle. Zunos. Onset will be taken down. Somewhere else, the nade coming from New Zealand onto Dambrut. That is beautiful. Snipes is still alive. But on the lower ground, we have 2 players for Geek Fam still active, and the circle moves towards the other side of the road.
Split into 2 to Geek Fam can't have the extra support coming from the other 2, just crossing off the road, which is going to be Yuhai and also Mika arrive a bit late there. Because of the separation, they decided to just part ways and just play for the rank points right now. Half of team left with sort of Geek Fam from that sort of casualty, but BN United still have 3 men. Boom is still there as well. And FaZe 1 MR5 to hide and run. As we speak, finally finished off the moment we mentioned him. My God, I should have mentioned him.
Well, to help you a little bit, Bacon Time, they went out earlier than FaZe Clan, just saying. But now Throngs in will be needed down. That means SLD is out at number 7 for elimination point. Geek Fam is still in this. BN United, they're trying to defend this area. They're on the outside of the circle. Now they have about a minute, 45 more seconds before the zone closes entirely. And that's where they'll be pressured to fight. Boom is still in this. It's been a while since we saw Boom. And now Boom going in towards the Infinity. Sees Newsy crossing over. The Infinity still a 4.
Well, on the side of Boom, they come in the latest from the right side. The one actually in the center is going to be Infinity taking the center of a circle. Yet TEM Entertainment Mormon being taken down on the side of BNU. They're being stopped their whole of their movement towards the entry here. 4 rivals stopping Infinity as well. So many players trying to gatekeep on Infinity in the center. But at the same time, they have to make sure nobody actually backstabbing from behind. Yuhai taking it out on Anuzi just now. Wapamburu taking on BN United. Deny their entry and make sure they're trying to stay in the blue zone as well.
Oh, TEM Entertainment is still in this, and they have a full squad. Could this be the moment for TEM Entertainment? But then again, I'm not here to chase it just yet. 4 rivals, they have the compound together with Circle. BN United can't get through, and BN United eliminated by TEM Entertainment. It's going to be points to them as 4 rivals share Zunos. But that's about it. The rest of this towards TEM Entertainment. 5 elimination points now for 4 rivals. 4 rivals takes out Geek Fam in the process.
Dominating TEM Entertainment. This is just shine. This is just time to shine their spot together. Finally, the chicken dinner they've been deserving. They've been craving for the longest time, the entire week down to the last day here. Associate and the rest of Mormon, Bavi, and Onsen. Asa getting on Octa. But the thing is, he needs to finish things off. They couldn't just leave the knockdowns there. 4 rivals making it hard for TEM Entertainment. As they still trying to skirmish around the corner, taking the same compound, sharing it for now, having a bit of the truce, while TEM sharing on the right side.
Oh, Boom, they need to reset into a 4, but looks like they'll be able to do that with Octa being up now. And now Boom, with them being up, it's going to be 16 players, all full squad. The Infinity, they have the circle. The Infinity brought the circle. The entire circle goes to them. No one else has it. The Infinity, they stand the best chance of getting the chicken dinner and making a comeback.
Now waiting for Boom to pick in. TEM Entertainment try to pick into the compound as well. Try to just take a couple of eliminations while going into the circle. Logan and the rest of Infinity, all they need to do is just gatekeep this one. All they need to do is just barricade with trees and structures in between. Whatever vegetation to work with, they will work wonders there. And so the terrain is on their side as well. Mormon getting the high ground. The rooftop spotted the entirety of Boom Esports. This is the time if they can toss 6 nades in his hand. All you need to do is just toss at the right angle.
Oh, TEM Entertainment stands a chance of clearing them all out. It's going to be 4 rivals now. Down there's a duo. 4 rivals, can they still win against TEM Entertainment? That's a full squad. TEM Entertainment, one of them down. Also needs to be picked out. But before the TEM Entertainment needs to clear them all out. Bamburu still alive. With their help. They're going to come in from behind and from the front. The shots being fired to Bamburu. Bamburu too much for to handle. And 4 rivals is out at number 4.
TEM Entertainment down on 1 man can actually just revive them back up. Infinity on the then unchallenged because Boom is just too focused towards the side of TEM Entertainment. But finally shift over the attention towards the side of Newsy, getting across there towards the side of Infinity, who got themselves the entirety of the circle. But Boom losing with a lot of men, and Newsy Nate just now double down. What a nice entry point. This is the opening that waited for Infinity. And finish of Newsy. What a Nate got, making it hard for the side of Boom.
Absolute beautiful. They're coming in from Newsy. TEM Entertainment, they're not done yet. SOCM is still alive together with the C-Main. But then again, the zone is not favoring them. Yummy has a high ground. He knows exactly where the Infinity is at. The spray coming in from Yummy, but just too much for him to handle. Yummy is down. Now it's between the two tag teams. TEM Entertainment, the Infinity. But looking at current situation, the Infinity might get the chicken dinner. One more to go for them. It's going to be Momon.
Oh boy,
Momon.
that's it.
Ah!
Denied again for TEM Entertainment by their own countrymen of the ties. Hey, come on, Infinity, give them a break, okay? Just give it a go for them to get themselves at least one chicken. But for Infinity, they secured the second chicken dinner finally. We did mention just now that Infinity have not been performing at all for the past few days. I did mention as well that when it comes to the last few games, they want to push as much as they can before they wrap things up. And they're still going to play for the next one for the side of Infinity as they are in Group B. But the one that's actually not going to play anymore is going to be TEM Entertainment. Second place, too close, again being denied for that chicken. Entire week, not even once they get the taste of it.
A moment of silence for TEM Entertainment. There you go. I mean, again, again, it takes another tie team to pick out a tie team. It's like TEM Entertainment. Generally, they don't get eliminated by any other region.
Yeah, true.
Only by Thai team. It's either Buriram, and now it's going to be the Infinity, or it's going to be Vampire. What is just happening with it? They'll be looking at this as like, we can beat everyone else,
But
except
not
for our
our-
country.
Yeah, but not the Thais. I feel bad for them. They had it in the back. It was like all teams have 4 players. They had 4. TEM Entertainment survived to the top 3, but Newsy managed to nade down on Boom at first. It gives away the space towards the side of TEM, but it's just not working out again. What went wrong? What went wrong?
I know, right? I know.
Why is it so hard?
Okay, so it was a good fight here in this compound. Not gonna lie about that. But I think it's just unlucky that for them that the circle went all in onto the Infinity. Just look at this. There's no way the Infinity can let this go.
4 men here for TEM.
But the Infinity has a circle. If the circle was on the other side, then it could be a different story. But because it is as such, the Infinity, I mean, come on, it's the Infinity. How are you going to take them down to fight your way into the circle while being pressured by the blue? It's tough.
And Newsy Nate just now was golden.
Oh yeah.
It was a huge one. Finish off the entirety of Boom straight away. But you know, but why? They were busy fighting against Boom for Infinity. Why did TEM die? How? I was so frustrated by this.
Because they were like left with 2 at that time, and then the Infinity
Who
they
knocked
still
them
have
down
pushed 1.
again just now?
Was
it Boom or was it Infinity?
Yeah, it was either one. But
I feel like it's Infinity
yeah, I
because
think
Boom can't spot them out.
I think it's Boom because okay, I guess it doesn't really matter.
We're gonna.
Yeah, it
recap the
doesn't
pool,
matter.
yeah.
Actually, it doesn't matter. But the whole point is that
They didn't get chicken.
well, I was trying to get to the point of the fight, but thank you. The whole point is that when they are only down to only 2 players, despite the Infinity putting focus onto Boom for a brief moment, it's still not going to be enough. 2v4. At the same time, they are pressured by the blue, meaning that it's still very, very hard for them, despite the distraction.
But because of Newsy's big grenade just now definitely give him so much damage. This is one of the highest damage and most eliminations for an individual. 1,160 with 7 eliminations, 6.7 MVP points. Definitely he is back in on the track to the run for FMVP race. Coming up from Newsy. Definitely going to push the numbers here by end of today. And for Infinity, they still have another run after this since they are in the Group B. So how much can they push even further for Infinity to get themselves back in the track when they lost it for a couple of days here? When we look about the number 1, still FaZe, but after this, who's not playing again? It's going to be Group A. Buriram and TEM Entertainment we won't be playing. But the rest of them, well, we did mention about closing the day with top 6 teams are going to be ties. Yeah, we might actually heading to that way now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we already have it now.
You're counting.
Yeah, I just double checking, like, in case like.
It's 6 slot, all on the same flag. That's it.
I mean, if you're wearing glasses like me, obviously you are.
I am. What do you mean?
If you're wearing glasses like me, right? I actually can't read what he's
We
writing,
are in PMPL time country final, guys. I don't know. I feel like.
Okay, because I can't read. I mean, like, it's just too far. But anyway, that's for us behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, okay. So what you asked about the odds of the Infinity right now. So if they get a really, really good one, maybe number 3 or number 2 at most. What I'm more interested is that now the difference between FaZe Clan and Vampire is like
both are playing,
5, 6,
right?
16 points. Yeah, so FaZe Clan has to drop out early. Vampire gets a really, really good round. Then they will overtake FaZe Clan. That is the only way right now.
Oh, but both are playing for FaZe and Vampires in the next map, which is going to be Group B, C, D, and E. Group A will not be playing, and that's going to be the end of journey for TEM Entertainment and their chicken. And what chicken? They never get one.
A moment of silence for TEM Entertainment again.
They tried really hard just now, Cloud. You saw how much they tried. They had 4 men till the end. It's just being knocked down on 2. They should have taken the advantage, not saving your friends anymore. Who cares about your friends? Just shoot down on Infinity, who's been just obliterated. All the teams out there, and the circle is just really tough from the start anyway.
It's okay, TEM Entertainment. If you need to talk to someone, you can call me. I totally understand how it feels like.
Denied.
To be denied.
To be rejected.
To be rejected.
Rejected by the chicken.
By the people that is supposed to be in your own country. I totally understand that.
No, I mean, like, they are to the point where even the chicken reject them.
Yeah, even the chicken's like, oh, you? What? TEM Entertainment? You. Yeah.
What? TEM Entertainment? You.
Like, why?
You're not my level for the chicken. Oh my god, I feel so bad for them.
I know, it's just so sad,
Oh, it's really sad. You're the only team on the first page
without a chicken.
Without a chicken, and without the chicken among all the ties, they're actually sitting in the top 6.
Yeah, and look at others. Like some of them got 2, some of them got 3. They're very happy. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day, right? So, and they happen to be like the Infinity again.
Now I want to see what really happened. Okay, Bavi got clipped off by the blue zone. Asso is just also knocked down. It's left with Mormon at this point, but I think it was just really... it's always the same scenario for them for the ending.
I have no words to say TEM Entertainment's luck. But I have a lot to say about our official smartphone partner, Realme. This is the GT Neo 3 that comes together with a dual chip gaming level flagship and its MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset. And we also like to thank our official livestream partner, TikTok. #BeTheOne TikTok challenge and follow our official PUBG Mobile page, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And thank you to our official food delivery partner, GrabFood. 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm thinking about what kind of meme I can actually do for TEM Entertainment right now.
You're thinking about all the possibilities now.
Like the chicken. Like, I love you, yeah, you got one. And then when the time is like, you.
It's like, oh.
Yeah,
sorry.
time the time is like,
no
you.
No chicken for you.
Oh man, what a day for TEM. We can see how much they really want to try for the last time. But for the last time, we're going to head into Rango. But before that, we're going to head into the break before we wrap things up for week 1. See you guys in a bit.
Fellow PUBG mobile players, along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Yumi GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning in to 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. And this is the league brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. I'm Chucha and Sercloud, and we are down to our last final game. But before we get into our last wrangle of the day, which don't have Group A, definitely we're going to recap what really happens, okay? But just now the trailer, we saw in the filling of the ads, right? There's a update of the patch regarding the trunk of the vehicle for the players there, where they can trade stuff or they can put stuff in the trunk. So I want to know what happens if that vehicle exploded while the trunk's still full. What happened? Will it be turning into a box to the others, or it just burn with the car as well?
That's a serious question, right?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
There
You
go.
guys are actually trying it out. Do tell us what really happened.
If you're saying that, oh no, that's not a serious question, then I will give you a funny answer. But you say yes, it's a serious question. I have no idea.
What's a funny answer? You make me curious now.
The funny answer is that I have no idea.
What the heck?
Gotcha.
Might as well not ask that one.
Yeah, it's just a bait, you know. It's just like how the Infinity baits anyone to come towards them, but actually they've already planned it out. Like it's all part of the plan. Yeah, it's
Which
the
is
same thing.
true. I can't even deny that. You saw how Newsy plays. That guy, I don't know how he just calculate his angles about where to look from to actually just toss the nade, shoot from certain angle, and he got himself again the most damage this time. And I'm not surprised for the most eliminations. He's also one of it on the top 3.
You know what? If Newsy ages like 20 years later, he'll look like Baby. No? No? No?
Try to look without the eyeliner.
Okay. Yeah, look past the eyeliner.
Yeah, I have to look past the
Yeah.
eyeliner, which is so hard right now.
Is it not
He
like
has to change it. If he
similar?
change the hairstyle, yeah, possibly.
Okay, you have a second chance.
Feels like, yeah, unless we can also try ask Baby to put eyeliner instead.
Ah, yeah. So if Baby puts on eyeliner, then we make a comparison. So if Baby is listening to this, was somehow listening to this, very sure he's going to watch PMPL Thailand instead.
We can ask Cypher to actually request that.
Yeah, can we get a request? Like, get a picture of Baby just with the eyeliner, then we'll make a comparison.
But it's all the ties there for the grenade elimination.
Okay.
Why? Grenade elimination. This is not most elimination. Grenade eliminations only for Newsy. My God, this guy.
Like, towards the end, he got like 1 nade and he got 2, right?
He got 2 knocked down and then 3 eliminations in that because already 1 more knocked down after that.
Then there you go. That's where it all came from.
That was really insane. Like, now we don't have the we have only 4 Thai teams this time. Since Group A they have TEM Entertainment and also Buriram, I think, not playing anymore. So that's Live Out, B, C, D, E, and these Xavier's already finished off their own same because for 4 rivals they finish off with Pumburu, got himself quite a number of eliminations and also quite a decent damage output, but not going to be enough when it comes to the last push here. But for the side of FaZe, can they maintain #1 spot or not? That's where we're going to see, because D group versus FaZe of C is going to be an interesting one.
Well, at this point, I kind of feel like retracting my answer.
No, you can't.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can't do
yeah, of
that.
course. If I look like I'm on the losing side, I can't, right? If you look like you're on the losing side, yeah,
Hey!
we try, yeah, no, we
I'm a
didn't
man of my word.
promise this, blah, 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 blah.
And we still have graphics talked about, by the way. It's always going to be the news. So again, we mentioned about this many times. If you don't know what news is, I mean, like, you played a wrong server entirely. This has been there for almost a month. Is it? It's been already a month.
Yeah.
This September,
And we
right?
talked about this since
Every single
PMPL NYSGPH.
I'm like, we've been talking about it for an entire month. If you don't know what we're talking about, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, if you still want, even there's a show match.
I feel like we're brainwashing them with new sub map right now.
Yeah, it's like there's show match, there's the PMRC show match, there's everything else. Like, come on, guys. Do we really need to repeat it? Okay, this one we might need to. I'll just give the benefit of the doubt since it's new.
Yeah.
So, Clairvoyant Fox set and Midas Fortune set, currently the new Royal Pass is available right now. Go check out the game. I mean, frankly speaking, right? If you haven't been opening your game, what's wrong with you? So you should be.
What's wrong with you?
You know, you should be opening the game from time to time, and you know all these sets anyway.
For you to actually ask them,
I
what
know,
is
right?
wrong with you? And we add to the extent, okay?
I know, right?
We're just gonna
Just
tell
kidding,
you
we're
again,
just kidding.
Spectre Sponsor and Cosmic Inquisitor set. You should have known by now. If you've been following, even if you're like not following the tournament, if you've been playing, you should have known. And if you don't know, I don't know what else to say.
It's like we repeat this so much, right?
I feel like we might actually have nightmare of Nusa because we repeat this too much.
Yeah, it's like in our heads. It's like, okay, not only like this, and then during the break time, they show the advertisement for it.
Even there's a show match for
There's a
Nusa.
show match for it. There's a show match during PMRC. We talked about Nusa since even before it came out. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Even before it came out, it's like, oh, Nusa is coming soon.
If you don't know what Nusa is, what's wrong with you?
What? Something is very, very wrong.
Okay, jokes aside, next game, Wrangle. It has been no Sonos community base for the first week. Please give us that 1,000 circle just once.
So it has new Sonos
No.
community base.
You can't do
Get
that.
it?
You
Yeah.
can't do that.
Get it? Okay,
But I don't know what my prediction for the last one.
You did have oh yeah. You
No,
got it.
that's no same no.
Oh, I have vampire. Oh wow, perfect timing. You know,
I
since
should
I'm
have gone
still
for
like,
face here.
since I'm still like, okay, vampire will overtake FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Nice producer.
For me, actually, the initial
what was
story was
Sorry. Yeah.
at least give all the like the Legend teams have quite a number of teams getting themselves chicken, right? So the two teams, 4 rivals didn't land any. I think it's for Sem9 between these two. But I think for Indonesian teams, the only one that didn't land any chicken for this week is going to be GIDS because Boom got them once, NFT and Alter Ego got. But for the side of Vietnam, who else didn't land any chicken for this week? Eagles got it. Box didn't get it.
Yeah. Only box.
Is it only Box?
Yeah, because Xavier got it. SLD got it during like first day or second day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's only box now.
So there's only like 3 teams that managed to secure any chicken here.
Ah.
3 or 4.
Okay, I
including
see your
Tam.
storyline.
Including Tam. Tam is gonna be the 4th one.
Tam is done and dusted. Too bad.
Yeah, feels bad for them.
Yeah. Oh well. Can't do much about that.
I want to check which group didn't get the most chicken here.
Which group? Okay.
GDG just didn't get it.
Okay, making the count.
Box didn't get it. So it's Group D.
Group D. Ah. DVD. Sorry. GD and box. Okay. All right. Cool. The majority of it is there because we only got 3 teams without a chicken dinner, right?
Is it 3 or 4?
Oh man, you're making me count
Yeah, I'm
again.
cool. No, okay. GDGIDS, Box,
Okay.
and there's also 4 rivals. And make it 5. And also Sem9, and also TEM Entertainment.
That's
There's
quite
5.
a bunch.
There's 5.
Okay,
And the
so that's
most
fine.
one is going to be in Group D.
Which is 2 of them. The
Yeah.
rest of it is like 1, 1, 1, 1.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. That's the mathematical sense. But anyway, what's going to make sense is of course our last game. Let's head into the Wrangle.
Let's go, our last match of the entire week, down to the last wrangle with our Group A. And I take back what I said, it's not just Group D. Group A have 2 teams not getting chicken. Because I remember TEM and 4 rivals in the same group now. Oh man. Group A and Group D. The
So 4
only,
rivals is out.
sorry?
Yeah, 4 rivals can't get a chicken dinner.
Yeah,
this week.
now it's like
Yeah.
no way for Group A anymore. So Group A and Group D having like, is it fair for us having the least performance when it comes to the groups?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
But they kind of been balanced out by Buriram and TEM Entertainment for Group A. In Group D, we do have only vampires.
Well,
but
that-
Alan have been performing okay today.
Oh yeah, of course. But of course, if you want to like answer the question of like, okay, which group is the best performing? Then my question is that how do you define the best performing group?
Like the team with the most consistent and like the best is gonna, the easiest is gonna be which group having the most achievement or on the top board in the same group. Like who okay, FaZe is number 1, right? Then where is Ego Esports?
That placement. All right, the overall placement.
Yeah, overall placement.
Wow, then that's a lot of data for us to like come through. I don't think.
Because each of the group have 1 tie teams. So it's just
So you're just gonna give it by default to Group C?
right now Group C seems like not really.
So make up your mind.
It's kind of even out for the others, so
Okay.
if you actually give to it which group having the most in the chart, it's gonna be Group A because they have 2.
Right. So if you want to go average, we need to do a calculation. So
Yeah, I
it's not
think
going to be
so.
like just
we can't
looking
we
at
can't
it.
just point it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I
that's
need
true.
like an Excel and just come up with formulas and all that. Just come up with my calculation.
The
But
formula
this
right
is,
now.
well, this is pretty straightforward. But Yuhai, the moment he heard like Trongzin here, it's like, okay, gone. I don't think he has
He don't have anything.
anything. Yeah.
He just jumps straight into the buggy and just drive it away. That's why Trong is very angry about it because he's still the buggy right on the outside of that outside of the compound.
It was his buggy in the first place. No, it was Yuhai's buggy in the first place.
Yeah,
Yuhai came.
Yuhai came. He took that buggy, who actually shared the same apartment with Trong. Trong go for weapons, but Yuhai go for the buggy instead.
It was Yuhai's buggy in the first place.
Yeah, but he took it away from the apartment. That's why Trong tried to just stop him down. Because maybe the plan was taking a weapon and then take the buggy, get out from there. But there's 2 people sharing in one small shack. It's almost impossible. And the other still feels like very all over the place for the Malaysian team. We saw Yuhai as a solo player just now, and now Sam9 is also in the same state there.
Okay. The Infinity seems, after they got their chicken dinner, they're back to their regular ways of like, okay, if we see somebody, we're just going to chase it down as far as possible to secure that elimination point. And they happen to bump into Sam9, and that's what they're doing right now, just being the Infinity.
Oh, they are in one vehicle for the entirety of Sam9?
Yeah, I don't think they had time to like really take another vehicle because the Infinity was around. Just look at their weapon. They only have like what, a pistol, a micro Uzi, and that's about it.
It's really risky though. Hopefully they land themselves a compound. I mean, like we saw that way back then. We haven't seen that for a long time. For 4 sardines in a can, and then being exploded in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that was back in PMPL Season 1.
Season 2. Season 1 or 2?
Season 1 qualifiers, and it was a
I remember
Singapore team.
There's also like FV did that in Buriram.
Yeah, probably. But the clearest one I can remember is Season 1 qualifiers.
Yeah.
Because I was there. Like I was watching it. I remember that.
The one that FBI was casting it. It was really a big accident. It's so rare to see that sort of sight these days because, players getting better, players adapting way better and faster, knowing not to make the same mistake here. But unless if they've been cornered, been pressured to do so, they don't have a choice. Well, Vampires now really close enough. If they can just secure double digit, definitely they would take over FaZe, provided FaZe have to be too soon here.
Yeah, they need to take out FaZe somehow. Or FaZe needs to be taken out. But then again, the trend is that only a Thai team can take out a Thai team.
True.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the trend, right? So it's either Vampire, Bacon Time, or the Infinity trying to take out FaZe Clan. But looking at the scenario where in previous rounds, it's hard to see FaZe Clan going out early. And with only one round that determines whether they're still number 1 or not, I would think now it's like FaZe Clan will take number 1 home.
I don't know, because today they have not been performing at all. And for the entire day, their points not accumulated as much as we expect them to be. Like, it's supposed to be like, if they really perform like how they used to, it should be around 230-ish, the minimum by now. They're starting off with 220 something at first, or 21 something at first. Just gathered less than 20 points across 4 matches the entire day, because definitely they only play 4 matches here. Some of them will not play one match, right? Like the usual.
Well, that's where they have the advantage. They don't need to perform. They just need to be safe and just get like a top 7, 8, 7, 6 finish or so, and they should be okay. Or they just live past by Vampires and they're done.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Bacon Time can't catch up if we look at the average chicken dinner scores. So I think they just need to chill and make sure they live past Vampires.
I mean, like the Thais, we do know how rare that is. Like they were to go down first. It's like one of the most rare things happens, unless if there happen to be a visitor that crash into their drop spot, then that might be happening. In this case, Infinity definitely not in the circle yet, as Tony's still taking his sweet time to loot out and building up his gears. Same goes for the rest of them. Nuzi on top of Miltar here. I have a feeling we might end up on Gut Cup Field again. Are we?
We didn't get to see the first circle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And
So
Miltar
that
is
makes
the
sense.
furthest from the blue zone, so I assume it's in the center of a map.
That is the best bet for now. Yeah, I'm just looking at, okay, that's like somewhere around Medusa intersection, if I'm not mistaken. So it could be somewhere in the middle, looking at this terrain, looking at the minimap. Yeah, it should be somewhere about the middle. So this could be a kind circle.
Well, nothing's gonna happen for now. But we do have this, someone tailing Sem9 from the back, though. It'll be a different team entirely. Or Sem9, they are scarcely separated. DBD on the other. Now, this is the team that, you know, really don't do anything after their chicken on a third day. They really go down the hill. No, like, not giving us any impression at all for the entire day here for DBD.
You know what? If anyone would ask me, it's like, okay, so what do you think DVD needs to do to improve? I have no idea, because we hardly see them.
True.
Yeah.
And the moment we see them, they turn into a box already.
Yeah, either that or they just lose a head-to-head fight. Like, as simple as that. Like, there's nothing to evaluate out of that very quick fight. Something like that, right? It's very hard to tell, like, okay, we don't get enough samples of, like, okay, how they move, how they position themselves. It's just like, oh, the moment you see them, it's like, not long after, they're gone. And they're like, okay, how do I evaluate something that I don't have enough info on, right?
Yeah,
So
we
it's
hardly
hard.
get any glimpse on even their rotation. And one of the main reasons because they just maybe forcing the fight too much. But there's so many teams inside of the blue zone. Makes me wonder and curious about the circle right now. Why are they taking such a long trip or so much into the blue zone that might actually jeopardize their position? And there you go. It's going to be Gatka. Yep, exactly Gatka.
Gatka again. I mean, we've seen 1,000,001 Gatkas. Okay, so this kind of Gatka, this kind of circle, I would say, again, the trenches. The chopstick is popular.
And also the small shack in the center of the field.
Actually, they can still play like Gatka Mountain. That's kind of okay. That's where the Eagles are going. The high ground just beside of Quarry, that's kind of okay as well. So we can see a couple of teams there, Box Gaming, Geek Fam as well. They're interested in that area.
I'm surprised that FaZe coming in late to Gatka Mountains this time. GDG is fighting on North.
Well, I guess the theory is that they just want to survive beyond vampires, and that's it.
Maybe. But for both Indonesian teams having a go for the GDG IDS and also Alter Ego, leaving only Alan left here to take the fight against Ronaldo, who's on the buggy, tried to charge forward. It's the same spot for both of them. It's mano to mano, 1v1. Well, Ronaldo, you know what? He's just going to build this one out, just go for the position for the sake of a team. Well, it's actually a big advantage for GDG IDS to finish off with 3 eliminations as well. I mean, like, Ronaldo could have pushed for a bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell because the fight happened really fast. GDG IDS won the fight with 3 eliminations. Now Ronaldo, the last man standing. That means Alter Ego only has 1 player left, and the last we saw them, they are on the outside of the circle. Not good news.
NFT
Thanking the blue.
Scouted out by Yoodo Alliance with a DP28 audit look at a pizza gun. Drawn in for Fell. Same goes for Batman and Ramones. Seems like they do have vehicles to work with for NFT, so they're going to be okay for now. I assume this is going to be on top of Ruins for a bit. But at the same time, it's a bit too early for them to call the shot if this really ended up in Gatka, because you do notice how crazy the circle can get when it comes to the hot shift in the third phase or the fourth. It's best to actually wait it out for a bit if you're actually inside of a circle, and that's what the most of teams are doing. Except for those actually inside of the blue zone, which are going to be GDG IDS, Boom, and also Alter Ego. A lot of Indonesian teams are coming in very late this time.
Yeah, I think most of the teams are like, at the mindset like, okay, it's the last game. Everyone has the same objective, like, okay, we don't want to go out before the closest team to us. So as long as they don't drop another rank, they'll be okay. I think that's what they're trying to do for most of these teams. You can see that how close the points are Actually, it's like what, less than 10 points for most of it, and some of them like just a couple of points, 1 point, 2 points. So they're just trying to go for that very simple objective of just survival.
If everybody having the same mindset, nobody gonna survive that. In this case, it's gonna be 7 out of dips. Happy to pass by GIDS. They're going into transition to the circle, got caught red-handed and just gonna be finished off. The rest of 7 already built this one out. They said it's not worth for them investing too much. But they got one man knocked down. They can't save him because he's just too far off behind. He's the last person on the cavalry just now. Now dips will finish off by Daybot and same of GIDS, securing 4 elimination points. Coming down from Jogopol down towards the side of Gakka Mountains possibly. We do have, I think, 2 or 3 teams already based on the southern part of Gakka Mountain just now. We do have Ego Esport on top of a mountain before this. I'm not sure if they already start the rotation or not. But definitely it's going to be very crowded the moment they leave Jogopol for these teams.
Yeah, it is, definitely. Especially if the next circle is like below on the regular ground, and you can expect that to happen. Now, we wondered about where the whereabouts of FaZe Clan is at. So it looks like, yeah, they're staying out of all the other teams, but they're still playing like a little bit of a split there. It's good to kind of split with the compound like this so that they can defend their compound by just sending out a couple of warning shots, so that's okay. I mean, we're still in the big phase of the circle, so that's kind of fine to play regularly. But we can see that they're not really like aiming to go straight into the middle, just like how they normally do. They just like, okay, we have a compound, it's in the circle, we'll take this.
Yep. FaZe really in the center of Gakka right now, visited by the side of BN United, spotted them out. Playing around the terrain, Haystacks in the middle to barricade himself. Bacon Time being crushed into BN United. And Bacon Time waited this for a long time. BNU slowly taken out, didn't see this one coming. Gorilla style coming out from Bacon Time, waited for the right time to pick over. And Ego Esports steals away Capone in the process. Bacon definitely wipe off the smiles off their face right now as they put a lot of effort to getting that execution. But Vampires visited by the side of another team, which is going to be Geek Fam. UI finish off straight away in the hands of Venturus.
Ooh, that's how you use the pickup. And that's where you save your teammate inside the compound once everyone's cleared. And now Renaure looks like he's out. So number 16, no points at all. 147 points. NFT could catch up. Only 13 points difference between the both of them.
GIDS is actually dominating the early fights against Alter Ego before. The first one to be out with nothing in their hands. Right now, Vampire is trying to take the fight against Damroot. The last member of Geek Fam also eliminated.
Ooh.
That's leaving 2 teams out here. And Geek Fam again failed to deliver in the last match. Vampires, on the other hand, tried to rack up their elimination points to overtake FaZe, who's actually still in the number 1 spot. But for Shreps and the rest of the team, they got quite a number of utilities to work with. All they need to do is just toss one in the perfect angle, and they're still inside of a circle. They don't actually need to move that much.
And the bad news for Geek Fam is that Box Gaming is just 3 points behind them. Not going to be that hard for them to catch up and push Geek Fam down to 1 placement. And that's where, you know, you kind of lose like points just like that. But let's see what happens. Box Gaming, they are still a full squad. They're not taking on the blue. That means they could be safe and sound inside of it.
And for Boom, slowly creeping into the safe zone for now, but still the furthest away from a safe zone. Got himself out of the blue. Circle shrinks even further. While Dap spraying over the side of Boom, none of them seems to connect with the red dot just now. A bit frustrated, Dap straight away hop into the vehicle and just move towards a different compound entirely. Bacon taken against Boom. Boom have to be visited by so many teams just to get into this circle. It was Sam 9 at first, a Geek Fam and Boom going against Bacon Time, maybe even Infinity after this. I'm not even surprised. Vampires spotted out Max. Oh, Max.
Do they know where Max is? Okay,
I think they do.
Yeah, I think they know that someone's there. It's just that they're not like sure where Max is at.
They've been tailing Max for a bit. It just didn't realize where his last time that he actually just picked himself. So they're definitely tailing Max up to here. That much commitment they've given for the side of Vampires.
I'm wondering if Max is ready to commit suicide. But now we move over to the Infinity going up against Boom. The nade from Logan inside of the compound. It does connect onto Exhaust. Second nade from Logan onto the other side. Stone finishes on Max, and that's it. And that's going to be BN United out. Number 14 without any elimination points, but the Infinity, they're not done yet with Boom.
And here comes Gotten in the rest of Infinity, trying to flush out the entirety of Boom, giving a pressure by pressure, nade after nade, toss over towards the compound, but Bacon time! They're taking this own sweet revenge, backstabbing Mela from the back line. Almstall tapping it out with a mini 14. Spotted out Boom players in the progress as well. They're taking advantage to just take more eliminations. Well, we do have Empires in between though. Trying to take all the fights. Stunning off Bird! Infinity is going to be a failed attempt of the rush as there's going to be a lot of third party coming in, but still Boom slowly dying out. Definitely Tony will be safe here, but at the same time, Infinity, they feels like they're digging their own grave into this compound right now.
Oh, they need to do it quickly because the zone will close in onto them. And at the same time, once the zone closes in, they need to be careful of teams going to play the gatekeeping role. Vampire, the good news is that they are leaving the compound right in front of the Infinity. So no real big gatekeepers yet, but maybe so. They're still around the corner. The Infinity needs to be careful right now. They need to make it quick. If not, they'll be caught on the outside. The Infinity, Mela with an 8, knows exactly where his opponents are cooking it up. But we can see that Octa finally goes down by the nade of Mela, and that is it for Boom.
Too many eyes onto Boom right at the same moment where all the teams of, especially the ties, eyeing out for them. Bacon have a bit of a really trigger discipline, really want to take a shot against the Vampires. They just waited for the others to reveal their positions. GIDS taking on Ice. Armstall tried to give a nade, tried to go towards where Ice being knocked down onto. Logan and the rest of Infinity take the disadvantage. FaZe moving towards the side of Box Gaming. And that's also elimination sort of, you know, same animation. I'm loving that with the skin. But Infinity also trying to get themselves a bit more elimination. Box the one that actually being boxed around. I mean, like, these are the ties. Taking the sweet time, taking all the other teams in the Thanksgiving Day, one by one to be taken down, including now DBD just digging their own grave as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's super open for Box Gaming. Nothing much they can do. But now, so far, all the teams have been eliminated. None of them got any eliminations at all. That is insane. And now SLD with a long range shot to DBD. DBD to go towards FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan has DBD to deal with, but the nade coming in from Ice. Oh, it's not going to be the nade. It's going to be a long range Scar L. Onto Lycan from Ice, and Tony K naded down Echo. Lycan finishes off by 9 Noise.
DBD trying to just flush out while Victorious actually scattered by SLD. Chuang from afar. DBD trying to just force FaZe, and they go for a retreat here for FaZe. They don't want to overcommit this as Tony K really low, same goes for the others. But Bacon time might take this as an opportunity presented itself in front of them. Everything seems to be unfold for Bacon time. They've been waiting in the center. They got even the circle, and it's everything in their hands now. They will pick the fight. Whoever tried to get into the circle, slowly finish off by Bacon time in the center.
Armstar tapping it away. Looks like Bacon time. They're currently in the middle of the circle. FaZe Clan is still on the outside of it. Vampire could be in trouble. Armstar a couple of taps onto the other side with the mini 14. It does connect, but not enough to take him down. The Infinity naded down. It's Newsy from Putra.
Putra tried to finish off Newsy, but it's just too hard for him to actually just clutch this solo. There's going to be last man of 7-9. Putra, that finish off by side of NFT Batman from the back line. But Infinity tried to spot out and open up the bridge of smoke to make sure they can actually just revive their own teammate again. But FaZe just going to gatekeep DPD on a different angle entirely. It's still trying to make sure that they're touching the rim of a circle. Whoever tried to pass through, 2 teams going at that. Zero DBD and also maybe possibly SLD in the stage.
Oh, DBD now moving forward. DBD looks like they need to find their way through. It's going to be FaZe Clan that's going to stop them from coming into the circle. FaZe Clan, they have Venturus within it. O'Neill will be the next one to go out from Yoodo Alliance. They still have 3 players within the circle, but unfortunately DBD may lose 1.
This is just perfect angle. Everything unfolds for Bacon time. Just underneath that turret. But back towards the side of STEM9. STEM9, last player, finished off straight away. We're down to only a few teams here. We're Bacon time in the center. Underneath the telecommunication tower. We do have the other team trying to join in. GIDS trying to take away Bacon's time spot here, but FaZe trying to keep out on DBD. Still the longest fight between these 2 teams. SLD actually dominating. They are taking the steals out of FaZe's Clan's hands. DBD finish off by the side of FaZe alongside with SLD at the same time.
And FaZe Clan already has 5 eliminations. They're currently dominating. They might have steal their #1 spot. But then again, Vampires, they are still in there, so they are still fighting for the #1 spot. They're not giving up just yet. And now Ramones, looks like Yoodo Alliance is in trouble. Bacon time in the high ground against GIDS. The name will be tossed up at 9 doors. It does connect Ramones. Knock down Shamil. 2 knockdowns back to back by Ramones. This could be an opening for NFT to go in on the Yoodo Alliance. And Yoodo Alliance is out.
Circle hard shift again. NFT Ramones finish off. Couple of players of Yoodo Alliance to secure their position even further and stronger. But Vampires are not done as well. They take it out an NFT. Still have 3 Thai teams going off the chart here. Another two of Vietnam, another 2 coming out from Indonesian teams here. We're down to 7. But FaZe, especially Bacon Time, they got a center of a circle, but circle hard shift to a down south. It's going to be them sharing with another team entirely. I'm not sure where GIDS currently right now, but they are not having a go against all the teams that are still firing in the center. Vampires taking the furthest away. SLD is still there. They can backstab Bacon Time from behind.
And we still have 3 Thai teams still in this. The majority among the other regions. At this moment, Bacon Time had the high ground, spots out Stone. Stone trying to get into the circle. Stone should be able to rendezvous with his teammates, but GIDS coming in closer and closer. The Eagles on the left. The Eagles still at full squad. The Nade coming in from the other side, putting pressure on the Bacon Time. Bacon Time at a hilltop. Bacon Time, they need to defend this, but Almstein's on the behind. And now Dayball gets a knockdown to Namshin. This could be an opening for GIDS, but they need to be careful as the Eagles still oversee them. Booms goes down.
Oh, the ones that are actually winning is going to be Bacon Time because they're too busy against each other for Ego Esports and GIDS. Bacon trying to hover around. As goes the Nade coming up from Vampires actually. But Dayball and Alan trying to make one. Eagle Esports both losing men, and now they're eliminated next. Bacon Time taking the sweeping off, clean off the floor. The cleaning team, the cleaning up team, the housekeeper, Bacon Time. They are the one winning. It's down to only 5 or 6 teams there.
Oh, we're not done yet with the fight here. Now Bacon Time against NFT. Looks like 9 doors. Special get 1 over Ramos. Tony came from afar. Spots the movement of the Vampires into the circle. Ramos will be finished off by Shirley. And now the fight between them will be joined by Vampires coming in from behind.
Vampires, there's a 4-1 knockdown. Bacon, FaZe against each other. FaZe versus Bacon versus Vampire. 3-way war between the Thais. The one that losing most is going to be Vampires. They're down to 1 man. NFT taking advantage of what's happening on the 3-way war. Vampires eliminated next. This secures FaZe at #1 spot still by the end of the day. But Bacon just taking SLD from the flank. What is sharp shooting coming up from Shirty? Spray it. What an efficiency.
Oh, but they're not done yet though. Bacon Time still has SLD to deal with. 2 plays where SLD still like them. And now Shirley's trying to spot them out. Shirley can get a good angle. But at the same time, we have NFT coming in from the other side. Bacon Time. Ice will be gunned down by NFT from behind. He's going to be Batman. The one thing coming down.
They still have 3 men here, while the others having 2. Bacon Time need a revive. Yeah, but they do have the space. Tony came from afar with a scope. Tried to knock down on Bacon Time. But they got Haystack. They got themselves a circle. They don't need to move. NFT taking on Bacon. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade. Ice with an EBS. Trying to actually fight for Bell 1v1. UMP is what that's going to be. Jersey. And also Tony can finish off NFT from behind. Giving the opportunity of Bacon to stand up to their own feet here.
Oh, Bacon Time. They should be able to reset. But then again, where is SLD at this moment? SLD, we have Smap. Drones in. It's nowhere to be found. It's just behind Swap. At this moment, sees exactly where FaZe Clan is at. FaZe Clan moves into the circle. Now Bacon Time. How are they going to fight this? FaZe Clan, they're all in the circle while everyone else is still on the outside.
This is just whoever got the ground. They're definitely going to win this one. And Strong's in. Straight over, getting on 1. Shirty on the ground, down to only eyes here for Bacon Time. Strong almost shredded his helmet. It's finished off. Shirty straight away, securing 1 more point on the side of SLD. Now down to 1 person of Bacon Time. FaZe have the most men, with Tony K moving forward with a couple of smokes. They definitely trying to make way. I think spotted out, almost clip entirely for his HP.
That was insanely close there. Bacon Time, the last man standing out, but Ice will not be able to evade it. Tony K will finish up the job. It's going to be 3rd place for Bacon Time, but they got themselves 10 elimination points. Now 2v3, FaZe Clan versus SLD.
This is just 2v3 here. FaZe got themselves quite a spread. Wintour is coming out from the side of a flank. while Tony K keep on pushing on those nades. MR5 on the other end, Truong will be spotted out, Smack will be seen through. Tony K tried to just distract them with the jumps just now behind the haystack. Here comes Venturis, right in front of Matt. What a response there! Straight away, Tony K actually taking down on Matt first. How did he actually see that through?
Well, now he needs to see where exactly Trosin is at. Trosin shoots onto Venturis, down to 50% health. Venturis goes down. Trosin gets one, but then again, it's just too much for him to handle. Tony K will be there with the nade, and Trosin is out. This is it. FaZe Clan runs on the day again. We start the week with a Thailand team. We end the week winning in the Thailand team. FaZe Clan with a chicken dinner.
And definitely stand strong when it comes to their #1 post, and they make sure their last game they gave their all. Today has been quiet day for FaZe at first. They have been eliminated early on and let a lot of room for the teams to catch them out, especially Vampires. But FaZe still finished at #1.
It's like it doesn't matter.
It matters.
I haven't finished my sentence.
I want to just cut your sentence this time. It matters. Hey, Vampires didn't make it.
I was about to say something totally else.
That's the only thing that's kind of important for me right now.
I was about to say something totally else, but never mind now. It's fine. Yep. Anyway, go on. Well, yeah, I mean, they get #1, that's fine. Okay.
I mean, but I do want to see how much Bacon Time got their eliminations, because
10.
They're the one. Is it just 10 or is it more? Because they are the one who got themselves under the tower of the telecommunication tower. That was one of the places where FaZe Clan loved as well back in the days. And it's just one of the best plays based on that circle because they have a bit of a pit there. Just so hard to land the shots. And they have been camped and they've been holding their ground at the longest. They've been farming eliminations just from that point of view.
To the best of my memory, it was 10.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless it was a different number, then well, to the best of my memory, it was 10. I'm looking at that elimination still.
They were the 4th one.
It's 9, and then yeah. I mean, it really matters now. If not, we can wait for the overall chance later.
But it's still, it just shows that the tie is really coming in strong with the last one. I mean, you saw how can he not whip that? How can he just precisely drop a Kobe on that distance?
Yeah, there you go. Knowing exactly where your opponent's at, I mean, he got information from Venturis, and then it's like, okay, that is exactly the marker. They can still mark in that short sort of timing, and he just needs to aim towards somewhere about the marker, and it's perfect timing and a perfect distance for Tony K to secure that. And again, that means that Tony K gets another one for himself, and he's through a nade. I have a feeling that definitely he will still be like the #1 in terms of the MVP. In terms of running for the MVP.
Yeah, especially with that nade finish off a lot of players just now. And that just shows a lot of things going on behind the scene for FaZe. Because why? It shows such a high trust, the bonding of the trust between the teammates and the communications to be so precise. Even though he was blinded with structures in between, can't actually pinpoint where the other players are, he can still land those shots, land those nades to be precise. But NFT got quite a number of eliminations still. 13. If that they are being eliminated early on, we didn't see it in the last minute just now.
Yeah. They, I think maybe it was like everything just happened, and then they took advantage of like maybe like long range shots, or they tried to finish up opponents. So that's why we didn't really see them like their action per se. But but most of it maybe is like through long range or something like that. Because what we can see here, why a lot of teams on the upper charts, like they got a lot of elimination points. Look at on the second half, it's like a lot of zeros there. A lot of teams go out without an elimination point. But of course, that advantage is taken by Tony K. He got himself 7, 51% team contribution, the highest so far player data.
For the team contribution, this is also the highest. Usually we saw like 40-ish or just 30-ish, the normal one. But this is going to be one of the highest, and definitely will actually give into his MVP run, FMVP run, because the most elimination and terminated for the players. I'm not sure how much the points in between, but definitely I feel like Newsy going to be one of them because he's nade in the previous match. Tony K might be #1 right now still, even though their performance today has been a bit quiet for FaZe. Here comes our top 3 eliminators. Again, like we mentioned, it's going to be Tony K, Newsy, and Shirty.
Yesterday it wasn't Shirty. Yesterday was someone from TEM Entertainment. Yeah, yesterday was someone from TEM or Stone. It was either one, but basically it wasn't Shirty.
Oh, it wasn't Mormon?
Yeah, okay, Moment. Yeah, correct. It's Moment. So, but the one that hasn't changed is Tony K and Newsy. They're like just
fixed.
These two people, yeah, fixed there at least for now. If there's any swap, it will be between the two of them, and then the third place is like everyone else. Yeah, it's like I think now number 1, number 2, it's going to be down to the wire. These two players, even the points, MVP points. The gap is now closer with only 0.2. Before this was like, what, 0.5, 0.7, now 0.2.
Yep. This is still Tony K and Newsy regardless by the end of the day, and Shirty make it up for number 3 spot, but it's still going to be all ties again.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to season MVP race, with Stone and Shrap squeezing into from the side of Empires. Well, the only one that we didn't actually have here is going to be TEM Entertainment, and also it's only 3 teams, right? So TEM Entertainment, Buriram, and also Bacon Time. Bacon Time is here. What's the last one?
Yeah, Shirty was there. And the 2 players from Vampires are there. No surprises, Vampires did very, very well. 30 points difference with the FaZe Clan, and then we have Bacon Time. Okay, so it is 1-6 all Thailand. 1-6.
Call me your oracle. We predict that right.
I think I'm gonna get like the signboard now. Can I get the signboard? Can I?
You know what?
Okay.
We actually have behind the scene Thailand number 1 signboard, but now it's Thailand number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I think the Thailand number 1 needs to change to Thailand number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, there you go.
And then producer can held it up.
Yeah, I mean, like that's what's going on right now. The others, like, you know, the others. It's like the Thais and the others. That's it.
There you go.
Weekly bonus ranking. Well, we're not surprised anymore. We're looking at this. BN United starting off with the least one with 1 point. DBD at second last place. Boom. Despite their performance, I mean, like, they got a lot of good plays, but it's just not consistent. So they got themselves at 3 points. These Davis in the last minute, they managed to push alongside with Box Gaming with 5 and 4 points. A lot of Malaysians here stuck at 13 to 15 plays with 8, 7, 6 for each of them respectively. Then we swap over to the Indonesians, 10 to the 12. It's going to be NFT, Alter Ego, and GIDS. But they're, you know what, being pushed down. Vietnam, they do have SLD and Ego Esports and Yoodo Alliance squeeze in between, but it's just really Thai dominating all over the board.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, at least Moscow Cute will not be too, will not feel too bad because DVD is not number 20, it's 19, so it's better than, you know, obviously number 20. BN United started off with number 20 during this early of this week, and then it ends up with number 20. So yeah, not much of a change there. But Xavier managed to save themselves by not being that down number 20, number 19 spot at least.
They got themselves 15, 16, so it's okay. But definitely the team that actually starting off at 13 spot here really have to make a comeback when it comes to week number 2, because we saw how big of a gap when it comes to the tactical approach of the game and also how their strategy comes into play if you compare it with the first page. But let's jump straight into our interview and have a say and have our question answered with the players as well.
What's up, Loopy? So, for all of you out there watching, in case you're not familiar, Loopy is the analyst for Yoodo Alliance. Yeah, so how are you, Loopy? Apa khabar? How are you feeling for this week in summary? Apa kesimpulan untuk minggu ni, perasaannya?
For this week, kita rasa macam excited lah. Sebab baru first week kan, lepas tu semua orang pun tengah cari draw spot masing-masing and nak macam orang cakap nak booking lah tempat dia orang sendiri. So it's quite interesting lah masa untuk first week ni lah bagi kita orang. And happy.
Happy? Sebab performance puas hati lah.
taklah puas hati sangat, tapi so far kita orang dah buat yang terbaik. So usaha dah ada, cuma rezeki belum ada kan. So next week kita orang akan try catch up.
Okay, so just to translate that, so Lupi is excited for the first week because teams are forming their kind of like a draw spot, kind of like how their play style and all that. So he's kind of excited for that. I think that sort of motivates him. And talking about also whether he feels that his performance this week is great, he says that there's still room for improvement, basically.
Definitely. For the side of Yoodo Alliance, congratulations, the best Malaysian team that is to perform. But the thing is, there's a bit of a difference gap between you and the Yoodo Alliance and the rest of the Malaysian teams. It's quite fallen off behind. What do you think the biggest difference there is between Yoodo Alliance and the rest of the Malaysian teams? Kalau Lupi perasan, Yoodo Alliance satu-satunya tim Malaysia yang dapat pergi ke lebih jauh bandingkan tim lain sekarang, kan nampak perbezaan jurang performance yang sangat besar. Jadi apa sebenarnya jurang yang apa ni perbezaan yang sangat besar antara Yoodo Alliance dengan tim Malaysia yang lain yang buatkan korang lebih baik daripada mereka yang lain ni?
Mungkin kita orang punya pengalaman kot. Last C kita orang dapat main kan. So and mostly tim yang main C lepas pun main kat C kali ni. So kita orang dah adapt sikit dengan diorang punya style main. And diorang punya macam diorang nak tukar gameplay, kita orang dah nampak at certain map kita orang dah tengok banyak kali. So maybe tu kot kelebihan kita orang untuk C kali ni.
So basically they having the exposure a bit earlier than the rest of the other teams, so they kind of adapt faster than the others. So I think that's it for side of Yoodo Alliance. Thank you so much, Luffy, and we wish you all the best for the next coming week, and we hope you all the best for all the Malaysian teams, so all the teams out there as well. See you guys in the next time. Thank you, bye. Now, speaking of Yoodo Alliance, definitely separate them from the rest. Now, they did mention about they got a bit of an earlier exposure than the others, right? But there's also another team that having the same sort of a boat at first. I think it was for Rivals.
True. Actually, for us, even more.
True.
Yeah.
And why
you
are
can't
they
think about it.
falling off behind?
And it is the same lineup. And even if you include Jumper, Jumper has experience as well. So no correlation there. Can't answer that. There's no answer to that. It's just a feeling, I guess.
Let's recap our last match, our first week here. What really happened in the last one where all the ties really gone mad because it's going to be the fight of the ties versus the Indonesian team NFT and SLD in the last minute. But you saw how they just placed themselves. Vampires was butting into everyone's business. And Bacon Time just taking the advantage of being the third party.
Yep.
And FaZe just having fun, obliterate people from behind with the nade.
Yep.
NFT and SLD just got caught up in between.
Yeah, NFT is like somewhere in between. But at least NFT got those elimination points. So that's not too bad. Number 4 with 13 eliminations. I am starting to kind of like wonder, it's like, oh, are we going to be too concerned about the rubber chicken dinner anymore? Because
Not
like
really.
number 4, 13 eliminations, not bad. You know, Sommel played that show match where he got the rubber chicken. Just saying.
And also they got themselves alter ego today for their chicken, so that kind of a neutral out the case of the rubber chicken here. But SLD came in late. But Bacon Time, this is the prime spot that everybody tried to fight for. And they've been holding the spot the longest time. Caused them one of the team that's really so hard to pinpoint on. GIDS on the other end tried to backstab them, but it's just at the same time where Ego Esports push up the small hill and making it a bit busy so Bacon Time can push them down. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's also unfortunate for a lot of other teams that FaZe Clan, they had the circle. So the circle went to them, it's like, okay, pretty much done. Because on the other side, they're like kind of busy with like 2-3 teams. And FaZe Clan is just like waiting for the right moment. And the moment like the circle is theirs, the other teams are forced to come to them. It's just like the infinity theory, right? The team's forced to come to them. All they need to do is just defend, and that's pretty much the easier job as compared to like them not having a circle and having to go towards other teams.
But if you notice, just winning week 1, most of the Thai teams actually taking center and just defend as much as they can. So we're going to see if that's going to change when it comes to week number 2. But before, they want to thank our sponsors, none other than Realme GT Neo 3. Thank you so much for the latest chipset of MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. definitely one of them that you should grab yourself for playing PUBG. And also thank you so much for official live stream partner TikTok. Don't forget hashtag be the one with the TikTok channel and follow all our official PUBG Mobile page for the latest update on what's happening with the points and everything. PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile official PH. And also thank you so much. Don't forget to order your Grab, your official food delivery partner Grab Food. 50% off Grab Food for the promo code PUBGM if you are a first timer, and also terms and conditions apply.
Yes, and next week we will resume the show on a Wednesday, but it will be joined with other of our fellow casters, so don't miss us too much. We'll be seeing you on the weekend show instead. That is it for us for now. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. Don't miss us too much. Have a 2-day break. We'll be seeing you next week. Bye!